The nightmare began not in sleep, but in a horrifying, blue-tinged twilight, where a deafening, insistent ringing pierced the very fabric of existence, marking the first glimpse of a power that would forever bind Shin Seonhan, the one who glimpses tomorrow, to the fates of others. In that surreal, unsettling corridor, Shin Seonhan stood confused by his glowing state, grappling with the terrifying question of what was happening as strangers fled from him in a blurry panic. The chaos intensified with urgent commands from medical staff to resuscitate a patient, a high-pitched shriek underscoring the desperate struggle, as even the interns responded with shaken urgency. His focus narrowed on the relentless, strenuous rhythm of hands compressing a patient's chest, a physically demanding fight for life. An intern, visibly exhausted, pushed on with chest compressions, each heavy breath a testament to the desperate battle unfolding. Shin Seonhan, still glowing with an ethereal blue aura, observed the real-world medical emergency, a surreal witness to a tangible agony. As he looked intently at the struggling intern, a chilling familiarity washed over him, prompting the question, who was this person? The blue glow pulsed around the man performing CPR, and the truth began to solidify in Shin Seonhan's mind, making him realize, somehow, it felt familiar. A sudden shock registered on Shin Seonhan's face as he watched the intern's intense struggle, a dawning horror filling him. A doctor shouted to charge the defibrillator, but despite the jarring electrical jolt, the patient's condition refused to improve, causing the doctor's voice to betray desperate concern. Shin Seonhan stared, wide-eyed and profoundly shocked, as the medical emergency unfolded before him. The doctor with glasses looked down, deep in somber thought, as other medical staff stood silently behind him. With heavy resignation, the doctor with glasses called for CPR to cease, signaling the patient's demise as stillness fell over the room. His face etched with grim solemnity, the doctor with glasses looked down, preparing for the inevitable. The doctor formally announced his intention to declare the time of death. The doctor identified the deceased patient as Kim Jeongsu, an older man with light hair and a beard, now lying motionless. Shin Seonhan reacted with visible distress, sweat beading on his transparent form as the time of death was pronounced. The doctor formally declared the patient deceased, as Shin Seonhan, still glowing faintly, stood silently amidst the grim atmosphere. A hand gently, yet with finality, pulled a white sheet over the patient, symbolizing the end of life. Profound horror and sadness washed over Shin Seonhan's face, his eyes streaked with tears or sweat in the stark white light. He gasped awake in a crowded subway car, startling nearby commuters, as the vision vanished. The subway train rattled along its tracks, emphasizing the mundane reality of its movement. Still groggy and confused, Shin Seonhan wondered if he had fallen asleep again, annoyed at himself. He slapped his cheeks sharply, determined to focus, declaring, "I can't be like this. Today's going to be brutal," focus, much to the surprise of nearby commuters. Shin Seonhan reached into his jacket pocket, retrieving something important. He proudly displayed his hospital ID badge with a confident smile. The detailed ID badge confirmed his identity as Dr. Shin Seonhan of Yeonguk University Hospital. Before this day, a familiar voice called out, "Seonhan," as a door slid open, inviting him home. His mother and father arrived home with groceries, greeting him warmly and asking if he had been waiting. But his mother's cheerful greeting faltered as she entered the kitchen, finding her young son doing something unexpected. Young Shin Seonhan, covered in blood and smiling cheerfully, brandished a large, blood-stained knife, a shocking and darkly humorous sight. His parents reacted with frantic alarm, his mother recoiling and his father rushing in, as their young son innocently held up the bloody knife. His father, holding a fish, pointed out glowing scales on his hands, surprising his mother, who held a now clean and curious young Shin Seonhan. Young Shin Seonhan proudly revealed a beautifully arranged plate of rockfish sashimi, sliced with impressive skill, explaining that he had prepared it himself. His parents proudly envisioned his future in the family sashimi business. His father, calling him a prodigy with knives, had already decided he would inherit the Shin family business. Shin Seonhan grew up naturally believing he would take over the restaurant, diligently working alongside his father in the professional kitchen. But then, his path changed dramatically, influenced by one person he met by chance. A TV announcer proudly introduced Professor Baek Ui-sin, honored as Korea's greatest genius surgeon. Professor Baek Ui-sin sat composedly, awaiting the interviewer's final question. The interviewer eagerly asked Professor Baek Ui-sin for advice, wondering what qualities were necessary to become a great surgeon. Professor Baek Ui-sin paused thoughtfully to consider his answer. He responded with surprising humility, stating he didn't believe he was a great surgeon yet. Shin Seonhan watched the interview on TV, listening as the announcer laughed, praising Professor Baek Ui-sin as the hand of God and calling his humility excessive. Professor Baek Ui-sin continued to express his pensive humility, believing he still had a long way to go. Shin Seonhan listened intently as Professor Baek Ui-sin began to speak about an old European saying passed down for over 200 years. The professor stated profoundly that 3 things were required to become a great surgeon. The first two qualities, an eagle's eye and a lady's hand, were introduced with a powerful visual of a keen-eyed eagle. A gentle, radiating visual represented the lady's hand, symbolizing gentleness and care. The third quality, a lion's heart, was introduced, and Professor Baek Ui-sin began explaining that a doctor must possess keen observation like an eagle's eye. Shin Seonhan listened, utterly captivated, as the explanation for the lady's hand quality emphasized gentleness, kindness, and consideration. Professor Baek Ui-sin's explanation of the lion's heart was visually amplified, showing him with fierce, almost lion-like intensity, embodying bold courage and decisive strength. Shin Seonhan was completely mesmerized and awestruck, glowing with inspiration from Professor Baek Ui-sin's words. Shin Seonhan thought Professor Baek Ui-sin's name with profound admiration, a serene composure radiating from the screen. As sparkling particles seemed to float around him, Shin Seonhan, deeply moved, thought, so cool, realizing his heart had stirred like a ray of light upon him. After his mother passed away, his life had become a mess, but at that moment, a new path leading to a life of love toward the ill and injured suddenly became clear. Shin Seonhan metaphorically walked towards his new future as a doctor, embracing his chosen path, bathed in a brilliant white light. He passionately declared his intention to become a doctor to his father, his voice filled with fierce determination. Shin Seonhan's father reacted with utter shock and disagreement, dropping his fish-related tools at the declaration. Shin Seonhan, bewildered and earnest, questioned his parents' reaction, asking his mother why they weren't happy about his aspiration. His mother's unexpected question about their family identity left Shin Seonhan utterly confused. The narration proudly established the Shin family's long and successful history as sashimi restaurateurs, a long-standing merchant family rooted in Gyeongju, appearing on TV 12 times and reaching 1 million customers, making their expectations for Shin Seonhan clear. His father aggressively insisted his son's destiny lay in wielding a sashimi knife, not being a doctor, threatening him with the blade as Shin Seonhan recoiled in shock. With intense passion, his father declared Shin Seonhan a born knife wielder, urging him to use his talent to inherit the family business. Shin Seonhan, clenching his fists with idealistic determination, articulated his desire to become a doctor who saves people with a knife, even though he enjoyed cutting fish. But his mother remained firm in her refusal, leaving Shin Seonhan startled by her unwavering disapproval. Shin Seonhan expressed his frustration, asking why he couldn't pursue medicine, while his father, calm and serious, began to explain. Shin Seonhan looked utterly confused by his father's statement, wondering why his desire to study was the problem. His father bluntly told him, "You take after me, your head's kinda dull," the words visually blasting Shin Seonhan away in a comically exaggerated explosion. Shin Seonhan lay defeated on the ground, glowing faintly, as his father stood over him, explaining that their family simply wasn't built for studying, making becoming a doctor the realm of the impossible. His father, holding a fresh grouper, then tried to redirect Shin Seonhan's focus, urging him to try slicing the precious fish that had come in from Jeju. Shin Seonhan defiantly pushed away his father's knife, refusing to give up his dream. With stubborn resolve, Shin Seonhan angrily chopped a fish, declaring, "If I can't do it, I'll keep trying." Again and again. He then meticulously placed an expertly sliced piece of fish on a glowing platter, showcasing his refined knife skills. Shin Seonhan, declaring his unwavering goal to become a doctor, ran off with determined enthusiasm, leaving his surprised father behind in the kitchen. Shin Seonhan looked distraught at his poor exam results, while his father laughed maniacally, juggling knives in the background, relishing his son's failure. Intense focus filled Shin Seonhan's face as he studied, declaring his unwavering commitment to getting into medical school. Shin Seonhan's sister burst into his room, interrupting his studies, asking him to sew her ripped skirt. Shin Seonhan, dressed in a maid-like apron, grudgingly sewed his sister's skirt while complaining about her weight, as she impatiently urged him to hurry. His sister praised his perfect sewing skills, while Shin Seonhan, annoyed, shooed her away to continue studying, highlighting his unexpected talent with a needle. Time passed, and after studying with fierce determination for his senior year exams, Shin Seonhan anxiously watched a mouse cursor hover over the check button for his admission results. Shin Seonhan stared at the computer screen, devastated by his failure, while his father comically celebrated the setback by maniacally juggling knives and plates. Undeterred, Shin Seonhan studied with grim, intense focus, rain-like lines emphasizing his relentless effort. After failing a second time, his father continued his absurd taunting by juggling knives and plates on a unicycle, signaling the need for a third attempt. Refusing to give up, Shin Seonhan studied tirelessly late into the night, surrounded by piles of books, demonstrating relentless perseverance. Then, a celebratory banner was unfurled with a flourish, signaling a turning point. After 3 attempts, a banner proudly announced that the youngest son of Shin's sashimi house had finally passed his medical school entrance exams. Shin Seonhan and his family posed for a joyful photo outside the university, celebrating his accomplishment. Beaming with happiness and optimism, Shin Seonhan declared, "I became a medical student. If nothing happens, I'll be a doctor. Or so he thought, as Shin Seonhan observed unsettling protest signs indicating problems at his university, hinting at unforeseen obstacles ahead. Shin Seonhan abruptly flinched, his feet stopping short on the pavement, a sudden jolt of unease running through him. His face contorted into an exaggerated expression of shock and alarm. A peaceful sunset sky stretched overhead, a serene contrast to the unsettling events, implying a passage of time or a fresh start. Ordinary urban life continued at a bus stop, people going about their daily routines. A majestic view of Yeonguk University Hospital established the new, grand, and professional setting. Shin Seonhan narrated his relief and accomplishment, having passed the medical licensing exam despite his school closing, and being accepted as an intern at Yeonguk University Hospital. The grand entrance of Yeonguk University Hospital, one of Korea's most prestigious, Big Five hospitals, emphasized its importance. Statistics highlighted the massive scale of the hospital, with 8,000 outpatient visits daily and over 2,000 inpatients receiving world-class medical care. The sheer number of medical professionals working at the hospital, reaching into the thousands, showcased the bustling, highly active environment. Shin Seonhan revealed his primary motivation for applying to the hospital, to follow in the footsteps of Professor Baek Ui-sin, whom he deeply respected. He exhaled a puff of air, perhaps taking a deep breath before the new challenge. With a confident smirk and a determined gleam in his eyes, Shin Seonhan declared his readiness for the process of becoming the doctor he truly dreamed of. Shin Seonhan energetically rushed through the hospital corridor, one badge visible, embodying his enthusiasm for his first day as an intern. Shin Seonhan greeted a nurse, efficiently discussing a patient's chest pain and quickly deciding an ECG was needed. He professionally performed an ECG on a patient, highlighting the crucial importance of quick diagnosis in cardiology wards. The ECG printout clearly displayed the patient's heart rhythm on a grid, a clinical and diagnostic detail. Shin Seonhan, looking thoughtful and slightly concerned, noticed a concerning change in the ECG results compared to the previous day. A nurse asked Shin Seonhan if they should notify the attending physician, attracting the curious attention of an approaching doctor with glasses. Shin Seonhan confidently explained that the ECG showed atrial fibrillation, or AFib, which was not yet critical but warranted monitoring, impressing the nurse. The nurse praised Shin Seonhan for his thoroughness during his first rotation, encouraging him to continue his good work to gain everyone's affection. Shin Seonhan responded humbly to the nurse's praise with an awkward smile. A stern senior doctor with glasses confronted the chatting staff, scolding them for not working. The intimidating third-year resident, Kim Beom-soo, known by his common nickname, Kim Bame, Kim Snake, was introduced with an ominous snake motif. Shin Seonhan, flustered, bowed deeply to Kim Beom-soo and his colleagues, almost calling him by his nickname before quickly correcting himself. Another doctor subtly informed Kim Beom-soo that Shin Seonhan was from Ilin University. Kim Beom-soo, smirking disdainfully, mockingly called Ilin University the third-rate regional school that shut down last year for corruption, a comment the other doctor dismissively echoed, leaving Shin Seonhan silently embarrassed. Kim Beom-soo looked at Shin Seonhan with open contempt, his eye narrowed behind his glasses. Shin Seonhan reacted with an anxious and surprised expression, wide-eyed and sweating slightly. Kim Beom-soo abruptly questioned Shin Seonhan about patient room 1705, catching him off guard. Shin Seonhan quickly and professionally presented the ECG for room 1705. Kim Beom-soo scrutinized Shin Seonhan's report and then asked for last night's record, which Shin Seonhan promptly provided with a rustle of papers. Shin Seonhan confidently explained that the patient's ECG had shifted from a normal sinus rhythm last night to AFib that morning. He concluded his assessment, stating that while the condition was not yet severe, it definitely warranted checking. Shin Seonhan felt a jolt of terror, comically depicted as a terrified frog, as Kim Beom-soo looked at him menacingly, prompting him to wonder if he had made a mistake. Kim Beom-soo sternly demanded Shin Seonhan's name, to which the terrified intern loudly replied, "Yes. Shin Seonhan." A clipboard was closed sharply, marking the decisive end of the interrogation. Shin Seonhan was wide-eyed with surprise at Kim Beom-soo's unexpected praise. Kim Beom-soo, though still stern, acknowledged that Shin Seonhan had demonstrated the proper notification protocol for interns. Shin Seonhan sighed with immense relief, realizing his advanced preparation from the previous day had paid off. Shin Seonhan worriedly acknowledged the critical role of residents like Kim Beom-soo as the first evaluators in the intern evaluation process, knowing he needed to leave a good impression. Kim Beom-soo paused thoughtfully, contemplating his next words. Kim Beom-soo handed papers to Shin Seonhan, delivering a harsh reality check. "If a grad from a trash school wants to survive here, you'll have to work hard," which surprised Shin Seonhan. Kim Beom-soo instructed Shin Seonhan to work hard and learn as much as he could, implying he would eventually leave the hospital. Shin Seonhan looked utterly dejected, realizing that Kim Beom-soo's words implied he had no real chance of staying at Yeonguk Hospital due to his background. Kim Byum-soo's internal thoughts, or the narration, underscored the grim truth of academic elitism. Regardless of effort, it was exceedingly difficult for graduates from other universities to survive at such a prestigious institution. Shin Seonhan responded with unexpected resolve, stating he had come prepared for such challenges, which Kim Byum-soo then acknowledged. Kim Byum-soo paused thoughtfully, adjusting his glasses. Kim Byum-soo suggested a slim possibility for Shin Seonhan to stay if he were chosen as Intern of the Year, which surprised Shin Seonhan. The idea of becoming Intern of the Year struck Shin Seonhan with a mix of surprise, anxiety, and renewed determination. The narration explained that Intern of the Year was a prestigious title awarded to the most outstanding intern at Yeonguk University Hospital, and Shin Seonhan contemplated what it would mean if he achieved it. Another doctor cynically dismissed Kim Byum-soo's suggestion as false hope, citing that no graduate from a different school had ever been chosen as Intern of the Year. Kim Byum-soo, despite the cynical remark, encouraged Shin Seonhan to try his best, emphasizing he still had a chance, and then walked away with his colleagues. Shin Seonhan enthusiastically bowed, expressing his eagerness to work, despite the looming challenges. Engulfed in symbolic flames of defiance, Shin Seonhan internally vowed to overcome the academic elitism and survive at Yeonguk no matter what, startling a nearby nurse. His fierce passion burned as he looked at a framed photo of successful doctors, fueling his future aspirations. Shin Seonhan declared his ultimate goal, to be recognized as a great doctor, just like the calm and wise Professor Baek Ui-sin. As Shin Seonhan walked seriously down the hospital corridor, Yeonseo cheerfully greeted him. Yeonseo smiled and waved, cheerfully asking Shin Seonhan if he had eaten lunch. Shin Seonhan confirmed he was about to go for lunch and asked Yeonseo the same, who replied she needed to finish some work first, prompting his question, "Finish what?" Yeonseo complained to Shin Seonhan about the overwhelming number of surgical consent forms she still needed to complete before her next procedure, looking tired and frustrated. Shin Seonhan, offering to help, extended his hand, suggesting he would take care of a few consent forms for her. Yeonseo reacted with surprised gratitude to Shin Seonhan's offer, and he urged her to finish quickly and go eat. Yeonseo thanked Shin Seonhan profusely, calling him Appa, and declaring he had saved her life, as he was comically buried under a large stack of consent forms. Yeonseo cheerfully promised Shin Seonhan coffee later and quickly ran off, leaving him with the paperwork. Shin Seonhan gave a faint smirk, amused and quietly satisfied after Yeonseo left him with the forms. He began reviewing the stack of medical papers, wondering about the patients, his thoughts echoing, "Let's see, what kind of patients are these?" Shin Seonhan read a patient's name on a form, and the name, Kim Jeong-soo, caught his attention. His eyes widened in sudden, intense shock and recognition. He vividly recalled the grim dream sequence where the doctor with glasses solemnly declared the time of death for patient Kim Jeong-soo. Shin Seonhan's thought confirmed his chilling recollection. This was the same name he heard in his dream, where the doctor had announced the patient's passing at 3:22 a.m. He tried to convince himself that the name was just a coincidence, anxiously denying the terrifying connection to his dream as he walked down the hospital corridor. The focus shifted to room 1108 in the inpatient ward, the slightly ajar door hinting at what lay within, building tension. Shin Seonhan peeked into the hospital room, smiling professionally, and addressed the patient, "Patient Kim Jeong-soo, please confirm the consent form." He entered the room, finding an older man, patient Kim Jeong-soo, looking tired on the bed, with a concerned woman by his side. Shin Seonhan reacted with extreme shock and intense realization, his eyes wide open. The patient's grayish hair, sunken, drooping eyes, and dark skin perfectly matched the chilling description from Shin Seonhan's terrifying dream, an uncanny recognition. Shin Seonhan's internal thought confirmed the chilling truth, "It's definitely the man from my dream." He stared at patient Kim Jeong-soo with a panicked and urgent expression, realizing with horror that the patient's identity confirmed his dreadful vision. The name on the bed tag, Kim Jong-soo, held a clinical significance that would soon unravel into something far more personal. Shin Seonhan's sister, her face etched with worry, turned to the doctor, her voice trembling with unspoken fear. Shin Seonhan hesitated, his professional demeanor struggling against the terrifying recognition of the patient before him. He fought to maintain composure, explaining the day's procedure, his words a thin veil over mounting dread. He stood by the bedside, forms in hand, a silent sentinel to the unsettling convergence of his nightmare and reality. The same name, the same face. Shin Seonhan desperately rationalized, "It's just a coincidence, right?" Her voice, soft yet urgent, snapped Shin Seonhan from his internal torment, making him jump. His sister's direct question about her father's well-being sent a jolt of panic through Shin Seonhan, forcing him to feign confusion. Her finger trembled on the document, highlighting the stark medical reality that he could die. Shin Seonhan swiftly spun a reassuring narrative, downplaying the dire warnings as mere legal necessities. He continued, stressing the routine nature of the PCI procedure, a common operation performed successfully many times each day. His sister's anxious expression softened slightly at the reassurances, but Shin Seonhan knew the terrible truth. He even invoked the hospital's prestigious name, hoping the sheer weight of its reputation would lend credence to his hollow words. Her smile, born of false reassurance, was a poignant sight to Shin Seonhan, a stark contrast to his inner turmoil. As his sister soothed her father, Shin Seonhan began to retreat, his strained smile hinting at the terrible burden he carried. He glanced back, a faint, uneasy smile betraying the terror lurking beneath his composure. The imposing structure of Yeonguk University Hospital stood silently against the night sky, a beacon of advanced medicine, or so it seemed. Shin Seonhan, letting out a weary breath, believed his grueling shift was finally ending at 8 p.m. The thought was cut short by the click of a door, as reality, in its cruel fashion, reminded him of his impending night duty. Then a sudden rush of air and a surprised gasp propelled Shin Seonhan into an unknown chaos. Profuse sweat slicked a person's skin, a testament to intense, physical effort. Muscles strained, and labored gasps echoed the immense exertion. Tensed legs pushed against an invisible force, sweat beading from every pore. With a grunt of effort and a heavy exhalation, someone continued their intense workout. Shin Seonhan, still reeling from the unexpected turn, found his roommate, Kim Gun-yuk, already immersed in a late-night workout. Kim Gun-yuk, beaming with dedication, declared that even a single missed session meant losing his hard-earned progress. "You look like hell," Kim Gun-yuk observed before Shin Seonhan collapsed onto his bed, complaining about the relentless barrage of tasks. Kim Gun-yuk, ever the conversationalist, then asked Shin Seonhan if he had heard the latest hospital rumor. Muffled by his blanket, Shin Seonhan groaned at the ominous tale, admonishing Kim Gun-yuk not to jinx them with talk of curses. Kim Gun-yuk casually dismissed the idea, hoping for a quiet night as his weights clanked softly, a sentiment Shin Seonhan quietly echoed. Shin Seonhan remained silent on his bunk, the rhythmic clanking of weights echoing his lingering unease. In his dream, patient Kim Jong-soo died, and a chilling question haunted Shin Seonhan: could that nightmare truly manifest? He flapped into his bed, chastising himself for indulging such ridiculous thoughts about the dream's grim possibility. His wide, bloodshot eyes reflected the relentless grip of anxiety that refused to loosen its hold. Shin Seonhan sat up in bed with a jolt, disturbed by a fresh wave of dread. With a swift rustle of fabric, Shin Seonhan was suddenly dressed in scrubs, startling Kim Gun-yuk with his abrupt decision. When asked if he was seriously studying, Shin Seonhan vaguely replied that he simply needed to look something up. Kim Gun-yuk expressed disbelief at an intern actually studying coronary heart disease from a textbook. Shin Seonhan resolved to prepare for the remote possibility, even if he tried to convince himself his dream wouldn't come true. The digital clock's glowing numbers crept towards 2 a.m., ticking away the precious minutes. A loud snore resonated from the bed, a stark contrast to the impending tension. Under the soft glow of his desk lamp, Shin Seonhan diligently studied, alone in his desperate pursuit. While his roommate slept soundly above, Shin Seonhan relentlessly pored over his textbook. "Ugh. I have to take calls and study," Shin Seonhan lamented, feeling the crushing weight of his exhaustion. The piercing, code blue, announcement, signaling an adult male CPR, jolted Shin Seonhan into immediate alarm. Both Shin Seonhan and Kim Gun-yuk were startled awake by the urgent, code blue, call for the 17th floor. As the narration defined it as cardiopulmonary resuscitation, Shin Seonhan and another intern dashed frantically through the corridor, their steps swift and urgent. The narration emphasized the critical, life-or-death nature of a code blue, where every second determined a patient's fate, as a finger pressed the elevator button. Another intern, panting, pleaded for them to wait as he rushed to join Shin Seonhan and Kim Gun-yuk by the elevator. Yeonseo's voice, laced with concern, called out to someone off-panel. Shin Seonhan questioned Yeonseo about the 17th floor emergency, recalling her earlier assurance of patient stability, and she responded with bewildered surprise. The elevator chimed, and a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed as several interns, including Shin Seonhan, charged down the hospital corridor. A doctor with glasses sharply reprimanded the startled interns, his voice cutting through the sudden rush. The doctor with glasses furiously berated the interns, questioning their competence for arriving late to a life-or-death situation. The interns hastily apologized, and the doctor with glasses immediately directed one to handle the ambu bag and the rest to perform compressions. Shin Seonhan listened intently to the instructions that cardiac massage must continue for at least 30 minutes, or until the return of spontaneous circulation. In the chaotic room, medical staff and interns, some visibly struggling, tirelessly performed CPR. Shin Seonhan's eye widened in a chilling flash of recognition. "It's Kim Jong-soo," Shin Seonhan realized, the terrifying confirmation settling deep within him. Shin Seonhan's mind reeled in intense dread, questioning how this nightmare was becoming a terrifying reality. A medical staff member barked urgent commands to charge the defibrillator to 200 joules and to clear the patient. With a powerful jolt, patient Kim Jong-soo received the defibrillation shock. The defibrillator was charged again, ready for another crucial intervention. Patient Kim Jong-soo jolted once more under the forceful impact of the second defibrillation shock. The doctor with glasses triumphantly announced the patient's heart rhythm had returned to normal, confirmed by the steady beeping of the monitor. "Emergency over," declared the doctor, as the monitor displayed a stable heart rhythm. 3 male interns, visibly exhausted, slumped in weary relief. The doctor with glasses, still stern, immediately called the interns to attention. He harshly lectured them on the critical importance of speed in an emergency, to which the interns affirmed their understanding. He then pressed them with a technical question about the frequency of ambu bag compressions during CPR for an intubated patient. Shin Seonhan recognized it as a test, noting how his peers froze under the pressure of the seemingly simple question. The doctor with glasses, exasperated, shamed the interns for their inability to answer, questioning the caliber of Yeonguk University Hospital's graduates. Shin Seonhan internally decided he needed to intervene quickly, knowing the doctor's temper would only lead to more verbal abuse. Shin Seonhan confidently broke the silence, firmly stating that once the airway was secured, a breath must be provided every 6 seconds. The doctor with glasses' intense glare scrutinized Shin Seonhan's answer, evaluating its accuracy. Shin Seonhan stood in tense anticipation, waiting for the doctor's judgment. The doctor with glasses then fired another technical question about the diastolic pressure during compressions. Shin Seonhan quickly provided the precise answer: intra-arterial pressure must be maintained at 20 mmHg or higher during diastole. The doctor with glasses continued his interrogation, demanding the dosage of amiodarone for a shockable rhythm. 300 mg bolus for the first dose. Shin Seonhan began, surprising his peers with his immediate answer. He completed his answer with confident precision, stating that 150 mg followed for subsequent doses, much to Yeonseo's surprise. A tense silence fell between the doctor with glasses and Shin Seonhan, a battle of wills. With a sly, almost dismissive smirk, the doctor with glasses begrudgingly conceded that at least one intern possessed a clear mind. Shin Seonhan privately admitted his quick answer stemmed from obsessively replaying the CPR scenario from his vivid dream, knowing he wouldn't have been so quick otherwise. The doctor with glasses erupted in a loud roar, harshly scolding the other interns as pathetic for their inability to instantly recall basic medical facts. He specifically targeted the Yeonguk graduates, shaming them for being outshone by someone from a defunct, bottom-tier school. 3 interns stood dejected and humiliated, the doctor's words a stinging blow. The doctor with glasses then ordered them all to get moving, sending them scurrying frantically. The interns expressed relief that the ordeal ended quickly, crediting Shin Seonhan's quick thinking for saving them from a worse dressing down. 2 interns commiserated, complaining about the doctor's terrible personality and vowing to avoid internal medicine to escape him. Despite Kim Jong-soo's survival, Shin Seonhan felt a persistent, unsettling anxiety, convinced he was missing something vital. The dream's chilling details resurfaced. Patient Kim Jong-soo, declared dead at 3:22 a.m. The digital clock starkly displayed the time, 2:40 a.m. Shin Seonhan checked his phone, a worried expression crossing his face as he registered the time. The dream's foretold time of death, 3:22 a.m., loomed in Shin Seonhan's mind, a grim certainty. Everything from his dream had already perfectly reenacted, and Shin Seonhan feared the terrifying implication if the rest also came true. The chilling thought crystallized: Kim Jong-soo would be dead in 40 minutes. With a determined tap, a decisive step was taken. Shin Seonhan dismissed his colleagues, claiming concern for the patient from earlier as he walked away. Another intern, bewildered, watched as Yeonseo called out, declaring she would join Shin Seonhan. Shin Seonhan and Yeonseo rushed together down the long hospital corridor, a silent race against time. Patient Kim Jong-soo lay motionless in his hospital bed, the soft medical beep a fragile affirmation of his life. Shin Seonhan urgently asked the nurse if anything unusual had been observed about the patient, prompting her to consider. The nurse suddenly recalled passing patient Kim Jong-soo in the hallway earlier that afternoon. "And I smelled cigarettes on him," the nurse revealed, a perplexing detail. "Cigarettes?" Shin Seonhan repeated, a shocked realization dawning. The nurse explained her momentary thought about the cigarette smell, regretting that she had been too busy to investigate further. Shin Seonhan mused that while smoking wasn't immediately fatal, the patient's inability to resist a cigarette before heart surgery raised critical questions. With the persistent hiss of medical equipment, Shin Seonhan pondered the extent of patient Kim Jong-soo's usual smoking habits. Shin Seonhan worked diligently at the medical cart, the quiet intensity of the late-night hospital room reflecting his deep focus on the patient's critical information. The screen laid bare Kim Jong-soo's dire medical history, a stark compilation of hypertension, diabetes, dyslipidemia, and an 80-pack-year smoking history. Each severe detail of his medical state, including a dangerously low ejection fraction of 35%, was highlighted with intense urgency. Shin Seonhan inwardly acknowledged the grim truth that the patient's condition was unequivocally severe. The narration underscored the pervasive nature of his ailments, explaining that hypertension, diabetes, and hyperlipidemia collectively signaled extensive damage to his blood vessels. With an ejection fraction of merely 35%, his heart's ability to pump blood was critically impaired, functioning at a severely diminished capacity. Shin Seonhan mused that, in retrospect, complications immediately following the PCI procedure wouldn't have been surprising, seeking affirmation from the unnamed intern. Percutaneous coronary intervention, though a complex medical term, referred to a relatively straightforward concept. Our bodies possessed vital coronary arteries, the critical blood supply lines to the heart muscle, which, if narrowed, prevented adequate blood flow. PCI artificially widened these constricted pathways by inserting a stent, a small metal tube designed to create a sturdy passage, yet the introduction of any artificial device carried inherent risks. Shin Seonhan grappled with the perplexing question of how this patient could still die, especially after having seemingly returned to a stable condition earlier. In a surge of frustration, Shin Seonhan cried out, demanding to understand how the patient could die, while the intern urgently implored him to remember something crucial. His internal struggle manifested in a raw, physical gesture as he desperately clutched at his own hair, battling the confusion. A critical term flashed into his mind, refractory VFib. He rapidly typed, recalling the definition of refractory ventricular fibrillation as a relentless, repeating cycle unresponsive to multiple shocks or medications, the keyboard clicking beneath his fingers. Shin Seonhan's face clouded with worry as the stark reality of the condition settled. If refractory VFib occurred, the patient's probability of death became exceptionally high. He questioned if the intern found the ECG rhythm unusual, drawing her attention to the fleeting APC and VPC patterns passing by. Shin Seonhan noted the subtle, incremental changes in the ECG, observing strange, static-like waveforms emerging on the display. The unnamed intern, initially uncertain, conceded that Shin Seonhan's observations held weight and perhaps she saw it too. With a surge of determination, Shin Seonhan declared his immediate need to voice the patient's danger, startling the unnamed intern. The unnamed intern's wide-eyed disbelief was palpable as she absorbed Shin Seonhan's serious claim. Kim Byum-soo's voice cut through the air with a sharp, incredulous, "What?" Consumed by anger, Kim Byum-soo accused Shin Seonhan of attempting to lecture him, mere moments after receiving a compliment. The unnamed intern quickly apologized, while Shin Seonhan attempted to clarify the misunderstanding with a hesitant explanation. Kim Byum-soo pressed further, demanding to know how he was supposed to interpret a first-week intern offering medical advice to a third-year resident. Under the mounting pressure, Shin Seonhan's anxiety became evident as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Kim Byum-soo maintained his unyielding and serious expression, asserting his authority. Kim Byum-soo punctuated his words by sharply poking at the lapel of a lab coat, an implicit challenge. Kim Byum-soo furiously berated Shin Seonhan, accusing him of overstepping his bounds and questioning his authority as an intern. Shin Seonhan chastised himself inwardly, regretting his impulsiveness and acknowledging he was no superhero capable of seeing the future. He paused, deep in thought, considering his next move carefully. A sudden realization struck Shin Seonhan, widening his eyes in surprise. Kim Byum-soo, with a stern gaze, unexpectedly challenged Shin Seonhan to elaborate on his opinion, leaving him taken aback. Kim Byum-soo questioned the professionalism of a doctor who would raise an issue without also proposing a solution. Kim Byum-soo aggressively challenged him, questioning his courage and demanding he take responsibility for his words, his imposing presence looming over Shin Seonhan. Internally, Shin Seonhan swore he wouldn't back down, a fierce resolve hardening his jaw. Shin Seonhan boldly declared that the patient might critically need ECMO. Kim Byum-soo reacted with a mix of surprise and slight confusion, repeating, ECMO. ECMO, an external device that temporarily replaced cardiopulmonary functions, served as a substitute heart, known as the last lifeline, for patients with critical heart conditions. It was considered the ultimate recourse when artificial respiration, CPR, or cardiac massage offered no possibility of resuscitation. Kim Byum-soo scoffed, wondering aloud what an intern could possibly be thinking. He belittled Shin Seonhan, questioning if he had ever seen ECMO used at his provincial university or was merely feigning knowledge from news reports, as ECMO had gained public recognition for prolonging the lives of conglomerates and saving countless lives during the pandemic. Kim Byum-soo angrily reminded him that ECMO was not a panacea but a last resort for the most extreme situations. Shin Seonhan passionately argued that, given the patient's severe heart condition and dangerously low ejection fraction, the possibility of refractory VFib could not be disregarded, eliciting a surprised reaction from Kim Byum-soo. Kim Byum-soo let out a dismissive laugh, an arrogant sound that barely hid his contempt. Kim Byum-soo sharply challenged Shin Seonhan's opinion, emphasizing the patient's current stable condition and the apparent illogic of expecting a return of VFib. Shin Seonhan affirmed his opinion with resolute determination, feeling an internal surge of triumph at finally having spoken his mind. He recognized the immediate repercussions. An intern challenging a proud resident meant his internal medicine evaluation was certainly doomed, a tight clench in his stomach confirming his apprehension. Shin Seonhan reacted with surprise to Kim Byum-soo's unexpected, softened response. To Shin Seonhan's confusion, Kim Byum-soo surprisingly conceded that his assessment wasn't entirely baseless. Kim Byum-soo decisively picked up the landline receiver, its click signaling a shift in the tense atmosphere. He asked the person on the other end, Dong Seop, if he was currently on duty, leaving Shin Seonhan and the intern in suspense. Shin Seonhan and the unnamed intern exchanged wide-eyed glances, surprised by Kim Byum-soo's sudden call. Patient Kim Jong-soo lay motionless in his hospital bed, surrounded by medical equipment, his fragile existence hinted at by ominous red lines overlaying the scene. His pallid face, now fitted with an intubation tube, underscored the critical nature of his unconscious state. Kim Byum-soo informed them he had contacted cardiothoracic surgery and transferred the patient to the ICU, then sarcastically asked if they were now satisfied. A wave of profound relief washed over Shin Seonhan as he expressed his sincere gratitude. Kim Byum-soo, noting Shin Seonhan's unique defiance, declared that he would remember his name, a statement laced with both grudging respect and an unspoken warning. He emphatically pronounced each syllable of Shin Seonhan's name, cementing it in his memory. Kim Byum-soo then turned and walked away, leaving Shin Seonhan and the unnamed intern to ponder the aftermath of their confrontation. The unnamed intern let out a huge sigh of relief, the tension finally breaking. She excitedly praised Shin Seonhan, exclaiming it was her first time witnessing an intern challenging a senior resident directly. Shin Seonhan, exhausted and anxious, wondered aloud about his sudden courage, then sighed, questioning if he had just completely ruined his career. The unnamed intern suddenly complimented Shin Seonhan, surprising him with her words. She told him that, in that moment, he truly looked like a real doctor. Shin Seonhan responded with an awkward, self-conscious laugh and a bashful thank you. The medical monitor continued its rhythmic beeping, displaying stable vital signs. In the quiet, dimly lit hospital room, Shin Seonhan and the unnamed intern maintained their vigilant watch over the patient. The digital clock ominously displayed 3:02 a.m., drawing closer to the predestined time. Shin Seonhan anxiously waited for the second CPR event his dream foretold, yet despite his anticipation, the medical monitor continued its steady beeping, showing no signs of distress. Shin Seonhan and the unnamed intern glanced around the quiet room, a faint unease lingering between them. Shin Seonhan suddenly reacted, sliding across the floor with a shocked expression as if pulled by an unseen force. He landed on the floor with a pained grunt, startled by intern Lee Yun-seo's unexpectedly rough tackle. Shin Seonhan, rubbing his shoulder, suggested they leave due to exhaustion, but the unnamed intern questioned why he wouldn't check on the patient further. Shin Seonhan convinced himself his worries were unfounded, believing he had seen enough, just as the steady medical beeps began to stretch and distort into an ominous, drawn-out wail. Another intern frantically announced that the patient was in VFib, urgently calling for a doctor as Shin Seonhan and the unnamed intern watched in shock. The urgent command for CPR echoed twice through the room. Shin Seonhan reacted with wide-eyed shock and called out, "Doctor," the realization of his dream manifesting before him. He swiftly rushed forward, his lab coat flapping behind him in his sudden, urgent movement. Kneeling swiftly, Shin Seonhan urgently instructed Yun-seo to squeeze the ambu bag, to which she promptly affirmed. As his hands pounded down, performing chest compressions, Shin Seonhan's mind raced, grappling with the chilling truth, his dream was truly coming to pass. With heavy breaths, Shin Seonhan struggled to comprehend how he could possibly accept this terrifying reality, the dream now undeniably true. Their footsteps echoed with frantic urgency as a doctor and an intern raced through the hallway. In the chaotic room, the doctor's frantic question, "What happened?" was met with the dire declaration, "It's VFib." The doctor cursed in desperation, battling against the failing heart, as the command to switch positions echoed with weary urgency. The doctor's desperate count of 1, 2, 3 punctuated the relentless struggle, while Shin Seonhan watched, a chilling sense of déjà vu washing over him. Shin Seonhan's mind reeled with the eerie realization that it's exactly the same as his terrifying vision. A blurred, black-and-white echo of his dream played out, the doctor's phantom commands, "AMBU, squeeze. O2 full. Interns, get your grip," resounding with spectral urgency. He felt a surge of dread as the horrifying truth sunk in, exactly the same. Every detail matches the scene from my dream. The intern's grim report, "It's still VFib," prompted the doctor to swiftly order, "Stop compressions for a moment." The command, "Charge 200 joules." Shock pierced the air as defibrillation jolted the patient's body. A cold dread enveloped Shin Seonhan as he connected the pieces, realizing, everything is exactly the same. Then if this continues, Mr. Kim Jeong-soo will. His thought concluded with the grim, inescapable word, die. Distraught, Shin Seonhan's sister sat in the waiting area, her voice choked as she called out, "D-Dad." An overhead, ghost-like tableau from his dream showed medical staff hovering ineffectually around the lifeless patient. A grim resignation settled over Shin Seonhan as he considered, in the END, there's nothing different from the situation I saw in the dream. Was I powerless to change the future? Shin Seonhan and the other intern snapped to attention as a voice boomed, "Move aside." A medical team raced down the hallway, their urgent footsteps signaling a new wave of intervention. A flicker of desperate hope ignited within Shin Seonhan, realizing, the only people who can save the patient in this desperate situation are here. Shin Seonhan gasped, recognizing the arriving expert, thoracic surgery, specialist Song Yuju. The thoracic surgeon, Song Yuju, wasted no time, immediately demanding, "How long has it been?" Shin Seonhan frantically relayed the critical data, S6 cycles. 12 minutes. The female doctor prepared for the critical femoral procedure, instructing, "I'll use both femorals, step back." Her gloved hands moved with swift precision, donning the surgical gloves. The patient was swiftly draped, preparing the site for the complex medical procedure. The medical team initiated the life-saving procedure, with a voice announcing, "Starting ECMO insertion." The female doctor instructed her assistant with focused intensity, starting from the medial side, "Van. Let's secure the vein first." A gloved hand precisely punctured the patient's skin, preparing for the insertion. The syringe slowly filled with the patient's blood, confirming successful venous access. "Guide wire," the female doctor commanded, and her assistant promptly affirmed, "Yes." A guide wire was carefully threaded into the patient's vessel with meticulous precision. The team announced the successful entry of the guide wire into the IVC, as confirmed by ultrasound. Gloved hands continued their delicate work, meticulously preparing the insertion site. Next, the artery. "It'll be bright red because it's oxygenated," the female doctor instructed, her assistant confirming, "Yes, senior." Shin Seonhan watched in stunned awe, marveling, "Amazing. Every step is proceeding like a precisely tuned machine." Another needle entered the patient's skin, signaling the next step in the intricate procedure. An assistant gasped with a sudden realization as the procedure continued. Senior Song. The regurg suddenly stopped, an alarmed assistant reported, indicating an unexpected change in the blood flow. The female doctor's firm command, "Stop compressions," halted the relentless rhythm of CPR. She gave precise, careful instructions, "Okay. Now, move the syringe slowly while pulling," to which her assistant replied, "Yes." The syringe slowly filled with blood as it was carefully withdrawn, a delicate step in confirming arterial access. "Done?" the assistant asked, and the female doctor confirmed, "Yes." "Now slowly push the guide wire in. Stop immediately if you feel any resistance. If you force it, the vessel will break, and the patient will die," the female doctor warned with grave seriousness as the guide wire was slowly advanced. With a shared sigh of relief, the assistant announced, "Guide wire is in." A hand decisively turned a dial, initiating the ECMO machine's critical operation. The ECMO machine hummed to life, its mechanical were signaling the start of its vital function. The clear medical tubes awaited the rush of life-sustaining fluid. Blood surged through the ECMO tubes, a visible sign of the system now working. The patient was now successfully connected to the ECMO machine, which worked steadily, maintaining vital functions. The female doctor confirmed the life-sustaining system's efficacy, "Flow is good. No recirculation either, seems good." A wave of relief washed over the team as the patient's breathing stabilized, settling into a normal rhythm. "Good work, everyone," the female doctor acknowledged, commending her team for their successful efforts. Shin Seonhan and the other intern let out a collective sigh, exhausted but profoundly relieved. Shin Seonhan's eyes widened as he noticed the digital clock flashing 3:22 a.m. An eerie revelation struck Shin Seonhan, "Exactly matches the time of death I saw in the dream." Yet, he realized with a profound sense of relief, but Amar, Kim Jeongsu did not die. Shin Seonhan understood the gravity and the hope, he is connected to ECMO, his second heart, and his life has been extended. Now we just need to find the cause and fix it through surgery or another procedure. The other intern gasped in surprise, prompting the doctor with glasses to demand, "What happened?" The doctor with glasses explained the harrowing sequence of events, suddenly had fib in the early morning, and CPR was repeated. Rhythm didn't return, thoracic surgery inserted ECMO, to the intern's astonished query, "ECMO?" The female doctor explained, "Yes." Luckily, the internal medicine team called ahead to prepare, so IT wasn't too late. Dr. Kim Byamsu requested ECMO in advance. The doctor with glasses understood, a thoughtful expression crossing his face, while Shin Seonhan observed with surprise. With a dismissive pat on the back, the doctor with brown hair slyly praised the doctor with glasses, who reacted with a startled jolt. The doctor with brown hair continued his smug performance. That was close. As expected of Dr. Kim. Ha ha ha, his false praise ringing with veiled condescension. The hospital waiting area remained starkly empty, a quiet contrast to the recent chaos. A hand clutched a handful of coins, ready for a vending machine purchase. Shin Seonhan stood silently before a vending machine, lost in a contemplative daze. As the reality of his vision settled in, Shin Seonhan questioned in disbelief, so what I saw really was the future. How is that even possible? Another intern gently poked Shin Seonhan, asking with concern, "Are you okay? You look pale. Did you overdo the compressions?" The intern wryly downplayed her own involvement, stating, "I only did AMBU bagging. That's all." The intern's tone shifted to curiosity, "But how did you know that patient Kim Jiangsu would relapse into VFIB, to which Shin Seonhan could only offer a hesitant, "Well." Shin Seonhan grappled with the inexplicable, thinking, "I want to know too. To call it a coincidence is impossible. Every detail was exact. I can only think that I really saw the future in a dream." Shin Seonhan tried to explain it away as, "I guess you could say it was a hunch," which was immediately met with the other intern's skeptical query, "A hunch?" The intern's gaze lingered on Shin Seonhan, her expression shifting to one of deep suspicion. Shin Seonhan and the intern gasped, startled by a third medical staff member appearing behind them. The doctor with glasses sternly commanded, "Senior, step aside if you're not getting a drink." A can of JOA coffee clunked into the vending machine's dispenser. A hand reached into the slot, retrieving the freshly dispensed coffee. The doctor with glasses told Shin Seonhan that, somehow, your guess was right this time, surprising him. The doctor with glasses acknowledged Shin Seonhan's quick thinking, stating, moving him to the ICU and calling the ECMO team was a very good move. The doctor with brown hair, still smirking, dismissed Shin Seonhan with a wave, admonishing, "But don't get cocky. You just got lucky this time." Shin Seonhan looked surprised as a hand extended to offer him a can of coffee. With a subtle smile, the doctor with glasses offered a can of coffee, a teasing praise of, "Good job, reckless intern," underlying his words. The doctor with glasses walked away, leaving the two interns to watch him go. Both interns stood in confused silence, Shin Seonhan still holding the offered coffee can. The other intern suddenly shrieked, a startled cry echoing through the quiet hallway. "OPPA, you just got a confession." "What? I've never seen that senior give anything to anyone," the intern exclaimed with exaggerated shock. The intern dramatically declared, "Giving you a drink is practically a love confession from Kim's snake," sending a terrified Shin Seonhan recoiling in fear. "I don't know. What is that? Scary. I don't want to receive something like that." Shin Seonhan sighed, a mix of relief and lingering thoughtfulness on his face as he held the coffee. In a distorted, black and white flashback, Shin Seonhan wrestled with the unnerving accuracy of his dream, wondering, but what was that dream really? It showed everything that was going to happen exactly. How is that even possible? I'm not some superpowered person. He tried to push the thoughts away, resigning himself, "Yeah. Whatever. Don't think too deeply anymore." A serene calm settled over Shin Seonhan as he found solace in the simple truth, one patient was saved, and that's enough. A sense of fresh beginnings and quiet hope settled over Yeonguk University Hospital as cherry blossoms drifted gently down. Relief washed over the interns as they finally felt alive again, wondering how 3 weeks could feel like 6 grueling months. While Gunyuke cheerfully chose to work out, Shin Seonhan decided to prioritize much-needed sleep. A sudden, playful smack landed on Shin Seonhan's back, making him cry out in surprise. Shin Seonhan playfully wondered if his friends had a vendetta against his back, as Yeonseo and another intern gleefully continued to smack it. Shin Seonhan then inquired about a patient's surgery, and an intern confirmed Mr. Kim Jiangsu's thoracic surgery was successful and he would be discharged soon. Profound relief washed over Shin Seonhan, finally dispelling the nagging worry that had burdened him since the incident. Yeonseo, holding her smartphone, asked Shin Seonhan if he was also heading to a gathering, piquing his curiosity. She revealed that Jin Ji had organized a beer get-together for the interns, wondering if Shin Seonhan had received the text. Shin Seonhan, surprised, admitted he hadn't, but Yeonseo quickly insisted he come along regardless. Yeonseo asked Gunyuke if he was joining, but he cheerfully declined, opting instead for the gym. Shin Seonhan internally yearned for sleep, but Yeonseo, with an enthusiastic hand, pulled him along. Yeonseo insisted the weather was too beautiful to waste on sleep, enthusiastically pulling Shin Seonhan towards their destination as he reluctantly followed. The scene transitioned to a brightly lit sign for Yeonguk Chicken at night, signaling the interns' gathering spot. Shin Seonhan and Yeonseo arrived, with Yeonseo gleefully greeting everyone and asking if they were early. The other medical staff cheered Yeonseo's entrance, playfully declaring the arrival of the goddess of Yeonguk Med School. Yeonseo, dismissing the goddess title as ancient history, gestured for Shin Seonhan to take a seat beside her. Another intern, holding his beer, inwardly questioned why that guy from the trash university was sitting with Yeonseo. A glass clattered onto the table as someone took a loud drink, adding to the bar's raucous atmosphere. Interns marveled at their newfound freedom, with one declaring it his first outing since starting the internship, prompting Yeonseo to inquire about neurosurgery's demanding schedule. The intern detailed his exhausting schedule, often passing out in the dorms after 10 p.m. even on off days, while another teased him about his age and delayed start to medicine. Triumphantly, the intern declared he had crawled his way there and urged everyone to drink and get wasted, raising his glass with ecstatic cheers. Shin Seonhan and Yeonseo were seated amidst the lively celebration, observing the festive atmosphere of the bar. Shin Seonhan observed the easy camaraderie of the Yeonguk graduates, finding their tight-knit bond enviable at times like this. An intern struggled to recall Shin Seonhan's name, calling out, "Shin Seonhan. Right?" startling him. Shin Seonhan confirmed his name, inviting the intern to speak comfortably, which was immediately met with an offer for another drink. As beer was poured, the intern inquired about Shin Seonhan's adaptation, noting the perceived difficulty of coming from another school, to which Shin Seonhan humbly replied he simply needed to work harder. An intern excitedly brought up rumors about Shin Seonhan, sparking curiosity from another staff member. The intern dramatically recounted how Shin Seonhan had completely owned Snake Kim, building anticipation for the story's climax. The dart machine stood in a dim corner of the bar, a brief visual interlude from the intense storytelling. The news that Snake Kim had bought Shin Seonhan coffee for a good job sent the interns into exaggerated shock, with exclamations ranging from "crazy" to "the end of the world is here." The interns toasted Shin Seonhan as an ace for supposedly landing a punch on Rattlesnake Kim, honoring him with drinks. Shin Seonhan mentally noted that he wouldn't be left out of the jovial mood today, a subtle sense of belonging settling in. An intern shifted the conversation to career specialties, a question that immediately caught Shin Seonhan's attention. The narrator highlighted the perennial topic among interns, the critical choice of a medical major. The narration emphasized the lifelong weight of choosing a medical field, a decision interns considered their most important, as Shin Seonhan looked pensive. An intern boastfully suggested rehabilitation medicine or radiology, only to be playfully countered by another who questioned staring at CT scans in a dark room. The conversation turned to anesthesiology as a trending specialty, with a mention of the proliferation of pain clinics. Yeonseo expressed hesitation about pediatrics despite her past love for babies, citing a friend's struggles with scariest in the world pediatric guardians. Another intern suggested dermatology, noting its traditional popularity among pretty and smart female seniors, causing Yeonseo to blush coyly as she considered her options. The narration explained the established popularity of certain coveted specialties like Pyeonsong and Jongjaeyoung. These popular fields promised financial success or less physical demand, though individual preferences ultimately dictated choices. Yeonseo directly asked Shin Seonhan about his specialty choice, catching him off guard. Another intern expressed curiosity, implicitly acknowledging Shin Seonhan's outsider status from other schools. Shin Seonhan confidently declared his current interest in surgery, specifically general or neurosurgery, having applied to Yeonguk University Hospital with those in mind. He further revealed his admiration for the thoracic surgery team, finding them cool, prompting an enthusiastic reaction from another intern. The narration then starkly explained the reason for their surprise: surgery, especially thoracic surgery, was notoriously dangerous, exhausting, and intensely avoided. An intern, still questioning Shin Seonhan's choice, asked him directly why he would pursue surgery. Shin Seonhan offered a vague, just. In response, a slight sweat drop hinting at something deeper. In a brilliant flash of light, Shin Seonhan envisioned himself as a surgeon, standing heroically in an operating room. His fantasy continued, showing him with focused intensity, confidently extending his hand and declaring, "Scalpel," the image itself exuding an undeniable coolness. The other interns laughed, praising Shin Seonhan's romantic choice and encouraging him to follow his passion rather than popular trends. The interns cheered, clinking their glasses with Shin Seonhan's, who, blushing and overwhelmed, thanked them. Shin Seonhan, however, inwardly dismissed the idea of his choice being cool, a weary expression clouding his face. His internal monologue revealed the truth: it wasn't a choice of passion, but the only option left, punctuated by a hiccup from too much drink or stress. Suddenly, a red-faced intern, Jo Jin-ji, aggressively yelled across the table, accusing Shin Seonhan of choosing surgery only because his ruined trashy provincial school left him no other departments. Two other interns quickly intervened, questioning Jo Jin-ji's drunkenness and his harsh words. Jo Jin-ji stood, passionately continuing his rant, asserting that Shin Seonhan, not being from Yeonguk, couldn't expect a popular department, and accused the others of feigned support to eliminate a competitor. Crying and visibly drunk, Jo Jinji defiantly asked if he was the only trash to think this way, while others urgently tried to silence him. His face contorted, clearly about to vomit, marking the peak of his drunken state. As Jo Jinji stumbled out, clutching his mouth, another intern urged someone to follow him, the scene dissolving into chaos. Shin Seonhan, bewildered, pondered why Jo Jinji held such intense hatred for him, unable to recall any prior conflict. Another intern reassured Shin Seonhan that Jo Jinji was simply wasted and that he shouldn't take it personally, to which Shin Seonhan faintly smiled and insisted he was fine. Shin Seonhan reflected that his hospital life wouldn't guarantee encounters with only good people, a somber realization. The narration explained that years of intense study often left medical professionals lacking social skills, highlighting that academic scores didn't equate to character. The narrative continued, emphasizing that being a doctor, even one dealing with precious human life, didn't inherently signify personal maturity, as Shin Seonhan remained contemplative. Suddenly, Shin Seonhan's eyes widened in intense shock or dawning realization. He found himself in a terrifying, dreamlike state, glowing blue, a vivid vision unfolding before him. Shin Seonhan, standing in the eerie, blue-lit space, realized with terror that this was an exact repetition of a past experience. He relived the chaotic moment, hearing urgent shouts to grab him, and the violent crash of breaking objects around him. The vision intensified, showing a chaotic bar scene with people falling and scrambling amidst broken bottles and scattered crates, as Shin Seonhan heard himself exclaim, "How could you drink so much you can't even control your body?" In the surreal, blue-tinged chaos, two concerned interns approached a seemingly injured Shin Seonhan, asking if he was okay. Shin Seonhan snapped out of the vision, confused, but the blurred image of his injured self lingered in his mind. His eyes wide with terror, Shin Seonhan was jolted back to reality by Yeonseo calling his name. Yeonseo, concerned, asked what was wrong, noticing his ghost-like demeanor, but Shin Seonhan quickly, if unconvincingly, dismissed it as nothing. Shin Seonhan inwardly pondered if he had experienced that disturbing dream again, rubbing his head in confusion. A glitching, monochrome vision depicted Shin Seonhan's terror as he wondered if the exact same catastrophic events would unfold again. He tried to reassure himself, firmly rejecting the notion of psychic powers and attributing last week's events to mere coincidence. Shin Seonhan informed Yeonseo he needed to use the restroom, getting up from the table. As he walked, Shin Seonhan mused that he should have just gone home to sleep, attributing his strange dreams to exhaustion. Passing stacked beer crates, Shin Seonhan decided Jo Jinji had ruined the mood and resolved to say goodbye to Yeonseo and leave early. A sudden realization struck him as he spotted the alcohol crates, precisely matching those from his recent unsettling dream. Just as in his vision, Shin Seonhan watched in shock as Jo Jinji struggled with another intern, shouting that he was fine while being restrained near the crates. Shin Seonhan instinctively reached out, as if to grab or stop the unfolding disaster. His eyes widened in shock as the stacked beer crates began their inevitable tumble. The alcohol crates and bottles violently crashed to the floor, echoing the exact sounds from his dream. Interns scattered, reacting to the broken glass and spilled beer, as Jo Jinji sat injured on the floor, prompting cries of concern. Yeonseo, concerned, asked Shin Seonhan if he was okay, and he, maintaining composure despite his surprise, assured her he was fine. Shin Seonhan registered with profound shock that the exact events from his dream had just transpired, as Jo Jinji clutched his bleeding wrist. His eyes wide and bewildered, Shin Seonhan was left to ponder if he truly possessed precognitive powers. The prestigious Yeonguk University Hospital stood, a formidable institution in the medical world. Lost in thought, Shin Seonhan attempted to make sense of the sudden, inexplicable onset of his precognitive visions. Within the frantic maelstrom of a medical emergency, Shin Seonhan perceived time itself freezing, a strange, potent characteristic of his visions. His precognition, always focused on the immediate vicinity, revealed critical incidents and accidents with chilling clarity. The precise timing of these visions remained erratic, a perplexing variable in his newfound, unsettling power. With only two such incidents, Shin Seonhan couldn't be certain, but he feared this phenomenon would become a constant presence in a hospital perpetually rife with emergencies. He paused, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, as he contemplated the heavy implications of his recurring visions. A critical choice loomed, one that would redefine his path. With a deliberate scribble, Shin Seonhan meticulously recorded the dilemma that plagued him: intervene, or simply let the future unfold. His grip on the pen tightened, a resolute expression forming as he reinforced his belief. Shin Seonhan affirmed his conviction that through his choices, he possessed the power to change what was to come. And so, as Shin Seonhan prepared for new challenges, the eventful month of March finally drew to a close. Shin Seonhan greeted the old woman warmly, a tray of food in hand, bringing a smile to her face. The old woman, saddened by the news of his impending transfer, expressed her dismay, catching Shin Seonhan by surprise. Shin Seonhan quickly reassured her that his new department was still within the same hospital, preparing to draw her blood one last time. The old woman's gentle compliment about his smooth hands brought a pleasant smile to Shin Seonhan's face. As he deftly tied a tourniquet, Shin Seonhan promised a swift and painless procedure, determined to suit the old woman's apprehension about other doctors. With practiced ease, Shin Seonhan performed the blood draw, the syringe efficiently collecting its sample. Shin Seonhan beamed, proud of his successful first try blood draw, and playfully confirmed its completion to the old woman. Amused, Shin Seonhan deflected the old woman's playful matchmaking attempt with a polite, appreciative compliment about her granddaughter. The old woman proudly asserted her granddaughter's striking resemblance to herself, prompting Shin Seonhan to inquire about the girl's age. Shin Seonhan's eyes comically widened, his hands flying up in mock surrender as he heard the granddaughter was only 11, eliciting peals of laughter from everyone present. The nurse's unexpected praise for his improved blood-drawing skills brought a flash of surprise to Shin Seonhan's face. She explained that an intern's aptitude for medical procedures was often evident from their very first rotation. From drawing blood to complex gastrectomies, procedures encompassed all medical techniques, defining a doctor's fundamental ability. The narration emphasized that a doctor's proficiency in even the smallest procedures was crucial, as it set the foundation for complex surgeries and shaped patient outcomes from the intern year onward. Shin Seonhan, fishing for a compliment, sheepishly asked the head nurse if his skills were at least average. The nurse emphatically declared Shin Seonhan possessed the best hands she had ever seen, startling him. She continued, predicting his inevitable success as a doctor due to his patient care skills, which Shin Seonhan met with a mock emotional gasp. Shin Seonhan dramatically feigned tears, prompting the nurse to playfully tease him about his cheeky acting. As they walked, the nurse inquired about Shin Seonhan's next rotation, and he began to explain. A harsh voice shattered the hospital's calm, calling out to Shin Seonhan with a derogatory nickname, instantly annoying him. Kim Byum-soo, a stern figure, confronted Shin Seonhan and curtly offered him a drink. A row of brightly colored vending machines lined the hallway, signaling an impending interaction. Kim Byum-soo handed Shin Seonhan a canned drink, instructing him to follow. Kim Byum-soo confirmed Shin Seonhan's final day in internal medicine and learned he was heading to emergency medicine, or EM. A shadow of concern crossed Kim Byum-soo's face as he warned Shin Seonhan about the toughness of emergency medicine, mentioning the name Yeo Bongcheol. Kim Byum-soo reminded Shin Seonhan of his surgical aspirations, which Shin Seonhan, slightly surprised, confirmed. Shin Seonhan internally reeled, shocked that his career plans were already common knowledge in the notoriously gossip-ridden hospital. Kim Byum-soo, a menacing, shadowy figure of warning behind him, declared he would have made Shin Seonhan's life hell had he chosen internal medicine. Shin Seonhan's nervous laughter about internal medicine sparked an exaggerated, almost monstrously angry outburst from Kim Byum-soo, who adamantly rejected the notion. With a definitive clang, the canned drink was discarded into the trash. Kim Byum-soo placed a hand on Shin Seonhan's shoulder, delivering a stern farewell and a warning not to embarrass him. To Shin Seonhan's surprise, Kim Byum-soo offered a rare, subtle compliment on his performance this past month. Shin Seonhan's face lit up with immense joy and relief at the unexpected praise. Reflecting on his unexpected bond with the formerly prickly doctor, Shin Seonhan mused that hospitals fostered close relationships, where personal attitude profoundly shaped interactions. As March concluded, the narration announced the beginning of Shin Seonhan's new intern life in the emergency medical center. Shin Seonhan's face was etched with dread and anxiety as he faced his impending rotation. The panel detailed the demanding structure of the emergency room, where 8 interns would be divided into 2 groups, bound to endure 24-hour shifts as a community of shared fate for the next month. A sense of foreboding settled over Shin Seonhan as he sensed an unexpected turn of events. Yeonguk University's infamous slacker intern, enthusiastically greeted Shin Seonhan, thrilled they were on the same team. Shin Seonhan reacted with silent dismay and internal frustration at the sight of Jo Jin-ji, his arm in a sling. As Yeonguk burst into loud laughter, Shin Seonhan internally shuddered, questioning the cruel fate that had assembled this particular team. Yeonguk expressed exaggerated concern over Jo Jin-ji's injured hand, lamenting its importance and the timing of the accident. Jo Jin-ji slyly confirmed his hand would be in a cast for a month, implicitly exempting himself from strenuous duties, a smirk playing on his lips. Yeonguk angrily confronted Jo Jin-ji about shirking work, but Jo Jin-ji merely smirked, declaring he would handle only consent forms. Shin Seonhan was utterly overwhelmed, realizing Jo Jin-ji's injury would exacerbate the already brutal conditions of the emergency medicine department, transforming it into an absolute catastrophe. Yeonguk voiced his concern about Jo Jin-ji to Shin Seonhan, who resignedly stated they simply had to work harder. Shin Seonhan subtly shifted responsibility to Yeonguk, leaving the senior intern wide-eyed in shocked disbelief. As Yeonguk and another intern laughed off their responsibilities, Shin Seonhan despondently reflected on his perpetual bad luck with team assignments since college. Intern evaluations were paramount, Shin Seonhan mused, acknowledging that team composition mattered far more now than during his student days as he politely moved past an obstruction. Shin Seonhan's eyes bulged in comical shock, struggling to comprehend the sight of a hamster in a lab coat. Comically, Shin Seonhan rubbed his eyes, trying to clear his vision and dismiss the surreal image. The female intern, a serious and direct gaze fixed ahead, stood with unwavering composure. Yeonguk and another intern excitedly greeted him Sodam, expressing surprise and pleasure at her inclusion on their team. Shin Seonhan, Yeonguk, and Jo Jinji collectively bowed in respectful acknowledgement to Ham Sodam. Yeonguk explained Ham Sodam's super royal status to a curious Shin Seonhan, indicating her immense prestige. Yeonguk detailed Ham Sodam's impressive lineage, where every family member had been a professor at their medical school, making her known to all. Yeonguk advised Shin Seonhan to curry favor with Ham Sodam, emphasizing her influence among the professors. Yeonguk generously offered drinks to everyone, prompting Jo Jinji to question the large quantity. Yeonguk proudly announced his purchase of bread and drinks for the professors, calling it an essential display of social skills, as another intern casually asked for a bread. As an off-panel voice scolded someone for eating the professor's snacks, Shin Seonhan awkwardly offered a drink to Ham Sodam, who seemed completely engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, Ham Sodam's eyes snapped open, a sharp, direct gaze signaling her attention had finally been captured. Shin Seonhan visibly startled, caught off guard by Ham Sodam's sudden, intense gaze. Shin Seonhan felt a surge of nervousness, contrasting his defunct university background with Ham Sodam's royal prestige. Shin Seonhan internally doubted the team's prospects, watching as Yeonguk comically choked Jo Jinji in an exaggerated display of frustration. A door opened with a dramatic whoosh as an off-panel voice expressed concern. Yeo Bang-cheol, a third-year emergency medicine resident, observed the new interns, confirming their arrival. The interns bowed in unison as Yeo Bang-cheol inquired about their day shift assignment. With a subtle smirk, Yeo Bang-cheol introduced himself, subtly complained about the quality of new recruits, and then welcomed the interns to work together for the month. Yeo Bang-cheol instructed the interns to follow him, preparing to give them a rough overview of the emergency room despite their prior handover. Yeo Bang-cheol's ominous question about the meaning of apocalypse left Yeonguk looking thoroughly confused. Yeonguk's worried expression deepened as he vividly described the apocalypse as pillars of fire and gates of hell. Yeo Bang-cheol validated Yeonguk's dramatic definition with a sly, knowing smile. With a blinding flash and a chaotic scream, Yeo Bang-cheol declared the emergency room itself to be an apocalypse. The four interns collectively gasped, their eyes wide with terror as they were bathed in the chaotic red light of the emergency room. The emergency room erupted into immediate chaos, with urgent cries for doctors, a stroke patient, and impatient demands, overwhelming the new interns. The pandemonium intensified, filled with more urgent medical calls, distressed patient cries, and desperate pleas from family members, painting a picture of utter overwhelm. Bathed in the chaotic red light, the new interns remained frozen, their faces etched with wide-eyed shock and alarm. With a sinister smirk, Yeo Bang-cheol extended his welcome to the stunned interns, ushering them into the apocalypse of emergency medicine. The emergency room erupted with frantic pleas as patients demanded immediate attention, a stroke case requiring urgent neurology, while another dramatically heaved before proclaiming, "I'm gonna die." With hurried footsteps, a woman called out a suspected MI in bed 6 as another mother desperately pleaded for her wailing, injured child. The four interns collectively stood frozen, their wide eyes reflecting the sheer, overwhelming reality of the emergency room's relentless demands. Even in the early morning, the ER beds were already packed, housing patients like a college student suffering from debilitating abdominal pain. The ward also contained a woman in her 50s struggling with severe constipation, and an office worker in his 30s reeling from dizzying nausea. More cases flooded in, from an elementary school student bitten by a neighbor's dog to a foreign laborer who had severely injured his fingers at a construction site. Shin Seonhan observed the overwhelming scene, a stark contrast to the internal medicine ward where symptoms were often similar, confirming that the emergency room truly was a place where 100 patients meant 100 different symptoms. A senior resident, Yeo Bang-cheol, sharply challenged the new interns, demanding if they knew the true purpose of a hospital's ER, prompting Shin Seonhan to focus intently. Jo Jinji mused aloud that treating critical patients was the obvious answer, but hinted at a deeper understanding of the ER's function. The ER's true function was to triage the most urgent patients, then swiftly send them to the appropriate departments according to their specific symptoms. With a confident stance, Yeo Bang-cheol declared that emergency medicine therefore required proficiency across all clinical fields. When Yeo Bang-cheol sought confirmation, Shin Seonhan and the other interns responded with a unified, resounding yes. Yeo Bang-cheol then led the interns deeper into the bustling hospital, signaling the official start of their challenging work. As the interns observed, Yeo Bang-cheol gently questioned a female patient about her stomach pain. He expertly guided the patient through the physical exam, pinpointing areas of tenderness. The patient cried out, clarifying that her discomfort was primarily in the upper abdomen. Yeo Bangcheol informed the interns that the patient's X-rays, ultrasounds, and blood tests had all come back clear. With a decisive scribble of notes, he concluded it was most likely gastritis, not appendicitis. Yeo Bangcheol cautioned the patient to return if her lower right abdomen began hurting, as it could indicate appendicitis, a quick assessment that underscored the crucial speed of ER decisions. Yeo Bangcheol explained that simple cases like this might fall under the intern's primary care, before swiftly ushering them to the next patient with a resounding next. He calmly advised an elderly patient that she would need an enema for a clean evacuation, adding that ENT would also examine her for a slight ear problem. Yeo Bangcheol reassured a young boy and his mother that the dog bite was not too deep, outlining the necessary disinfection and tetanus shot. With a hint of weariness, Yeo Bangcheol articulated slowly to a foreign laborer that his wound was deep and plastic surgery would stitch it, but functionally his finger would recover. Shin Seonhan watched in awe as Yeo Bangcheol effortlessly grasped each patient's condition, from internal medicine to surgery, ENT, and plastic surgery, and gave appropriate, immediate treatment. Shin Seonhan realized this was the formidable presence and comprehensive skill of a third-year emergency medicine resident. Yeo Bangcheol underscored the critical ER protocol: treat emergency patients on the spot if possible, or notify other departments as quickly as possible. He then directed the interns to pull tasks from the monitor's work list, which another intern immediately noted was already overwhelmingly full. With a sly smile, Yeo Bangcheol sarcastically suggested their excitement at the abundant work, then warned them only to avoid causing accidents, implying average performance was simply not causing trouble. Shin Seonhan meekly acknowledged the advice. Yeo Bangcheol assigned Shin Seonhan and Ham So-dam to assist orthopedics and thoracic surgery, while Young-won and Jo Jin-ji were tasked with clearing the work list. With a decisive command, Yeo Bangcheol sent the interns rushing off to their assigned duties. The immense Yeonguk University Hospital stood imposingly under the afternoon sky. Shin Seonhan let out a weary sigh, tray in hand, likely having just completed a grueling stretch of work. As he walked, Shin Seonhan internally tallied the countless patients he had seen, reflecting on a morning consumed by wound care, blood draws, tests, and endless calls to other departments. He lamented the prospect of maintaining this relentless pace for a full 24 hours, conceding that the ER truly was an unparalleled battlefield. Shin Seonhan noticed Ham So-dam sitting alone, absorbed in her phone. Shin Seonhan called out to Ham So-dam, who remained focused on her food, her chopsticks moving with quiet determination. He approached, surprised by her swift arrival and inquiring about her morning, which he presumed had been just as slammed as his. Ham So-dam offered a brief, tired reply. Her terse response left Shin Seonhan feeling a noticeable awkwardness. Attempting to bridge the silence, Shin Seonhan optimistically mused they would grow closer, then expressed relief they hadn't been reduced to eating cup noodles on their first day. Ham So-dam continued to eat, remaining lost in her own thoughts. Shin Seonhan recognized her reserved nature but resolved to try to be friendlier, knowing they would be working together for the entire month. He inquired about her meager side dish and generously offered her one of his shrimp tempura, only for Ham So-dam to flatly refuse, despite his gentle reminder that he had two. A stark silence fell between them as Shin Seonhan found himself speechless, utterly cut off by her abrupt rejection. Shin Seonhan persisted, asking about her first rotation and about a certain doctor known as Dr. Kim the Snake, but Ham So-dam remained curt and unresponsive. Once again, a palpable silence enveloped Shin Seonhan, leaving him isolated in his attempt at conversation. Undeterred, Shin Seonhan enthusiastically shared how much more fun he found the ER compared to internal medicine. Ham So-dam abruptly slammed her hand onto the table, the sudden sound startling Shin Seonhan. She glared at Shin Seonhan, her voice sharp with disbelief as she questioned what exactly he found fun about the ER. Shin Seonhan looked utterly bewildered as Ham So-dam angrily listed the grueling realities of ER life: 24-hour shifts, no sunlight, and constant patient demands. Leaning forward over the table, Ham So-dam's voice rose, demanding how any of that could possibly be fun. She continued her passionate tirade, describing the unpleasant realities of dealing with bodily fluids and the verbal and even physical abuse doctors endured for minor mistakes, while Shin Seonhan listened silently, her words hanging heavy in the air. Shin Seonhan asked if she truly disliked doctors' work, to which Ham So-dam vehemently declared her utter hatred, especially for seeing patients. Ham So-dam asserted that the ER was the absolute worst, then prompted Shin Seonhan to recall a traumatic incident at their hospital years prior, piquing his curiosity. Before, in a chaotic flashback, Ham So-dam recounted the incident where a drunk patient brutally assaulted an intern, who was so traumatized they abandoned medicine entirely. Ham So-dam passionately questioned the fairness of such a terrifying ordeal for simply doing one's job, a sentiment Shin Seonhan somberly agreed with. With a heavy sigh, Ham So-dam slumped in her seat, voicing her profound disillusionment with a profession that offered such thankless and dangerous returns for hard work. Shin Seonhan then asked why she became a doctor, and Ham So-dam revealed it was simply because her parents had told her to. Shin Seonhan pressed, wondering if that was her sole motivation, and Ham So-dam confirmed it plainly. Shin Seonhan reflected that her world felt utterly separate from his, a world where he had desperately clawed his way up, fueled by an intense desire to be a doctor. There were many who became doctors not by true calling, but driven by good grades or immense parental pressure. Indeed, the narration observed that even more individuals raced through their childhoods and 6 years of medical school under such pressures, only to emerge as doctors. Ham So-dam resolutely declared she wasn't suited for patient care and planned to endure her internship, then switched to a non-patient-facing department. Ham So-dam's sudden, vehement shake of her head left Shin Seonhan utterly bewildered. Ham So-dam let out another sigh, looking surprised as if realizing her outburst. She then unexpectedly pointed at his food, directly asking if she could try it, catching Shin Seonhan off guard. She reminded him that he had offered her one earlier. Shin Seonhan pointed out her previous refusal, but Ham So-dam sheepishly admitted the tempura now looked appetizing. Shin Seonhan flashed a sly, knowing smile. He playfully declared it was too late and devoured a shrimp tempura, eliciting an exasperated yell from Ham So-dam about his stinginess. With a laugh, Shin Seonhan playfully clarified it was a joke and pushed the bowl of tempura toward her, which Ham So-dam happily accepted with a grateful, thanks. As Ham So-dam happily munched on the tempura, Shin Seonhan mused that despite her unusual personality, she was honest and straightforward. He felt a sense of relief, concluding that perhaps they could get along after all. As night fell, the imposing structure of Yeonguk University Hospital stood silhouetted against the dark sky. Inside, a diligent figure typed away at a computer, the soft clicking sounds echoing through the quiet office. Yeo Bang-cheol typed up Jo Jin-ji's intern evaluation, delivering a scathing critique for his injured hand, poor self-management, insincerity, and lack of effort, culminating in a C grade. Moving to the next evaluation, Yeo Bang-cheol characterized Oh Young-won as quick-witted with decent work skills, but too prone to cutting corners, ultimately earning him a B despite his good reflexes. Yeo Bang-cheol then pondered Ham So-dam's evaluation, describing her as a headache and royal among royals. He scrutinized her performance, noting her lack of workability and repeated mistakes, questioning if it stemmed from a lack of confidence or a fundamental mismatch for the role. Yeo Bang-cheol concluded that evaluations must be cold and fair, regardless of background, assigning Ham So-dam a C for her poor patient interaction, procedural skills, and apparent lack of confidence. Finally, Yeo Bang-cheol moved to Shin Seonhan's evaluation, admitting he still couldn't get a full read on him, noting his performance was better than expected. Despite his origins from the defunct Ilwoon Med, Shin Seonhan's skills surpassed many Yeonguk graduates, with his diligence noted as his highest attribute. Yet, he didn't quite stand out as an obvious elite either, leaving his evaluation in an uncertain state. Overall, Yeo Bang-cheol found Shin Seonhan's assessment to be ambiguous. The scene then shifted to ER Week 2, where Shin Seonhan urgently asked Young-won-hyung about pending blood cultures. Young-won-hyung evasively claimed he needed to do dressings and told Shin Seonhan to handle the 3 culture sets later, prompting Shin Seonhan to ask for the patient's identity. Young-won-hyung identified the patient as the grandmother in Section B, leading Shin Seonhan to realize the challenge of finding a vein in an elderly patient. Shin Seonhan accused Young-won-hyung of intentionally offloading the difficult task, but Young-won-hyung playfully dismissed his complaint with laughter. Young-won-hyung then inquired about Ham So-dam's whereabouts, and Jo Jin-ji calmly stated she had gone to do an ABGA and hadn't returned. Young-won-hyung suddenly yelled in anger, startling Shin Seonhan. A man angrily pointed at Ham So-dam, who stood calmly with her back to the viewer. Young-won-hyung called out to Ham So-dam, who was revealed to be distressed and crying. Standing isolated in the muted hallway, Ham So-dam's distress weighed heavily on her. Shin Seonhan's father erupted in a furious tirade, accusing Ham So-dam of turning his ailing father's arms into beehives and failing to perform a simple blood draw for 20 agonizing minutes. With a hushed whisper, Young-won-hyung coolly declared Ham So-dam had finally caused a scene, finding it baffling that she struggled with blood draws despite being past her first rotation. Arterial blood sampling, though common, was never to be taken lightly. The narration explained that countless cases saw interns fumble, struggle to find a vessel, and face a patient's wrath. Declaring the situation hopeless, Shin Seonhan's father, highly agitated, urgently called out for a passing nurse to perform his father's blood draw. The nurse nervously explained that only a doctor could perform an arterial blood test, further incensing Shin Seonhan's father, who deemed anyone unable to draw blood as no doctor. As the nurse desperately tried to de-escalate the volatile situation, Shin Seonhan's father's fury escalated, berating the prestigious hospital and leaving him So-dam to wilt under his gaze. Jo Jin-ji, with utter dismissiveness, harshly criticized him So-dam's perceived incompetence, questioning the point of her royal status if she couldn't manage a simple procedure. Jo Jinji coldly remarked that Ham So-dam needed a harsh reprimand to come to her senses, a statement that seemed to spur Shin Seonhan into sudden, decisive action. Shin Seonhan stepped forward, confidently offering to perform the blood draw himself, catching both the patient's father and Ham So-dam off guard. When questioned about his qualifications, Shin Seonhan confidently affirmed that he was indeed a doctor. The office chair wheeled quickly across the floor. As Shin Seonhan began examining the patient, he gently explained that a larger build could make finding vessels harder, which the patient's father immediately misinterpreted as an insult. Shin Seonhan quickly spun a reassuring tale about his own big guy father, while internally acknowledging the lie and the actual medical inaccuracy of his statement. The narration emphasized the importance of building rapport, a psychological bond of trust between doctor and patient, illustrating it with a flashback of Shin Seonhan playfully engaging with elderly patients. Shin Seonhan gently addressed the patient, acknowledging his discomfort but stressing the necessity of the test and asking him to sit up. The patient's father, hands clenched in fury, issued a dire warning to Shin Seonhan, threatening to tear this whole hospital down if his father suffered again. Shin Seonhan offered a reassuring smile to the anxious father, though internally, his own insecurity about his intern status squirmed beneath the surface. Shin Seonhan mentally compared his procedural experience gained from a month in internal medicine to Ham So-dam's, whose initial rotation had been in pathology. His internal monologue meticulously outlined the initial steps of the procedure, focusing on securing hemostasis and stabilizing the arm. Shin Seonhan instructed the patient's father to apply firm pressure on his father's right wrist. The patient's father diligently pressed a gauze pad onto his father's wrist, where a small trace of blood was already visible. Shin Seonhan carefully checked on the patient's comfort, emphasizing the critical need for absolute stillness during the procedure. Shin Seonhan's internal assessment revealed a heavily bruised and unusable wrist, instantly validating the guardian's earlier anger. The narration detailed the standard procedure for arterial blood gas, explaining that samples were usually drawn from the radial artery at the wrist and differentiating visible veins from deeper, unseen arteries. Arteries lay deeper beneath the skin, the narration explained, requiring a physician to palpate the arterial pulse with their fingertips to locate the correct puncture site. The customary method of finding a pulse with one's fingers for needle insertion proved impossible due to the enormous hematoma that obscured any sensation. Shin Seonhan's internal monologue expressed worry, contemplating a more proximal approach and questioning if he could succeed on the first attempt, realizing the difficulty was far greater than anticipated. Shin Seonhan's thoughts drifted to a memory of other interns praising a senior, remarking on their extraordinary ability to locate vessels as if their fingers possessed ultrasound capabilities. Thoracic surgeon Song Yoo-ju, the narration introduced, was renowned for her exceptional skill, instantly finding vessels for complex procedures like ECMO insertion without a moment's hesitation. Shin Seonhan's face glowed with intense determination as he internally challenged himself, refusing to fail at hitting a vessel that was clearly pulsing under his fingers, unlike those collapsing vessels a senior surgeon might find. With unwavering focus, Shin Seonhan internally traced the path of the vessel, deducing its trajectory by the barely palpable pulse between two specific points on the arm. His fingers fumbled, gently probing the arm, as he internally pleaded for the hidden vessel to reveal itself. Suddenly, a distinct thump resonated beneath Shin Seonhan's fingers, signaling he had found the artery. Shin Seonhan's eye widened, glowing with triumph, as he exclaimed that he had finally found it. Shin Seonhan, with serious focus, warned the patient of a brief moment of pain and requested his cooperation. As he carefully inserted the needle, Shin Seonhan internally implored the artery not to shift. Shin Seonhan's father's face strained with anxiety, as he anxiously questioned if the doctor was finally performing the procedure correctly. Shin Seonhan internally worried that the blood wasn't filling the syringe as quickly as expected, questioning the unexpected depth of the artery. The patient's father's anxiety peaked, his voice laced with a thudding plea, fearing another failed attempt as Ham So-dam watched with growing concern. The clear syringe awaited its vital contents. With a satisfying draw, blood successfully began to fill the syringe. The syringe quickly filled with the required blood sample. With a firm press, the filled syringe was capped. Shin Seonhan calmly announced the procedure was complete, startling both the patient and his father with its swiftness. Shin Seonhan smiled broadly, playfully acknowledging the significant effort it took to obtain even that small amount of blood. The patient, now smiling with relief, praised Shin Seonhan for a much less painful experience, delighting his equally relieved father. The patient's father, thoroughly impressed, laughed as he offered Shin Seonhan a monetary tip, which Shin Seonhan quickly and awkwardly declined. Shin Seonhan, with a kind smile, gestured toward Ham So-dam and defended her to the patient's father, explaining that even good doctors have their off days. With profound relief, the patient's father expressed his gratitude and shook hands with his own father, both smiling genuinely. Rapid footsteps echoed through the hospital hallway as a medical staff member rushed into view. The incoming medical staff member expressed surprise, questioning if the sampling was already done despite them bringing the ultrasound he thought would be needed. Shin Seonhan calmly stated he had just finished, prompting the medical staff member to question how he had managed to find the vessel. With a smug, pleased expression, Shin Seonhan explained he had located the vessel purely by hand palpation, astonishing the medical staff member. The medical staff member's face broke into a wide smile of surprise and admiration, praising Shin Seonhan's skill in finding the vessel solely by touch. The medical staff member patted Shin Seonhan's shoulder, offering a serious but appreciative warning to wait for the ultrasound next time to avoid complications, which Shin Seonhan acknowledged. The medical staff member turned to Ham So-dam, his stern address seeming to clench around her heart. Ham So-dam looked down, her face obscured, but her deep sadness and shame were palpable. The medical staff member let out a heavy sigh, expressing his profound weariness and disappointment. After a moment of silence, the medical staff member sternly told Ham So-dam to cool her head in the bathroom. Ham So-dam bowed in quiet acknowledgement, meekly agreeing to the instruction. Ham So-dam walked away into the emergency medical center, leaving Shin Seonhan and the medical staff member watching her depart. With a relieved sigh, the medical staff member advised Shin Seonhan to look after Ham So-dam, warning that she might otherwise be treated like a malig. Shin Seonhan listened with a concerned expression as the narration explained malig was short for malignancy, a malignant tumor. Among doctors, the ominous narration continued, malig was a derogatory term for a colleague with a bad reputation whom no one wanted to work with. Being labeled a malig by one's co-workers was depicted as the worst possible fate, visually emphasized by Ham So-dam standing isolated under a harsh spotlight. The scene transitioned to a bright, clear day outdoors, offering a moment of serene reprieve. Yeonseo, partially off-panel, asked someone to take good care of Ham So-dam while taking a long draw from her pink bottle. An unnamed male intern expressed sympathy for Ham So-dam, prompting an unnamed female intern to question why. The male intern revealed Ham So-dam's long history of quiet ostracization since medical school, a disclosure that surprised Shin Seonhan. Shin Seonhan, confused, questioned why someone of royal status like Ham So-dam wouldn't have been popular. The male intern, with a serious expression, stated that her royal status was precisely the problem. The narration dramatically illustrated how even the smallest clinical mistakes were met with harsh comments like, "You're royal and can't even do that," leading Ham So-dam to become increasingly timid. Shin Seonhan expressed understanding, as the narration explained how psychological pressure naturally causes people, especially timid ones like Ham So-dam, to shrink and slip. Distracting himself with a cold sandwich, the male intern admitted his own struggles, implying he could offer little help. The male intern, chewing thoughtfully, conceded he could offer minimal help from the side, but emphasized that doctors ultimately had to manage their own responsibilities. The female intern articulated her deep concern that Ham So-dam might make a significant mistake. Shin Seonhan, contemplating her worry, concluded that interns had limited capacity for major errors, and as long as no patient's life was at risk, the month would likely pass without significant issues. Shin Seonhan attempted to reassure them, suggesting that nothing truly significant could happen during a brief one-month internship. Shin Seonhan suddenly experienced a shocking and intense premonition, his eyes wide with horror as a blue glow enveloped him. Shin Seonhan grunted in distress, questioning if his supernatural visions were starting again. An unseen voice sharply called out to the interns, demanding their presence, startling Shin Seonhan from his vision. Shin Seonhan stood, bathed in an eerie blue light, facing a line of other medical staff in a dark, mysterious space. Shin Seonhan mentally identified the furious man as the ER chief resident, who dramatically declared that such an event was unprecedented in his emergency medicine career. The interns collectively expressed their dismay, their shared distress echoing through the somber scene. The ER chief resident sternly declared that all of them would receive a C grade for the month, demanding their understanding of this drastic decision. Shin Seonhan reacted with utter shock and horror, his eyes wide as he questioned receiving a C grade after only 2 months of internship. A wave of panic washed over Shin Seonhan as he realized the severe consequence of the C grade, his impending departure from Yeonguk University Hospital. Young-won-hyung furiously confronted the distressed interns, demanding to know what they had done to earn such a devastating grade. Shin Seonhan stood bathed in an eerie blue glow, facing a tense assembly of medical staff in what felt like a premonition of grave consequence. He reacted with wide-eyed terror, convinced that everyone receiving a C meant his entire medical career was irrevocably finished. The doctor with glasses sternly lectured them, declaring that one person's mistake translated into a collective responsibility for all. Shin Seonhan inwardly questioned this shared blame, desperately wondering which of the 4 interns had caused such a major accident. An unnamed man offered a contrite apology for his teaching, but the doctor with glasses sharply dismissed it, questioning if teaching could even prevent such a dire mistake. The doctor with glasses expressed profound dismay, utterly speechless at the prospect of a medical lawsuit stemming from an intern's error. Shin Seonhan's eyes widened in intense fear and disbelief at the chilling mention of a medical lawsuit. He panicked, realizing a single intern's mistake leading to a lawsuit could catastrophically upend the entire hospital. Shin Seonhan internally flinched, desperately hoping he wasn't the culprit, as the doctor with glasses sternly addressed all 4 interns, singling out one. The doctor with glasses pointed an accusing finger directly at Shin Seonhan, demanding to know who among them had caused the devastating accident. Shin Seonhan reacted with a stammering cry of extreme shock and fear to the sudden accusation. He then suddenly sat up, screaming and flinging objects in a panic, startling the female intern beside him. Another intern, concerned by his outburst, asked why he was acting so erratically. Shin Seonhan, flustered, apologized and tried to dismiss his dramatic reaction as insignificant. He groaned in frustration, lamenting that his precognitive visions always ended like a dramatic cliffhanger, leaving the crucial details ambiguous, while the other intern looked on confused. The Yeonguk University Hospital's emergency medical center stood under the clear light of day, a beacon of urgent care. Shin Seonhan peered intently over a patient folder, his gaze serious. Inside the busy hospital desk area, Shin Seonhan sat with other interns, all engaged in their respective tasks. He mused over the identities of the 3 other interns, including himself, wondering which of them was fated to cause the impending medical accident. Yeongwon-hyung stretched with a relieved groan, appreciating the quiet of the weekend. He then playfully announced his intention to rest in the empty echo room, instructing Shin Seonhan to call him only if something truly urgent occurred. Shin Seonhan skeptically questioned if Yeongwon-hyung had completed the spinal tapping procedure earlier, which Yeongwon-hyung confidently, almost indignantly, affirmed. Yeongwon-hyung playfully dismissed Shin Seonhan's scrutiny with a wink, while Shin Seonhan inwardly grunted, realizing Yeongwon-hyung, despite cutting corners, was unlikely to make critical mistakes in his own work. Yeongwon-hyung playfully chased Jo Jin-ji, attempting to slack off together, but Jo Jin-ji firmly told him to go away. Shin Seonhan observed Jo Jin-ji, concluding that his chances of causing a major medical accident were low due to his caste-restricted duties. He narrowed down the potential culprits, recognizing one remaining possibility for the impending medical accident. Ham So-dam sat at a desk, focused on the twin glow of computer monitors. Shin Seonhan flinched as Ham So-dam smoothly approached, startling him. Ham So-dam asked if they could speak privately for a bit, catching Shin Seonhan by surprise. Under the night sky overlooking the city, Ham So-dam began to share a deep, reflective thought. She reminded Shin Seonhan of his earlier question about her motivation for becoming a doctor, sparking his sudden attention. She revealed her childhood, driven by parental pressure into medical school without ever truly considering her own desires or aptitudes. Ham So-dam confessed her deep fear of patients and making mistakes, visually experiencing an angry man pointing accusingly at her. She sighed with deep self-doubt, believing her 5 mistakes that day alone proved she was unfit for the profession. Shin Seonhan astutely analyzed her situation, seeing her as a classic overachiever from a 3-generation doctor family who had only recently realized medicine was not her chosen path. He concluded with growing anxiety that Ham So-dam was the ticking time bomb, most likely to cause the catastrophic medical lawsuit within the month. Shin Seonhan internally grappled with the critical personal consequences if he failed to prevent her mistake, knowing everyone would receive a C. Shin Seonhan offered a comforting word, telling Ham So-dam she didn't need to bear her worries alone. Ham So-dam reacted with a soft gasp of surprise to his unexpected kindness. Shin Seonhan reassured her that the other interns, including Yeongwon-hyung and himself, would actively cover for any mistakes she might make. He proposed a system of mutual support among colleagues, suggesting they look out for each other to prevent errors. Ham So-dam pondered Shin Seonhan's collaborative proposal with a thoughtful expression. Shin Seonhan mentally affirmed his strategic groundwork, confident that imprinting this message in her mind could prevent the critical mistake. Ham So-dam complimented Shin Seonhan on his unexpected kindness, catching him off guard. She expressed profound gratitude for his words, noting that no other colleague had ever offered such support. Shin Seonhan, flustered with a bead of sweat, quickly dismissed his actions as merely natural for colleagues. Ham So-dam burst into hearty laughter, playfully teasing him about his fish family. Shin Seonhan felt a wave of internal relief, re-evaluating Ham So-dam as less gloomy than he had initially thought. He felt profound relief, confident that if his plan succeeded, he could avert the worst possible future. The magnificent Yeonguk University Hospital shone brightly under the daytime sky. Ham So-dam radiated a cheerful, confident smile, a floral aura surrounding her. As she confidently walked through the hospital, Ham So-dam reflected on how Shin Seonhan's words boosted her confidence, contrasting it with the usual prejudice she faced. A nurse, surprised by her early arrival, greeted Ham So-dam. Ham So-dam proactively offered assistance, astounding the nurse with her eagerness even before her shift officially began. The nurse then asked if Ham So-dam would see a patient in Section B, to which Ham So-dam readily agreed, seeking more details. The nurse explained the patient had a recurrent urethral stricture and had been waiting for 20 minutes, as other doctors were too busy. Ham So-dam mentally recognized the name Wang Jin-ho as vaguely familiar. The nurse asked if Ham So-dam could perform a clean intermittent catheterization, CIC, to drain the bladder, offering to call another doctor if needed. The explanation detailed the necessity of the clean intermittent catheterization procedure for patients unable to void on their own. Ham So-dam realized the patient's critical state, understanding the severe pain and risk of bladder rupture from the prolonged wait. Recalling Shin Seonhan's words, Ham So-dam took a resolute breath, resolving to perform the procedure to gain valuable experience. Ham So-dam declared with determination, "No, I'll do it." Medical supplies were methodically prepared and arranged on a sterile tray. Ham So-dam purposefully pushed a medical cart down the bright hospital corridor. She arrived at the patient section, confirming the room number, B7. Ham So-dam took a deep calming breath, reassuring herself that she had learned all of this in school. With a slightly nervous gesture, she parted the curtain, apologizing for the wait and announcing the start of the urine drainage procedure. As Ham So-dam opened the curtain, she found a young male patient sitting up, looking surprised. Ham So-dam reacted with extreme shock and disbelief at the patient's unexpected identity. The patient was none other than King Jino, a mega idol and next-generation K-pop world star prospect. Ham So-dam, completely starstruck, marveled at the sheer unlikelihood of encountering such a famous K-pop idol in the ER so early in the morning, her heart pounding. The patient gently prompted her, asking, Doctor, pulling Ham So-dam from her reverie. The patient urgently pleaded with Ham So-dam, his distress evident, that his bladder was about to burst and he desperately needed saving. Ham So-dam gasped, her starstruck mind comically misinterpreting the patient's desperate cries as a dramatic stage performance into a microphone. A mental voice, sharp like Shin Seonhan's, jolted her back to reality, urging her to focus on treatment rather than the patient's idol status. Ham So-dam blushed intensely, her mind screaming in flustered embarrassment as the world-famous K-pop idol patient began to remove his pants. She struggled to compose herself, repeating her professional identity as a doctor, before affirming her readiness to the patient. Ham So-dam cried out as the procedure caused the patient to let out a dramatic, agonizing scream, a purple glow emanating from his groin. Flustered and sweating, Ham So-dam squeezed her eyes shut, desperately trying to calm and refocus by mentally renaming the anatomy an elephant's trunk. The patient, still in obvious pain and sweating, urged the doctor to hurry. Ham So-dam refocused with wide-eyed determination, reinforcing her mental image of an elephant's trunk. A comical visualization of a blushing elephant's trunk triumphantly appeared, signaling successful insertion. Ham So-dam mentally reassured herself, noting the simple insertion of a thin tube was far easier than arterial blood sampling, as lubricant squelched onto the catheter. The patient nervously anticipated a cold sensation as Ham So-dam prepared for the next step of the procedure. He let out a pained groan as the procedure commenced. Ham So-dam observed with concern that the catheter was not inserting easily, likely due to the patient's urethral stricture. She worried her hand was slipping, questioning if she had applied too much lubricant. Ham So-dam internally urged the catheter to finally go in, struggling with the insertion. With a smooth slide, she successfully inserted it, exclaiming her relief. Relieved to have passed the difficult stricture, Ham So-dam smiled and prepared to press on the abdomen to check for urine flow. Ham So-dam's eyes widened in alarm, realizing the patient was moving despite her mental warning. She recoiled in shock, crying out, "Erection," while the embarrassed patient mumbled he couldn't help it. The patient buried his face in his hands, profusely apologizing in utter mortification. Ham So-dam reacted with utter horror, her mind racing to the problem with the Nelaton catheter. A dramatic, comical gush of liquid erupted from a trunk-like spout, accompanied by a horrified scream, signaling catastrophic failure. Shin Seonhan, wide-eyed and terrified, stammered in disbelief, desperately asking whose and what had gone inside what. Another intern, stressed and concerned, began to recount the critical incident, explaining that Ham So-dam had attempted to drain urine and inserted a Nelaton into K-pop idol King Jino's urethra. The weight of the untold details settled heavily in the room as the intern sat dejectedly, unable to utter another word. The intern groaned, admitting he couldn't bring himself to speak the rest of the embarrassing story aloud. Shin Seonhan sighed, reflecting that while hospitals saw all sorts of things, this particular incident was beyond anyone's imagination. He expressed his disbelief at how anyone, no matter how startled, could lose their grip on a Nelaton catheter mid-procedure. In a quiet hospital hallway, a senior doctor with light stubble stood with his hands on his hips, facing Ham So-dam. Ham So-dam looked down, tears welling in her eyes as she offered a heartbroken apology. The senior doctor, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, asked if anyone had warned her about urology patients and potential erections, even admitting it had happened to him a few times. He cleared his throat, blushing slightly at his own confession, as Ham So-dam remained with her head bowed. Regaining his composure, the senior doctor advised Ham So-dam that such situations should always be anticipated, an observation Shin Seonhan silently acknowledged. The other intern revealed Ham So-dam's insanely bad luck, explaining she had come in early that day, which greatly surprised Shin Seonhan. Shin Seonhan pressed, questioning if Ham So-dam had truly come in early, and the intern confirmed it, explaining the disastrous event happened while she was helping with something another intern could have done. A dawning horror washed over Shin Seonhan as he realized his encouragement might have inadvertently backfired. Shin Seonhan clutched his head in frustration, lamenting that his attempt to prevent a medical accident had caused the exact opposite, leaving the other intern perplexed. A voice from off-panel inquired about the patient, receiving the urgent reply that the object was being removed in the urology operating room right then. The intern shook his head in exasperation, reiterating the severity of the Nelaton disaster, due to the involvement of the famous King Gino. Shin Seonhan speculated with concern if King Gino might file a medical lawsuit, a possibility that surprised the other intern. The intern mused that a lawsuit seemed unlikely, as Nelaton removal was a simple procedure, and King Gino had reportedly been apologetic about the incident himself. Shin Seonhan made a humorous, if logical, point that a world-famous idol suing over a catheter incident would only earn him the humiliating moniker of urethra rapper. With a tap of his hand, Shin Seonhan expressed relief at the unlikelihood of a lawsuit, though lingering concern still etched his face. The sudden, cheerful tapping of a phone drew Shin Seonhan and the other intern's attention to Jo Jin-ji. Jo Jin-ji, utterly unfazed, gleefully reported he was live reporting the Great Nelaton disaster to their classmates, who were going wild over the once-in-a-lifetime incident. Shin Seonhan's phone vibrated persistently, pulling his focus away. Yeonseo and Gunwook's messages flooded his screen, filled with concern and disbelief about So-dam's incident and the fact it involved King Gino. Shin Seonhan sighed regretfully, realizing his own stupid stuff had likely contributed to her predicament. Ham So-dam condemned herself, declaring she was an idiot. Hunched on the hospital stairs, Ham So-dam tearfully berated herself, questioning why she ever became a doctor, as Shin Seonhan stood nearby, observing her distress. Her sniffling intensified as she wept, feeling utterly ruined and beyond caring about her future. Shin Seonhan resolved that he couldn't leave her in such a state, mentally committing to 24-hour close monitoring. He offered earnest support, urging her to call him anytime she needed help, giving her a reassuring thumbs up. Ham So-dam, blushing slightly, looked up at Shin Seonhan, surprised by his kindness and wondering why he was doing so much for her. Shin Seonhan feigned concern, but his true thoughts revealed a desperate fear that another mistake from her would spell his own doom. He resolved that to survive at Yeonguk, he had to prevent a worst-case medical lawsuit at all costs. A powerful car sped along a rainy highway, its engine roaring. The black car accelerated rapidly on the wet road, a blur of motion. Inside a luxury car, four young people expressed wild excitement over its insane speed and the distinctive sound of its Bentley engine. A passenger questioned the driver about taking his father's car, to which the driver dismissively replied that his wealthy father wouldn't even notice its absence. The woman passenger's fear mounted as she asked the driver if he even possessed a license, the car continuing its reckless speed. The male passenger scoffed at her concern, pointing out that no 10th grader would have a license and her question lacked sense. An unseen voice encouraged the driver to step on it and see how fast the car could go, while an alcohol bottle rested nearby, adding to the dangerous atmosphere. The driver, with a confident smirk, eagerly agreed to increase their dangerous thrill. The black car accelerated even faster through the driving rain, becoming a perilous streak. An off-panel voice yelled for everyone to get out of the way as the black car wove aggressively and dangerously through traffic on the rainy road, tires screeching. The panicked woman passenger pleaded with the driver to slow down, but he arrogantly dismissed her fears, claiming expensive cars always cleared a path. The driver commanded even more speed as the car rushed through the rainy city streets. The scene shifted to the exterior of the hospital, where heavy rain poured down, setting a grim and somber mood. The senior doctor, looking out the window, commented on the unexpected deluge in spring. He expressed concern about the rain, realizing he hadn't known it was pouring outside, and lamented the cherry blossoms that would now fall without having been enjoyed. Shin Seonhan confessed, with a slight smile, that being stuck in the ER had left him completely unaware of the weather outside. The senior doctor sighed reflectively, pitying Shin Seonhan's youth, consumed by work to the point of missing the changing seasons. Yeongwon-hyung, after thanking everyone for their hard work, suddenly erupted in anger upon seeing a soda can, reprimanding them for bringing Hwantor soda into the department. The other intern panicked with dawning horror, realizing the significance of the soda, while Shin Seonhan looked surprised and Jo Jin-ji observed calmly. Yeongwon-hyung fiercely warned the interns that any patient overflow that day would be entirely their fault, emphasizing his point with an angry finger. A landline phone on a desk began to ring, signaling an impending call. A nurse promptly answered the phone, identifying the Yeonguk University Hospital Emergency Medical Center. Her expression shifted to surprise and concern as she clarified the nature of the emergency, asking if it was a traffic accident. The senior doctor quickly asked for the accident's location and estimated time of arrival, while the interns listened with growing concern. A foot stepped forward with urgency, underscoring the rapid response. The senior doctor urgently inquired about the condition and number of patients involved in the accident, as the nurse listened intently. His face showed intense focus and concern as he continued to listen to the urgent information. He stated the number of patients, confirming a significant incident, 7. As multiple phones began ringing simultaneously, hospital staff, including the senior doctor and interns, reacted with alarm to the sudden surge of calls. The cacophony of incessantly ringing phones surrounded the interns and Zhou Jinji, who stood looking concerned as the emergency rapidly escalated. Shin Seonhan's wide-eyed expression conveyed his deep concern and apprehension for the impending chaos. An orange soda can sat on a surface, its gentle fizz a subtle calm before the storm. The scene violently shifted to a severe traffic accident on a rainy road, where overturned vehicles, police cars, and ambulances indicated a chaotic and tragic emergency. An unseen driver aggressively demanded others move as his car screeched forward on the slick, rain-soaked city road. His passenger pleaded for caution, but the driver arrogantly dismissed her fears, convinced that the sheer expense of his car would protect them. He then roared for more speed, the car's engine echoing a series of powerful blasts as it accelerated with dangerous abandon. Her panic escalated as she shrieked that he was driving them in the wrong direction. The driver, however, merely grinned maniacally, utterly unconcerned by his passengers' rising terror. He laughed wildly, commanding the car to be floored, pushing their speed to an even more reckless extreme. Then, a large blue truck suddenly loomed directly in their path. The man with the bottle frantically cried out, bracing for the impact as terror seized them both. The truck screeched violently, swerving to avoid the collision. A thunderous impact then shook the truck, sending debris flying. A chorus of screeching tires followed as more vehicles slid uncontrollably, the blue truck now overturned in the pouring rain. More cars crashed violently into the growing wreckage, turning the highway into a scene of complete destruction. Metal shrieked as two more cars violently slammed into each other, intensifying the catastrophe. Amidst the debris, a red car horrifyingly flipped onto its roof, then slowly scraped to a stop. The black luxury car, the catalyst of this chaos, now sat crumpled and hissing against a guardrail. A small shudder passed through the vehicle, marking the chilling end of the immediate crash. The driver let out a pained groan, shaking but alive within the wreckage. "I almost died," the driver muttered in disbelief, while his companion clutched his neck in agony. "We only survived because it's a Bentley," the man with dark hair exhaled grimly, as the bottle-wielding man declared he thought they were dead, just as the driver tried to get their attention. The driver then turned them to face the full, shocking extent of the catastrophe they had caused, revealing the terrified woman passenger. Across the highway, desperate cries for help rose from the massive, rain-soaked pile-up, a horrifying testament to the chaos. Inside a shattered white car, a person lay slumped and bloody, their fate tragically uncertain. A human limb protruded from beneath the crushed red car, lying tragically still on the wet asphalt. The woman passenger finally broke the silence, uttering a stark declaration of their collective, utter despair. "What do we do?" the man with dark hair murmured, his companion simply falling silent, paralyzed by apprehension. In desperation, the man with dark hair frantically asked Shin Il what their next move should be. Shin Il lamented the wrecked car and the wrath of his father, seemingly oblivious to the larger human cost. The wailing of distant sirens signaled the grim arrival of consequence. Beside the wreckage, a discarded bottle of alcohol lay in the rain, a silent, incriminating piece of evidence. The question hung in the air, was this the result of underage drunk driving, as the scene shifted to the imposing hospital. Within the bustling hospital, an older staff member angrily declared that kids these days must possess a death wish. He pressed for details, learning there were 7 patients, none of whom fortunately required immediate CPR. Ham Sodam voiced her deep apprehension, noting it was unprecedented to have so many critical patients at once, raising the specter of serious medical errors. Another intern, rubbing his hands with self-assured eagerness, saw the crisis as a blockbuster learning opportunity, convinced Yeonguk would handle everything. Ham Sodam, however, remained lost in a silent eddy of worry, her anxiety persisting despite the others' misplaced optimism. Shin Seonhan then voiced his concern for Zhou Jinji, wondering aloud about his fate. A dismissive voice pointed out that Zhou Jinji, unable to use his hand, would be relegated to simply collecting consent forms from trauma patients. Shin Seonhan exhaled with a subtle relief, acknowledging that it was better to keep Zhou Jinji away from critical patients, fearing he might snap under pressure. Suddenly, the wail of another ambulance siren pierced the air, startling the staff. Medical staff rushed a gravely injured patient through the corridor, announcing a staggering total of 11 trauma patients had just arrived. An older staff member expressed utter shock, questioning how 7 patients had suddenly become 11, as more ambulances pulled up outside. A nurse, already stressed by the 10 patients waiting, worried aloud about how they would handle the sudden influx. Yeonguk decisively took charge, ordering non-urgent patients to be delayed and commanding the interns to follow him immediately. Won-hyung demanded a status report, learning that most patients were level 3 to 5, with one uncertain level 2. Won-hyung shouted, warning that chaotic conditions at the accident scene might have led to incorrect triage and demanding any level 1 patients be rushed directly to resuscitation. In emergencies, patients are graded by severity, level 4 for mild pain, and level 5 for simple wound care or prescriptions. Level 3 indicates mild breathing difficulty or moderate pain, while level 2 denotes major trauma, moderate respiratory failure, severe pain, or high fever. A voice urgently announced the arrival of a level 1 patient, prompting frustrated cries that they were told it was only a level 2, confirming Won-hyung's suspicion. A level 1 emergency patient, suffering from cardiac arrest, shock, or unconsciousness, demanded immediate treatment above all else. Shin Seonhan gasped, "Oh, crap," his eyes wide with profound shock alongside the other interns. Won-hyung shouted his immediate command, to the resuscitation room. Shin Seonhan quickly asked for the patient's condition, learning she had been drowsy, or semi-conscious, upon arrival and had already lost a significant amount of blood. Despite initial control, staff expressed a grim concern that other hidden bleeding sites must exist within the patient. A blood pressure cuff inflated on the patient's bloody arm, beginning vital monitoring. A pulse oximeter clicked onto the patient's hand, joining the array of monitoring equipment. Won-hyung urgently noted that while the EKG looked acceptable, the patient's oxygen saturation wouldn't stabilize and blood pressure was critically low at 85, immediately ordering preparations for intubation. Won-hyung then commanded Shin Seonhan and So-dam to prioritize finding the bleeding site, to which Shin Seonhan promptly responded. As bloody clothing was rapidly cut away, narration explained that oxygen is paramount in saving emergency patients, with blood preservation coming a crucial second. Shin Seonhan focused intently as the chilling statistics echoed, 1 liter of blood lost in 15 minutes, and a 3% drop in survival rate for every minute hemostasis was delayed. Therefore, locating the bleeding point as quickly as humanly possible became the critical imperative. Won-hyung pressed him, asking if he had found it yet, and Shin Seonhan frantically replied that he was still looking. The immense tension of the situation made it nearly impossible to remain calm and think clearly as the patient lay unconscious. Suddenly, So-dam cried out, announcing she had found it. She specified a heavily bleeding laceration on the patient's left arm, a graphic and alarming discovery. Won-hyung commanded them to apply pressure and stop the bleeding, and So-dam immediately affirmed her compliance. Shin Seonhan observed So-dam's sharp, quick movements, realizing that she might possess a surprising strength in moments of great crisis. A penlight clicked on, illuminating the patient's eye, and a voice confirmed that her pupils appeared normal. Won-hyung began to suggest an ultrasound, but an older staff member smoothly took over, ready to check. The ultrasound showed nothing obvious, with no pooled blood in the heart, abdomen, or chest cavities, bringing a moment of reassurance. Won-hyung angrily demanded to know why the ABGA results weren't back yet, and a nervous intern stammered that he was working on it. "Why so slow?" an older staff member harshly asked the terrified intern, suggesting he intended to wait until the patient died. Shin Seonhan internally questioned the intern's reaction, acknowledging his inexperience with such severe bleeding, but still expecting more from him. Won-hyung brusquely pushed the nervous intern aside, announcing his intention to personally insert the A-line since it was urgently needed. Won-hyung, explaining that an A-line allows continuous blood pressure monitoring and repeated ABGAs, handed a blood sample to the intern, commanding him to hurry with the test. The terrified intern nervously accepted the syringe, his voice barely a tremor as he responded, "Yes, sir." The syringe, now full of blood, teetered precariously, threatening to fall from the trembling intern's grasp. A hand swiftly shot out, snatching the falling syringe from its disastrous path. Shin Seonhan sat on the floor, holding the syringe he had just caught, drawing surprised glances from Won-hyung and the nurse. Won-hyung fiercely scolded the intern for his near mistake, demanding he get a grip as the intern profusely apologized. Shin Seonhan exhaled with worry, internally agreeing that the intern's panicked state made any kind of mistake highly probable. The nervous intern, startled, reached for the syringe and thanked Shin Seonhan. Shin Seonhan internally recognized the intern's complete loss of composure, a weakness under pressure exacerbated by the attendings shouting. Shin Seonhan swiftly declared he would run the blood test himself, telling the other intern to vigilantly monitor the bleeding site. Shin Seonhan resolved with intense determination that he would prevent any mistakes today, even if it meant moving faster than ever. Shin Seonhan announced that the critical test results were now available. An older staff member looked utterly shocked as he reviewed the alarming results. He reacted with alarm at the patient's critically low hemoglobin of 6.8 and dangerously insufficient red blood cell count. This critically low red blood cell count served as a stark warning of additional, hidden bleeding. Shin Seonhan then decisively declared to the doctor that the patient had internal bleeding. Shin Seonhan continued, gravely stating there was another bleeding site beyond the visible ones, startling Won-hyung. Narration gravely explained that internal bleeding, invisible to the naked eye, was far harder to detect than external, and if a critical organ bled internally, the patient's very life hung in extreme danger. Invisible to the naked eye, internal bleeding was far harder to detect than external, and if a critical organ bled internally, the patient's life hung in extreme danger. A patient's very life was in extreme danger. Doctors urgently ordered a liter of plasma and a full drip, then pressed the blood bank for a 3-pack RBC transfusion as another intern demanded an update on the portable X-ray. The portable X-ray machine arrived with a rumble, and instructions flew to quickly capture C-spine, chest AP, and pelvis AP images. As the machine was positioned, an intern commanded everyone to step back for safety before imaging began. When an intern voiced concern, the doctor vehemently dismissed it, roaring that the patient was about to die and that radiation was the least of their worries, then ordered all non-essential nurses and interns out. Shin Seonhan knew normally protective gear or distance was mandatory for radiation exposure, a safety procedure now utterly ignored. The doctor's intense focus was unwavering, his gaze locked on the critical task ahead. The doctor snapped at Shin Seonhan for staying, but the intern calmly insisted he was fine. Shin Seonhan casually brushed off the radiation risk, quipping that it was just like a trip to Jeju Island, causing an off-panel silence. The doctor, sweating, questioned if the two situations were truly the same. Shin Seonhan knew they needed to preserve every drop of the patient's leaking blood, and this wasn't some grand act of sacrifice or noble duty. Instead, it was simply an immersion, an absolute focus on what needed to be done in that exact moment. The doctor silently observed Shin Seonhan, an unspoken acknowledgement passing between them. The X-ray machine emitted sharp beeps as it scanned the patient. An off-panel voice declared the imaging complete. Fingers tapped on a screen, pulling up the new X-ray images for review. A sudden, stark realization hit one of the staff members. With a shocked exclamation, the doctor identified the source, the pelvis. The X-ray revealed a pelvis fractured and twisted from the accident's impact, a devastating injury that could lead to up to 2,000 milliliters of internal bleeding. The doctor with glasses urgently commanded a pelvic binder and immediate contact with orthopedic surgery. Medical staff quickly stretched and applied the crucial pelvic binder. The binder squeezed tightly, compressing the pelvis, and an off-panel voice confirmed its successful application. With the immediate bleeding contained, fluids and blood began flowing into the patient. A monitor beeped steadily as the doctor noted the patient's blood pressure was finally rising. The rhythmic beeping of the monitors indicated a continuous, fragile stabilization. The doctor announced with relief that the patient's blood pressure, pulse, and oxygen saturation had all returned to a normal range. The doctor with glasses then asked about the patient's consciousness, and Shin Seonhan gravely confirmed she was not yet awake. Shin Seonhan leaned over the patient, a silent vigil of concern. Her closed eyelid held the fragile promise of return. Suddenly, her eye fluttered open, a sign of returning consciousness. Shin Seonhan, wide-eyed with relief, excitedly declared the patient was regaining consciousness. The doctor with glasses let out a deep sigh of relief, affirming they were past the critical point. The doctor then asked if they should proceed with a CT scan, and the senior doctor confirmed, adding a reminder to continue transfusions. The doctor detailed the CT sequence, brain, chest, abdomen, pelvis, then swiftly departed to check on minor patients, receiving a sharp "understood" in response. Shin Seonhan leaned against the wall, utterly relieved that no medical accident had occurred. He sighed deeply, thinking how panicked errors from Youngwon Hyung could have catastrophically endangered the patient, recalling how tiny mistakes could snowball into disaster. Shin Seonhan let out another breath, grateful they had safely treated the most critical patient. Suddenly, a new thought struck Shin Seonhan. He realized there were still 10 traffic accident patients, and he had no idea what new problem or issue might arise. Shin Seonhan vowed he could not let his guard down, at least not until this night was finally over. Amidst the chaos, patients cried out in pain, and medical staff urgently called for doctors to quickly attend to them. The ER had become a total war zone, packed with specialists from orthopedics and neurosurgery, all converging on the overwhelming number of patients. As late-arriving guardians flooded in, the chaos escalated further, a realization that solidified the ER as the hospital's true front door and frontline. Shin Seonhan let out a weary phew, remarking on the sheer hecticness of it all, to which Ham Sodam simply agreed, yeah. Shin Seonhan declared it a day for the record books, an intensity he hadn't experienced since his internship began. He admitted the experience had truly woken him up, prompting a curious, really, from Ham Sodam. Ham Sodam's gaze fell, realizing that witnessing such severe injuries made all her previous whining seem utterly ridiculous. Shin Seonhan's internal chibi praised Ham Sodam for her quick, mistake-free work, like her earlier swift identification of a patient's wound. Ham Sodam gratefully attributed her improved performance to Shin Seonhan's words, leaving him utterly confused. With a broad smile, Shin Seonhan asked if she no longer hated seeing patients. Ham So-dam, in chibi form, sighed, emphatically declaring she still hated and was scared of it. But still, she knew. She had to do what needed to be done. Shin Seonhan flashed a knowing smile, realizing he wouldn't need to worry about So-dam today. Suddenly, a loud off-panel voice demanded to know who was in charge, startling both interns. An angry man raged, demanding the ER supervisor appear immediately, accusing them of hiding. A nurse cautiously approached the angry couple, asking what the matter was. He immediately accused them of neglecting their duties, shocking the nurse into a stunned silence. The angry father continued to yell, demanding immediate treatment for his son, who lay idly in bed holding his phone. Shin Seonhan whispered that the patient was the unlicensed high schooler who caused the chain collision and, as paramedics had reported, wasn't even hurt. Shin Seonhan watched, astonished, as the parents of the boy who caused such a mess acted so entitled. The furious parents continued their barrage, demanding their supervisor and threatening to sue everyone for negligent treatment. The nurse attempted to calm the raging man, but he only yelled louder about his son's pain. The nurse tried to explain there were more urgent patients, but the woman reacted with furious shock. The woman sneered, suggesting that less severe patients could wait, shocking the nurse into a speechless, "What?" The angry man reached out forcefully, physically threatening the terrified nurse as she screamed in fear, demanding a supervisor and a doctor. Shin Seonhan immediately intervened, frantically yelling for security. He yelled, "Stop it," his eyes wide with alarm. A chibi Ham So-dam, cheeks puffed and teeth clenched, silently seethed with internal anger. Then, her chibi form stood defiantly, confronting the angry man head-on. Shin Seonhan internally gasped, "Angry Ham. I mean, Ham So-dam." The angry man pointed accusingly at Ham So-dam, demanding to know who she was. Ham So-dam yelled back that his son wasn't the only precious one, stunning the man into silence. She asserted that every injured person here was someone's precious child, and one had almost died from blood loss. She then pointed furiously, declaring it was because of his son, sitting right over there. Ham So-dam demanded to know why they weren't groveling in apology, leaving the man flustered and speechless. She then calmly but firmly assured them their son would be treated soon, but they would have to wait their turn. The man could only respond with a furious, inarticulate growl. The woman, enraged by the perceived disrespect, raised her arm aggressively towards Ham So-dam. Shin Seonhan yelled in alarm, calling out Ham So-dam's name as the situation escalated. Ham So-dam loudly declared, "Emergency Medical Services Act, Article 12. She furiously warned them that anyone assaulting, threatening, or obstructing emergency medical personnel could face up to 5 years in prison. The angry parents stared, wide-eyed and stunned by her legal warning. The indignant man roared in disbelief, demanding what kind of hospital allowed an intern to threaten a guardian. The furious woman then asserted her status, yelling that she was officially filing a complaint with Yeonguk University Hospital. Ham So-dam calmly retorted, "Yes, please do. File the complaint," leaving the woman shocked. With unwavering determination, Ham So-dam then introduced herself as intern Ham So-dam of Yeonguk University Hospital. Ham So-dam maintained her composure as medical staff watched the agitated parents confront her in the tense hospital corridor. The father, his face contorted with rage, vowed he wasn't going to let the matter go. Ham So-dam, completely unyielding, challenged him to file that complaint. She then firmly instructed them to wait their turn, stating they would see their son only when it was his time. Shin Seonhan felt a satisfying thrill, surprised by this new, unexpected side of Ham So-dam. Shin Seonhan asked if she would be alright, but Ham So-dam defiantly declared she didn't care if a complaint was filed. Ham So-dam asserted her lifelong refusal to back down due to connections, while Shin Seonhan perceived her with the exaggerated dignity of Yeonguk royalty. Shin Seonhan, distressed, called out Ham So-dam's name, worried by her bold challenge. Yeongwon-hyung sighed, clearly concerned and annoyed by the ongoing commotion. Yeongwon-hyung furiously demanded quiet, reminding them there were patients everywhere in the ER. Ham So-dam quickly bowed her head, offering a contrite apology to Yeongwon-hyung. Yeongwon-hyung tapped Ham So-dam, urging her to hurry back to her patients. With a wink and a thumbs up, Yeongwon-hyung subtly approved of her earlier defiance. Yeongwon-hyung loudly pushed them forward, proclaiming a mountain of work awaited them. A subtle, knowing smile played on Ham So-dam's lips, perhaps from amusement. Shin Seonhan smiled, seemingly pleased by the exchange. The lights of Yeonguk University Hospital shone in the night. The clinking of instruments signaled that a medical procedure had been completed. The man with light stubble cheerfully discharged a grateful patient, sending him home. The man with light stubble sighed, relieved to finally get a breather, and asked Shin Seonhan if he had seen all the trauma patients. Shin Seonhan expressed surprise, having not realized the dynamic nature of the hospital back on the internal medicine ward. The man with light stubble winked, explaining that it was called an emergency room for a reason. He described the cries of patients, the shouts of guardians, and the constant rush of dying people being brought in. Shin Seonhan looked puzzled as the man with light stubble spoke of a unique thrill not found on other wards. The man described saving dying patients with one's own hands and sending them back to their families. With a serious, determined gaze, he declared that changing people's fates was the ultimate pride of emergency medicine. The words echoed in Shin Seonhan's mind, changing fate, a concept that resonated deeply with him. The man with light stubble chuckled, asking if Shin Seonhan was moved and interested in staking his career there, then playfully grabbed him. Shin Seonhan slyly mused that, in his position at Yeonguk, he'd be grateful to be accepted anywhere and should gratefully accept any department. Shin Seonhan then genuinely stated it would be an honor to work with Dr. Yeo, promising to seriously consider his offer. Dr. Yeo playfully slapped Shin Seonhan's back, dismissing his flattery, but Shin Seonhan insisted he truly meant it. Dr. Yeo instructed Shin Seonhan to hurry and see the rest of his patients, to which Shin Seonhan affirmed. After the storm of emergencies had swept through, the ER now appeared unusually peaceful, a quiet moment in an otherwise chaotic environment. But Shin Seonhan felt a nagging sensation that he had forgotten something important. Shin Seonhan approached Yeongwon Hyung, who was busy clicking away at a computer, and called out to him. Shin Seonhan suggested they split the backlog of ER patients, offering a lifeline that Yeongwon Hyung gratefully accepted. Shin Seonhan then mentioned that Jo Jinji had apparently seen a bunch of other patients, surprising Yeongwon Hyung. Shin Seonhan expressed his concern, puzzled as he had thought Jo Jinji was incapacitated due to his hand injury. Jo Jinji cheerfully swung his arm, declaring his enjoyment of performing procedures, much to Shin Seonhan's surprise. Yeongwon Hyung furiously accused Jo Jinji of taking it easy, but Jo Jinji, with a sly smile, insisted he had been working hard since his cast came off. A growling sense of unease finally clicked for Shin Seonhan, realizing he had been so focused on trauma patients that he had overlooked the pre-existing ones. Shin Seonhan sharply called out Jo Jinji's name. Fingers flew across a keyboard, rapidly typing. While nothing Jo Jinji handled seemed particularly difficult or risky, a subtle unease lingered. Shin Seonhan reacted with shock, his vision showing a ghostly patient in his 40s suffering from pleural effusion, for whom Jo Jinji had performed a thoracentesis. Shin Seonhan urgently confronted Jo Jinji, asking if he had made any mistakes while seeing emergencies that day. Jo Jinji, annoyed, questioned why Shin Seonhan was suddenly picking a fight. Jo Jinji defensively asserted his past reputation as an ace and told Shin Seonhan to mind his own business. Shin Seonhan pressed, asking if Jo Jinji had taken a post-procedure X-ray, to which Jo Jinji adamantly confirmed he had. Jo Jinji sheepishly admitted he just hadn't checked it yet, provoking a furious outburst from Shin Seonhan, who called it an absolute basic requirement after draining pleural fluid. Jo Jinji angrily defended himself, claiming he was busy too and that checking the X-ray was something that could be postponed. A bad feeling intensified as Shin Seonhan, wide-eyed, urgently demanded that Jo Jinji open something immediately. Shin Seonhan clarified that he meant the X-ray. Jo Jinji complained about Shin Seonhan's annoying persistence, but slumping, agreed to check the X-ray. Jo Jinji reacted with utter shock upon seeing the computer monitor. Jo Jinji gasped, questioning why the pleural effusion was still present on the X-ray. Jo Jinji mused why so little fluid had come out and wondered if he should try again, causing Shin Seonhan to gasp in alarm. Shin Seonhan urgently pulled Jo Jinji closer, asking if he could not see what was on the screen. Shin Seonhan revealed a massive pneumothorax on the opposite side of the fluid. Jo Jinji reacted with a silent, horrified gasp as the gravity of the situation dawned on him. Shin Seonhan, wide-eyed and concerned, realized Jo Jinji had treated the right lung, but the left now had a pneumothorax. Shin Seonhan bluntly asked if he had punctured the wrong lung, making Jo Jinji flinch in horror. Jo Jinji looked down, overwhelmed by shame and terror. Shin Seonhan frantically grabbed Jo Jinji's lab coat, demanding to know the patient's location, realizing the mistake meant puncturing the only functioning lung. Jo Jinji desperately grabbed Shin Seonhan's lab coat, trying to stop him. Jo Jinji, terrified, pleaded with Shin Seonhan about his intern evaluation, worried about the impact if the mistake got out. Shin Seonhan reacted with wide-eyed disbelief at the audacity of the plea. Jo Jinji desperately pleaded with Shin Seonhan, asking if they could quietly let the mistake slide due to his already compromised reputation. Shin Seonhan was enraged, unable to believe Jo Jinji had suggested such a thing. Jo Jinji nervously suggested that perhaps they could just leave the small pneumothorax alone. Shin Seonhan furiously yelled at the crazy idiot. In the busy hospital office, other medical staff worked around Shin Seonhan and Jo Jinji, unaware of the crisis unfolding between them. A hand slammed down on the desk in a moment of intense panic. Shin Seonhan angrily declared that Jo Jinji's intern score didn't matter when the patient could die because of his mistake. Shin Seonhan leaned over Jo Jinji, his face filled with intense anger and concern as he continued the confrontation. Shin Seonhan desperately demanded the patient's location, emphasizing that 30 minutes had already passed since the X-ray. Shin Seonhan's feet pounded rapidly as he ran down the hospital corridor. He rushed through the hospital, a blur of motion driven by urgency. Shin Seonhan and Jo Jinji found the elderly patient struggling for breath in his bed. The patient gasped desperately for air, his face contorted in pain. The patient weakly called out for the doctor, struggling to articulate that he couldn't. The patient managed to utter one desperate word, breathe, as Shin Seonhan and Jo Jinji stared on in wide-eyed alarm. The patient struggled desperately for air, his gasps echoing the stark distress of the dimly lit room. Shin Seonhan's horrified gaze fell upon the patient, his desperate gasp a chilling confirmation of the worsening crisis. The monitor blared, an insistent beep declaring an oxygen saturation of 73%, a dire signal of a situation far more serious than Shin Seonhan had anticipated. The constant beeping of the alarm had gone unheard amidst the ER's frantic chaos, deepening Shin Seonhan's frustration with the system. Shin Seonhan's voice cut through the urgency, ordering oxygen and a facial mask, a decisive step in the unfolding crisis. Jo Jinji flinched in surprise at the sheer force of Shin Seonhan's unexpected command. Shin Seonhan, his voice raw with urgency, commanded Jo Jinji to show the X-ray and contact thoracic surgery, a directive Jo Jinji quickly acknowledged. Jo Jinji quickly scrambled down the corridor, propelled by the urgency of the situation. Shin Seonhan, amidst the unfolding crisis, wondered if this was the terrifying future he had glimpsed in his dreams. The patient struggled for each precious breath, a stark reminder of Shin Seonhan's internal conviction that even a moment's delay would have sealed his fate. Shin Seonhan's mind raced, swiftly diagnosing the pneumothorax and dissecting the critical nature of air trapped within the thoracic cavity. As the patient groaned, Shin Seonhan decisively concluded that immediate needle aspiration was the only way to release the trapped air and restore proper breathing. Shin Seonhan urgently demanded a 16G needle for needle aspiration, the swift process of removing air from the thoracic cavity, and the nurse instantly complied. The nurse quickly presented the needle, its sterile gleam a promise of desperate intervention. Shin Seonhan, gloved and grim, prepared to perform the life-saving needle aspiration on patient Kim Jeongsu, a silent prayer echoing in the sterile room. Shin Seonhan's gloved hand hesitated, the sharp needle poised precariously above the patient's skin. Shin Seonhan's mind raced with doubt, questioning his right to perform a procedure he'd only ever encountered in textbooks. He wrestled with the desperate question of whether he should delay, waiting for an experienced doctor to arrive and take the burden. The potential for a failed procedure loomed large, threatening more than just a poor evaluation score. He envisioned the terrifying reality of medical malpractice, the angry faces of accusers swirling in his fearful imagination. The patient's shallow, desperate gasps persisted, a relentless reminder of the dwindling time. Shin Seonhan remained silent, the gasping patient's struggle sharpening the heavy burden of the needle in his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, steeling himself for the terrifying decision he was about to make. There was no more time for hesitation. Shin Seonhan knew that every passing second threatened the elderly patient's life, and his hand moved to prepare the needle. Shin Seonhan plunged the needle forward, knowing that the 10 minutes needed for thoracic surgery to arrive would be 10 minutes too late. His gaze intensely focused, Shin Seonhan mentally pinpointed the exact location for the needle's insertion, above the nipple, into the top of the rib. The needle penetrated deeply, sinking into the patient's chest with a soft sound. The patient's skin twitched faintly, a subtle reaction to the invasive procedure. It was still shallow. Shin Seonhan, recognizing this, pushed the needle a little deeper. The needle continued its smooth, deliberate penetration into the patient's body. Shin Seonhan gazed down at the needle, now fully inserted into the patient's chest. Then, with a distinct rush, trapped air escaped through the needle, a vaporous sigh of relief from the patient's failing lung. The patient continued to gasp, yet his breaths held a fragile hint of easing distress. A slow, deep breath finally escaped the patient, signaling a profound shift toward stabilization. It worked. Shin Seonhan smiled in immense relief as the monitor confirmed an oxygen saturation of 89%, knowing he had saved the patient, for now. Yongwon Hyung's booming voice cut through the chaos, urgently summoning Dong-seop as other interns rushed into the room. Yongwon Hyung continued his phone call, discussing the critical need for bilateral chest tubes while Shin Seonhan listened, his concern unwavering. The needle, a testament to Shin Seonhan's quick thinking, remained precisely where he had placed it. Yongwon Hyung, his anger visibly thrumming, furiously demanded an explanation from Shin Seonhan for his unauthorized intervention. Yongwon Hyung grabbed Shin Seonhan's arm, his voice sharp with accusation, demanding to know who authorized him to perform emergency first aid. Then, Hyung's eyes fell upon the monitor, and his fury morphed into surprise at the undeniable rise in oxygen saturation. Hyung, now focused on the solution, quickly requested a 3-way valve and a 50 cubic centimeters syringe, which the nurse promptly delivered. Hyung then instructed Shin Seonhan to hold the valve, a command Shin Seonhan acknowledged with a quick yes. Shin Seonhan's gloved hands expertly operated the syringe, connected to the valve and tube, to continue removing the trapped air. With a soft hiss, more air was continuously suctioned from the patient's chest using the syringe. Both Shin Seonhan and the man with light stubble watched intently as the syringe continued to draw out the life-threatening air. The man with light stubble addressed the patient directly, inquiring how he felt as the elderly man's eyes slowly fluttered open. The patient recounted his terrifying ordeal, how his breath had suddenly vanished just moments after his wife left the room. He confessed his fear of dying, the terrifying helplessness of being unable to make a sound as his life ebbed away. The man with light stubble offered a comforting smile, reassuring the patient that he would be all right and urging him not to worry. A distressed old woman rushed into the room, her urgent cries echoing as she frantically asked what had happened to her husband. The old woman clutched her husband's hand, offering comfort, as Shin Seonhan watched the emotional reunion unfold. Shin Seonhan silently acknowledged the close call, reflecting on how a ridiculous mistake had nearly cost a patient his life. Shin Seonhan registered the old woman's heartfelt thank you, her gratitude striking him with unexpected force. The patient, now visibly relieved, sincerely thanked the doctors, confessing he had truly believed he was dying before their intervention. A shared moment of quiet reflection passed between Shin Seonhan and the man with light stubble, the weight of the recent crisis still heavy in the air. Doctor with brown hair entered, calling out to Bong Cheol, then expressed surprise at seeing Dong-seop already there. The stressed man with light stubble was none other than Ma Dong-seop, a resident in thoracic surgery. Doctor with brown hair commended Ma Dong-seop's efforts, offering to take over, an offer Ma Dong-seop gratefully accepted. Ma Dong-seop turned, his voice cutting through the clinical air as he addressed the assembled interns. Ma Dong-seop's stern expression was set as he commanded the interns to follow him. All 4 interns stood visibly nervous, their apprehension palpable. Ma Dong-seop stood before the 4 interns, who stiffly held their attention, awaiting his words. Ma Dong-seop maintained a stern, commanding presence, his arms crossed, an almost palpable aura of authority radiating around him. The interns averted their gazes, a collective portrait of nervousness and discomfort. Ma Dong-seop's voice dripped with disgust, declaring he had never witnessed such a pathetic mistake in the ER. His furious tirade roared like a fiery explosion, reprimanding the Yeonguk interns for their egregious error of mixing up left and right on an X-ray. Shin Seonhan internally recognized Jo Jinji as the sole culprit but knew that in such a heated moment, any explanation would only sound like a pathetic excuse. Ma Dong-seop's enraged voice continued, highlighting the catastrophic error of inflicting a pneumothorax on the patient's only functioning lung, which was already fighting to breathe. His voice dripping with accusation, Ma Dong-seop demanded if they were attempting to kill the patient, asking if they were killers or doctors, a question that hung heavy in the blood-splattered air. Ma Dong-seop continued his angry tirade, expressing his personal embarrassment before the thoracic surgery department due to their colossal mistakes. Ma Dong-seop let out an exasperated sigh, looking down at the dejected interns who were now slumped on the floor. Ma Dong-seop's voice cut through the air, singling out Jo Jinji, who flinched nervously in response to the sudden address. Ma Dong-seop wagged a furious finger at Jo Jinji, ordering him back to the humiliating task of taking consent forms, despite his recently removed cast. Jo Jinji, utterly defeated, meekly responded, his spirit seemingly crushed. Ma Dong-seop dismissed the other interns, but then, with a sharp command, asked Shin Seonhan to remain behind. Shin Seonhan's surprise was evident as he wondered internally why he alone was asked to stay. A crisp sound marked the departure of the other interns, leaving Shin Seonhan to face the unknown. Shin Seonhan apologized for his independent action, but maintained it was necessary due to a critical emergency. The man with light stubble sternly demanded an explanation, catching Shin Seonhan by surprise. He sternly pressed for a specific and detailed account of the emergency. Shin Seonhan explained the critical risk of cardiac arrest from an untreated pneumothorax requiring prompt aspiration. With an intense gaze, the man with light stubble prompted him to continue. The narration revealed that over 30 minutes had elapsed since the pneumothorax was identified, with the patient's oxygen saturation critically plummeting to 73%. Shin Seonhan further stressed the urgency, believing they couldn't wait a second longer for an elderly patient with already weakened lung function. The 2 men stood formally facing each other, the tension thick in the air. Shin Seonhan awaited the man's response with palpable anxiety. The man with light stubble let out a heavy sigh. The man with light stubble unexpectedly praised him, leaving Shin Seonhan wide-eyed with surprise. He commended Shin Seonhan for perfectly executing emergency measures and catching a critical mistake, deeming him worthy of endless praise rather than a scolding. Despite the praise, the man sternly reminded Shin Seonhan of his intern status and the crucial need to take responsibility for all his actions. He firmly warned Shin Seonhan against cockiness as a mere intern, demanding an understanding that Shin Seonhan decisively acknowledged. With a light tap on his shoulder, the man with light stubble dismissed Shin Seonhan back to work. As the man walked toward his computer, Shin Seonhan remained, processing the encounter. The man with light stubble called out Shin Seonhan's name, drawing a surprised turn. With a sly wink and a thumbs up, he informed Shin Seonhan that he would receive the top score this month. Shin Seonhan reacted with a sound of wide-eyed surprise. He confidently assured Shin Seonhan that his comment would ensure an A+ score, despite the final say belonging to others. Shin Seonhan's confusion prompted the man to question why he appeared unhappy with the news. Shin Seonhan explained his surprise at the directness of the praise, while the man, with an exasperated gesture, simply grumbled about the gloomy weather and being stuck in the ER. With a sly smile, Shin Seonhan playfully turned the tables, asking the man what he was doing and reminding him to get back to work. The man with light stubble replied, "Yes, sir," as Shin Seonhan bowed deeply in an exaggerated display of respect. Shin Seonhan stood lost in thought as the interaction decisively concluded. He looked upward, a wide-eyed anxiety lingering over him. An ecstatic Shin Seonhan cried, "I did it," jubilantly, convinced he had changed the future with his own hands. He felt deep satisfaction, having not only saved the patient but also secured himself an A+. Suddenly, a man with dark hair erupted in shock, abruptly demanding what they had done to his father. He furiously accused them of puncturing his father's healthy lung and endangering him, questioning the hospital's operational standards. The doctor with brown hair bowed deeply in profuse apology, as the man with dark hair immediately threatened a medical lawsuit over their grave fault. The patient tried to calm his son by explaining the chaos from a traffic accident, but his son remained deeply concerned. Jo Jinji smugly criticized the intern who couldn't differentiate left from right on an X-ray, much to the disdain and surprise of his colleagues. The doctor with brown hair sarcastically questioned how such an individual could have ever passed their licensing exam. Youngwon Hyung called out to Jo Jinji, who was startled by the sudden address. An enraged Youngwon Hyung, radiating fury, demanded a private word with him. Jo Jinji responded nervously to the summons, a sweat drop forming on his temple. Youngwon Hyung confronted Jo Jinji in the stark stairwell, where Jo Jinji adopted a submissive stance. Youngwon Hyung let out a dark, menacing laugh that terrified Jo Jinji, who could only make a choked, fearful sound in response. Youngwon Hyung exhaled in profound exasperation. Youngwon Hyung told Jo Jinji to consider himself lucky, as the incident was indefensible in a medical lawsuit, admitting he was barely holding back from punching him. Instead, Youngwon Hyung declared that Jo Jinji would receive the lowest intern evaluation this month, a statement that struck Jo Jinji with utter shock. Jo Jinji desperately protested the low evaluation, arguing that Ham So-dam had made far more mistakes than he had. Youngwon Hyung explained that while doctors are human and make mistakes, Jo Jinji's problem was his actions afterward. He contrasted Ham So-dam, who took full responsibility and contacted other departments immediately, with Jo Jinji's failure to even attempt the basics. Jo Jinji recalled his own negligent instruction to Shin Seonhan to ignore the pneumothorax and simply move on. Jo Jinji nervously asked if Shin Seonhan had reported him, but Youngwon Hyung revealed that nearby nurses had overheard everything. Youngwon Hyung then dismissed Jo Jinji's past academic achievements, declaring that they meant nothing in the real-world environment of the hospital. With an angry finger, Youngwon Hyung condemned Jo Jinji as a zero-point doctor, by his standards. Jo Jinji's face was contorted in sheer terror from the harsh words. As Youngwon Hyung walked away, he advised Jo Jinji to use his remaining internship time for self-reflection and to seek better scores in other departments. 2 iced coffees sat, signaling a moment of pause and conversation. The doctor with brown hair asked about the settlement, to which Youngwon Hyung explained the complication of the patient's daughter-in-law being a lawyer from a major firm, almost leading to a lawsuit. Youngwon Hyung took a loud sip from his drink, expressing intense irritation just thinking about Jo Jinji. The doctor with brown hair slyly jabbed, questioning the quality of intern training within the EM department. Youngwon Hyung reacted with surprise, declaring he would now closely watch the performance of the thoracic surgery interns. Youngwon Hyung stirred his drink, commenting on the exhausting month of intern incidents, from Ham So-dam's Nelaton incident to the latest. The doctor with brown hair expressed relief that the patient was safe, while Youngwon Hyung thoughtfully reflected on the close call and how well they mitigated the damage from such a huge mistake. The doctor with brown hair expressed surprise at Youngwon Hyung's sharp intuition, asking for clarification on his comments. Youngwon Hyung proudly praised the emergency needle aspiration as a great call, crediting the ace of emergency medicine. With a wry chuckle, Youngwon Hyung revealed it wasn't him, but one of their interns, prompting a surprised, "Huh? An intern?" from the other doctor. The doctor with brown hair remained skeptical, questioning how a 2-month-old intern could accomplish such a feat, but Young Won-hyung maintained his serious demeanor. Young Won-hyung explained the intern's real skill, mentioning he had come over from internal medicine just last week, which the other doctor repeated in surprise. Young Won-hyung then looked thoughtful, recalling another intern from internal medicine from the previous month. Kim Byum-soo approached the two doctors, asking why the Dongbong brothers were gathered, and Young Won-hyung greeted him. The doctor with brown hair asked Kim Byum-soo for the name of the intern who had prepped the ECMO in advance previously, which Kim Byum-soo identified as Shin Seonhan. Kim Byum-soo stood conversing with the two seated doctors, a new dynamic forming. Young Won-hyung laughed loudly, thoroughly impressed to learn that the remarkable intern was Shin Seonhan. Kim Byum-soo thoughtfully observed that Shin Seonhan seemed to be excelling in emergency medicine as well. The doctor with brown hair thoughtfully concluded that Shin Seonhan, with his repeated impressive actions, was definitely not ordinary. Taking a sip from his straw, the doctor with brown hair remained skeptical, stating it was too early to judge and that twice could still be a stroke of luck. Kim Byum-soo thoughtfully sipped his drink, wondering just how useful Shin Seonhan would prove to be if this pattern of impressive actions continued. Gentle cooking sounds filled the warm kitchen air. Shin Seonhan slept soundly, oblivious to the soft ambient sounds. His mother's gentle request for plates pulled Shin Seonhan from his slumber, eliciting a groggy, yet agreeable, response as dishes clinked. An arm moved past the doorway, signaling the start of the day. Shin Seonhan sat up in bed, lost in silent thought. 2 months after beginning his internship at Yeonguk University, Shin Seonhan finally found his way back to the familiar Shin family's fish restaurant. Shin Seonhan emerged, rubbing sleep from his eyes, as his mother greeted him warmly and he inquired about the time. It was just past 1, and his mother, Shin Seonhan, expressed heartfelt concern for his obvious exhaustion. A sharp pinch to his cheek made Shin Seonhan yelp in pain. Shin Seonhan's second sister, Shin Seondo, playfully accused him of only sleeping after 2 months away, but he protested, having worked all night. Little Yuna eagerly hugged Shin Seonhan's leg, playfully scolding him for waking late, and he affectionately returned her greeting. Shin Seonhan greeted his two brothers-in-law warmly, who in turn expressed their delight at his appearance. His brothers-in-law pressed him about the demanding hospital life and potential labor violations, yet Shin Seonhan simply reassured them he was just too busy to visit. As his mother invited him to eat, noting his timely awakening, Shin Seonhan immediately inquired about his father's whereabouts. Shin Seonhan's father let out a powerful cry, surrounded by a blue aura, as a fish seemingly leaped in triumph. Fish soared through the air with exaggerated speed, a fantastical display. A beautifully arranged sashimi platter glistened under the light, signaling a truly luxurious meal. As his father announced it was time to eat, the whole family expressed their heartfelt gratitude for the meal. His brothers-in-law, eager to celebrate his apparent success, congratulated him on ranking first, but Shin Seonhan clarified he was still merely an intern. His brother-in-law, misinterpreting the medical hierarchy through a corporate lens, believed an internship meant he was already established, unlike a temporary training role. As his brother-in-law expressed relief at his well-being, Shin Seonhan's father proudly attributed his son's success to a special tuna eyeball liquor he had provided before his first day. The two brothers-in-law immediately jumped into a lively, competitive debate over whose exotic health liquor was truly responsible for Shin Seonhan's achievements, much to his unexpressed horror. A week before Shin Seonhan's internship at Yeonguk University, a glass of peculiar tuna eyeball liquor, with its unsettling contents, was presented. Shin Seonhan stared in wide-eyed terror at the grotesque, bobbing object within the glass. His father, filled with enthusiastic pride, urged Shin Seonhan to down the legendary golden tuna eyeball liquor, in one shot, much to his son's utter dismay. The repulsive liquid, with its unsettling contents, swirled ominously. Shin Seonhan vehemently refused the drink, citing parasites and pollution, but his enraged father insisted he consume the rare delicacy immediately. Shin Seonhan desperately pleaded with his brothers-in-law to intervene and stop his father. His brothers-in-law, however, were not coming to his aid, instead fantasizing about the golden tuna eyeball liquor themselves, leaving Shin Seonhan stunned. His brothers-in-law, now enthusiastically offering their own dubious health elixirs, insisted Shin Seonhan needed to be healthy to be a good doctor. In a nightmarish vision, Shin Seonhan's father and brothers-in-law loomed, a chorus of insistent voices pressing him to try their bizarre concoctions, leaving him overwhelmed. His father's intense eyes narrowed as he commanded the others to seize Shin Seonhan. His family forcibly held him down, cheering, chug chug, as the mysterious liquid was poured into Shin Seonhan's mouth, his protests muffled. Shin Seonhan cried out for salvation, as the horrifying concoction left his stomach wrecked for days, nearly incapacitating him for his first day of work. As he ate, a curious thought struck Shin Seonhan. His ability to see the future had inexplicably begun shortly after that ordeal, a connection he pondered with hesitant disbelief. The Shin family's fish restaurant stood peacefully under the bright sky. Shin Seonhan stretched blissfully across his bed, reveling in the peaceful calm and comically wishing Monday would never arrive. A sudden flash of realization struck Shin Seonhan. He could not waste this rare, golden weekend so meaninglessly. His ultimate decision, however, was to simply get a little more sleep, pulling his blanket up contentedly. He felt so cozy, so profoundly content, that he could sleep for about 9.99 million years, a blissful vision of eternal rest. The sudden, jarring ring of his smartphone shattered the peace, startling Shin Seonhan. Shin Seonhan answered, recognizing Kim Gun-yuk's name and immediately fearing a hospital emergency. Shin Seonhan answered with a weary greeting, only for Gun-wook's urgent, distressed plea for help to burst through the line. Shin Seonhan's concern grew as he pressed for details, knowing deep down that a truly peaceful weekend was an impossible dream for him. Gun-wook's next words, revealing their meeting was missing a participant, left Shin Seonhan utterly shocked. Shin Seonhan echoed the word meeting with utter confusion and annoyance. Gun-wook frantically explained that their 3-on-3 group date was now short a man because a senior, attempting to sneak out, had been caught by his girlfriend, much to Yeongwon-hyung's visible despair. Shin Seonhan, relieved it wasn't a real emergency, suggested they just go with 2, but Gun-wook insisted on perfectly matched numbers for the group date. Shin Seonhan tried to escape the conversation by announcing his intention to sleep, but Gun-wook frantically tried to stop him. Gun-wook, in a desperate attempt to leverage Shin Seonhan's attendance, offered to invest in his physical therapy for the entire intern year, emphasizing its financial value and importance for a doctor's stamina. Shin Seonhan decisively rejected the offer, hanging up the phone despite Gun-wook's frantic protests. Gun-wook, refusing to give up, continued to plead through the speakerphone, emphasizing how long they had waited for this one chance amid their perpetually busy schedules. Gun-wook then resorted to guilt, dramatically invoking Yeongwon-hyung's plight, lamenting his age and the dwindling chances for future opportunities, while Yeongwon-hyung himself looked utterly crushed. With a heavy sigh, Shin Seonhan finally gave in, asking for the time and location, which Gun-wook happily supplied, Gangnam Station at 6:30. Gun-wook advised Shin Seonhan to pay attention to his outfit, but Shin Seonhan simply grumbled, claiming he had nothing suitable and would just wear something random. The city awoke to a vibrant night, its illuminated towers painting the urban sky. Shin Seonhan stood alone amidst the bustling city square, waiting. Shin Seonhan inwardly conceded that, for an outfit thrown together in a rush, it wasn't half bad. The awkward realization struck Shin Seonhan that this was his first group date since college, and he already felt profoundly uncomfortable. Gun-wook's enthusiastic voice confirmed Shin Seonhan's arrival. An utterly exaggerated shock contorted Shin Seonhan's face. Gun-wook and Yeongwon-hyung struck comically confident poses, rhetorically asking if Shin Seonhan was ready to join their spectacle. Shin Seonhan, mortified, questioned their bizarre attire, but Yeongwon-hyung proudly explained his white suit was meant to showcase his doctor status, with a lab coat adding a full-set bonus. Yeongwon-hyung defensively revealed his fashion advice came directly from a doctor community online, where everyone had recommended it. Shin Seonhan turned his questioning gaze to Gun-wook, who confidently explained his outfit was chosen to showcase his masculinity, a tip he acquired from a fitness community. As Gun-wook's chest muscles rippled, Shin Seonhan exasperatedly yelled at him to stop moving his chest. A ghostly figure of despair rose from Shin Seonhan's head as he realized the group date was already irrevocably ruined. The lively city street bustled with pedestrians as dusk settled. Thankfully, with many clothing stores nearby, they quickly acquired new outfits, resetting the disastrous situation. Gun-wook and Yeongwon-hyung grumbled, questioning the need for new clothes, prompting Shin Seonhan to exasperatedly declare their previous outfits were totally bad. Shin Seonhan lectured his friends that the goal was simply not to dress weird, all while secretly yearning for the comfort of his own home. Gun-wook noticed their dates were late, prompting Yeongwon-hyung to declare, with comical indignation, that he would confront them about their 15-minute delay. A voice from just out of sight cautiously asked if they were indeed from Yeonguk University Hospital. The 3 women arrived, one politely apologizing for their slight delay, blaming heavy traffic despite taking a taxi. All 3 men stared in utter, profound surprise at the newly arrived women. In a fantastical rush, the men instantly imagined elaborate wedding scenarios with their new acquaintances, a ludicrous vision that quickly dissolved into collective embarrassment, shocking Shin Seonhan. Yeongwon-hyung quickly tried to recover, pretending they had just arrived as well, and suggested they move to a pre-arranged spot with a nice atmosphere. Shin Seonhan locked eyes with the woman with long brown hair, and the unexpected connection caused him to react with surprise. A soft, gentle smile played on the woman's lips. Overjoyed by her smile, Shin Seonhan felt a surge of elation, resolving to forget his rigid hospital life for the day and simply have fun. Shin Seonhan suddenly cried out in profound terror, a sharp and visceral reaction. Shin Seonhan, now in a suit, spun around abruptly, startled by an unseen horror in the pouring rain. Rain cascaded down the city street at night, casting an ominous pall. Amidst shattered glass and debris, people were violently thrown through the air, their screams echoing in the chaos. Large fragments of debris and glass exploded outwards with a deafening crash, signifying immense destruction. A chaotic premonition showed men plummeting through a cracking structure as terrified screams filled the air. The catastrophic collapse continued, vast pieces of the building crashing down around them. Shin Seonhan's breath caught in his throat, his eyes wide with a terror that felt all too real. Breaking news reported a third-floor terrace near Gangnam Station had collapsed at 9 p.m., causing 10 casualties as it crashed onto pedestrians below, making an unnamed man gasp at the location. The report then detailed a critical injury and a confirmed death, leaving the man utterly shocked. The news continued, detailing how illegal parking in Gangnam's narrow alleys had critically delayed ambulance access and patient transport. An ER doctor recounted one patient unconscious from excessive bleeding, another dead from cardiac tamponade, hinting that quicker intervention could have changed the tragic outcome. Shin Seonhan's mind reeled, echoing the chilling medical terms, excessive bleeding, cardiac tamponade, dead. He wondered if this was another premonition, especially since the news mentioned a collapse. A sickening realization dawned on Shin Seonhan. Gangnam Station was right here, the news mentioned 9 p.m. on Saturday evening, meaning tonight. A friend's concerned voice cut through Shin Seonhan's thoughts, asking what was wrong. Shin Seonhan waved it off with a nervous sweat drop, insisting it was nothing at all. He desperately hoped it wasn't for tonight, recalling how some premonitions had shown events days into the future. A celebratory clink echoed as they toasted to their first meeting. The woman with brown hair confessed it was her first time drinking with doctors, while the man with light stubble laughed that it was their first meeting flight attendants on the ground. The woman praised them as skilled doctors from the country's best hospital, which Shin Seonhan humbly deflected, claiming their effort was their only skill. Appetizers arrived, and the woman with brown hair exclaimed how delicious they looked. Just as she reached for a piece, a gloved hand suddenly appeared, loudly commanding, "Wait." The man with light stubble theatrically declared himself a sausage specialist from Yeonguk University, drawing amused laughs and impressed exclamations from the women. The woman then asked Shin Seonhan about his specialty, and he clarified they were still interns without one. The other woman piped up, saying they were also interns for 2 years, though the brown-haired woman warned that many quit their difficult job within 6 months. The other woman explained their bunk beds on long-haul flights felt like coffins, shocking the man with light stubble. She continued, detailing the strict appearance rules and constant senior scrutiny that made even quick naps feel like no rest at all, earning a sympathetic, "Wow, that sounds tough," from the man. Another woman then questioned if doctors really stayed up for days, to which the man confirmed the grueling 24-hour ER intern rotations that left them feeling like zombies. He declared that despite the exhaustion, patients were waiting, so they always did their best, drawing enthusiastic applause and admiration from the women. Off-panel voices cheered, rallying all interns in Korea to hang in there. As the man with light stubble suggested ordering another round, Shin Seonhan, still holding his phone, asked what they should get. Shin Seonhan frantically searched his phone for Gangnam Terraces, realizing that a newly broken news event wouldn't appear in his search results. He noted the current time of 7:55 p.m., realizing the accident was set for around 9 p.m., in just about an hour. His foresight was driving him crazy, he desperately wished it would at least provide the date and location properly. A sudden thought startled Shin Seonhan. The woman with brown hair gently teased him, asking if he didn't like them because he'd been staring at his phone the whole time, startling Shin Seonhan. With a nervous smile, Shin Seonhan quickly apologized, fabricating an urgent message as his excuse. She understood, remarking that doctors always had to stay on standby, even sharing an anecdote about her relative rushing to the hospital during his grandmother's funeral. She then leaned in, asking if Shin Seonhan, whose name meant kind or fresh, was truly as kind as it suggested. Shin Seonhan explained his name derived from his family's fish restaurant, where his father wanted everything always fresh, surprising the woman. She burst into hysterical laughter upon learning he was named Fresh because his family ran a fish restaurant, then, still giggling, asked if a daughter would be Seonyo, only for Shin Seonhan to confirm his sisters were named Shin Seonji and Shindo. She apologized for laughing too loudly, but Shin Seonhan, with a reassuring smile, said it was fine, as nobody ever forgot his name after that explanation. He declared he couldn't forget her name, then asked if she remembered his, which she confirmed, making Shin Seonhan playfully ask if she'd been listening. Winking playfully, she asked him to remember her name too, Dr. Seonhan, then proposed a cheers to their nice meeting. Blushing, Shin Seonhan convinced himself that the premonition couldn't be for today and resolved to enjoy himself. The vibrant city pulsed with neon energy under the night sky. As the three men walked out, the man with light stubble commented on the great vibe and how forward the women had been. His friends launched into fantasies about the women's elegant style and easygoing vibe, while Shin Seonhan looked utterly annoyed by their blissful visions. His friends then turned their teasing to Shin Seonhan, suggesting he and Sujin were already a couple, making him blush and question when they'd even find time to date. The man with light stubble enthusiastically declared operation complete, and rallied them to support their individual targets. He then asked about their next destination, and a friend replied it was 8:30, so they still had time. As the group excitedly discussed a wine bar just 5 minutes away, Shin Seonhan's thoughts returned to the time, 8:30, meaning only 30 minutes until the predicted accident. The horrifying details of the premonition, excessive bleeding, cardiac tamponade, one death, surged through Shin Seonhan's mind. He desperately wondered what he should do if the vision was indeed for today. A concerned voice startled him from his thoughts. The woman with brown hair asked if he was okay. She noticed his paleness and gently touched his arm, asking if he felt unwell. Shin Seonhan nervously laughed it off, claiming the alcohol was hitting him hard since he hadn't drunk in a while. She smiled in relief at his explanation. Shin Seonhan's face flushed bright red in acute embarrassment. His friend yelled from a departing taxi, instructing Shin Seonhan to grab another and follow them immediately. Shin Seonhan frantically hailed a taxi, asking Sujin where the wine bar was located. Instead of answering, her hand gently closed around the fabric of his jacket. A sly smile played on her lips as she suggested they slip away separately. Shin Seonhan's eyes widened in surprise. Her sly smile made Shin Seonhan wonder if this was exactly the kind of situation he was thinking of. She asked if he had intentionally planned this with his friends to stay behind with her, and Shin Seonhan confirmed, yes. I like you, Seonhan, she stated boldly, suggesting that since he seemed busy, they should figure everything out today. Shin Seonhan's face flushed an even deeper red from her directness. He internally grappled with the impossible task. How could he find the exact location in vast Gangnam Station, was it even today, and what could a mere 2-month intern, whose only emergency practice was on mannequins, possibly do alone? Excessive bleeding and cardiac tamponade were beyond his scope as an intern without equipment, he rationalized, concluding that some fates were unchangeable and he couldn't possibly resolve every problem that came his way. Perhaps Sujin, standing before him, was truly someone he was meant to meet, a different kind of destiny. Shin Seonhan looked down, lost in a moment of profound hesitation. He finally spoke her name, Sujin. Prompting her to look at him questioningly. With a pained expression, Shin Seonhan apologized, confessing he had only come to fill the numbers and didn't have time to date, despite appreciating her feelings. He abruptly bowed, declaring he was leaving now, and sprinted away, leaving a bewildered Sujin behind. He called back over his shoulder that something urgent had come up, as the confused woman watched him go. She stood there, wide-eyed and utterly bewildered by his sudden, awkward departure. Shin Seonhan sprinted through the night, his mind replaying the crucial details: a third-floor terrace in an alley, 20 minutes from now, an alley impassable to ambulances due to illegal parking. He knew with chilling certainty that if he didn't find it, someone would die tonight. A nondescript building with a third-floor terrace stood under the city lights. A heavy clunk sounded, followed by another, hinting at the building's instability. 2 men stood concerned, one noting a recent inspection while the other mentioned customers had heard strange noises for days. One man dismissed the concerns, assuring it wouldn't suddenly collapse and suggesting they call someone tomorrow for a checkup, sealing a fate he didn't foresee. Shin Seonhan panted with desperate urgency, his footsteps pounding against the asphalt. Amidst his breathless struggle, Shin Seonhan's mind focused intensely on finding a terrace. He desperately needed to find a bar with a terrace, the thought consuming him. Shin Seonhan frantically pushed through the indifferent crowd, searching for a sign. The desperate search continued, each moment ticking away with agonizing speed. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, Shin Seonhan gasped for air, the city's ceaseless movement blurring around him. With a desperate expression, Shin Seonhan realized he had only 5 minutes left. His hands trembled as he grappled with the impossible scope of searching all of Gangnam Station in such limited time. Shin Seonhan felt on the verge of collapse, questioning if this immense task had always been beyond his capabilities. The thought of giving up offered a fleeting, easier path, but a deeper conflict raged within him. In a quiet moment from the past, a young Shin Seonhan learned that a surgeon's most vital virtue was remaining calm in any unexpected situation. The narration explained that no 2 anatomies are ever exactly the same, with unforeseen complications always a possibility in surgery. Professor Baek Uison emphasized that regardless of the situation's criticality, a calm response was paramount. This unshakable calmness, Professor Baek Uison's piercing gaze conveyed, was the fundamental virtue of every surgeon. A flash of realization crossed Shin Seonhan's face, a glimmer of a forgotten lesson. Shin Seonhan urged himself to think calmly, knowing there had to be a faster way to pinpoint the location. Then, a sudden, powerful idea struck Shin Seonhan. Street view, he thought, chastising himself for not realizing the obvious solution sooner. He scanned his phone, quickly narrowing down the possibilities to roughly 3 potential spots within the narrow alleys around Gangnam Station. Despite the lingering uncertainty, Shin Seonhan, driven by determination, knew he simply had to go. The bustling city street remained indifferent, a vibrant backdrop to his urgent quest. Shin Seonhan continued to pant heavily, sweat dripping with every ragged breath. He exhaled a deep sigh of utter exhaustion. Where on earth is it, he thought, huffing with frustration, the location still eluding him. With only 1 minute remaining, Shin Seonhan questioned if his desperate dash had been reckless after all. Just then, a provocative voice from off-panel pierced the night, challenging someone to a fight. Shin Seonhan turned, witnessing an angry man yelling and gesticulating wildly, while another tried to calm him. The man attempting to de-escalate the situation bowed apologetically, murmuring his regrets. Shin Seonhan's attention was momentarily diverted by a large, blurred green bottle. A bizarre vision of an anthropomorphized green bottle wearing a Santa hat, advertising chicken and beer, briefly manifested in the chaos. Shin Seonhan reacted with confusion at the surreal sight of the cartoonish bottle and a startled news reporter. With renewed determination, Shin Seonhan surveyed his surroundings, certain he was close to his destination. He looked up, a wave of surprise washing over him as he saw medical staff silhouettes in a brightly lit window. There it is, Shin Seonhan gasped, desperately yelling to get their attention. A sudden, loud bang echoed through the night, startling the medical staff inside. A voice from off-panel expressed confusion and distress. Inside, figures flew through the air amidst a violent structural collapse, the floor glowing ominously. More people and debris tumbled through the air as bright light streamed into the chaotic scene. Shin Seonhan's face contorted in sheer terror, reacting to the powerful impact. It happened, Shin Seonhan realized with grim certainty, his premonitions never wrong, as the crowd around him reacted with shock and confusion to the injured. His phone vibrated intensely, pulling him further into the unfolding chaos. Shin Seonhan struggled through the murmuring crowd, explaining to his friend on the phone that he needed to get through. He urgently instructed Gunwook to return to Gangnam Station immediately, promising to send the location. Shin Seonhan, moving quickly, cryptically urged Gunwook not to question him, comparing the situation to a CPR alert. Screaming with terror and urgency, Shin Seonhan emphasized the extreme emergency of the situation. He frantically explained that a building's terrace had collapsed as the crowd murmured, many recording the disaster on their phones. "Excuse me. I need to get through," Shin Seonhan commanded, forcing his way deeper into the crowd. An angry man, filming the scene, blocked Shin Seonhan, demanding to know who he was. "I'm a doctor," Shin Seonhan desperately yelled, hoping his identity would grant him passage. The crowd murmured with surprise, repeating his declaration, "A doctor." In a remarkable display of human nature, the crowd quickly parted, creating a clear path for Shin Seonhan. "Thank you," Shin Seonhan called out, running through the path the crowd had made. A wave of shock and anxiety washed over Shin Seonhan as he took in the scene. He reacted with dismay and horror at the sight of debris and several injured individuals lying on the cold street. An injured man and woman both expressed profound pain from their injuries. Another man screamed in agony, his leg trapped beneath heavy rubble. Shin Seonhan's mind raced, overwhelmed by the chaos and questioning what steps to take first. He quickly composed himself, instructing a bystander in blue to immediately call emergency services. The man, startled but compliant, made the urgent 119 call, reporting the accident at Gangnam Station. Shin Seonhan rapidly assessed the scene, confirming 9 patients, some critically injured, as the narration emphasized the crucial next step of patient assessment. He knelt beside an unconscious victim, mentally checking the A in ABC, ensuring a clear airway. Then, Shin Seonhan leaned in, meticulously checking for proper breathing, the B in his immediate assessment. Finally, he checked the victim's pulse for circulation, completing the rapid ABC method for evaluating emergency patients. Shin Seonhan urgently called for assistance from the bystanders, instructing them to identify anyone struggling to breathe. As the narration noted, knowing he was a doctor, the bystanders actively followed his instructions, assisting the injured. In a stylized vision, Shin Seonhan mentally triaged the emergency, prioritizing critical conditions like massive bleeding and cardiac tamponade. He knew he had to find those 2 most critical cases first, as the others would not immediately deteriorate. An injured man screamed in pain, his leg trapped beneath debris, as 2 others struggled to lift it. Shin Seonhan knelt beside the man, inquiring about his condition, who groaned in pain about his leg. He began a countdown, instructing the 2 men to help him lift the debris and free the trapped man's leg. But the 2 men strained to no avail, concluding the debris was too heavy for manual removal. The injured man's anguished cry intensified, eliciting a look of profound concern from Shin Seonhan. Shin Seonhan, refusing to give up, asked them to try lifting the heavy object one more time. He then instructed the 2 men to step back for a moment, a new plan forming in his mind. A hand clenched, bulging with a sudden, intense burst of effort. The hand strained with immense, focused strength, veins prominent under the skin. Shin Seonhan and the two men looked up in shock, reacting to a sudden, clinking sound. Gunwook! Shin Seonhan exclaimed in relief, realizing his friend, a human heavy machinery, had arrived just in time. An unseen force struck the ground with a powerful impact. Amidst the chaos, Shin Seonhan focused on the injured man, while bystanders reacted with shocked gasps and cries of distress. The severity of the wound was sickeningly evident, demanding immediate action. The sheer volume of blood caused one man to recoil in a horrified gasp, his throat constricting in a nervous swallow. Shin Seonhan's medical mind raced, recognizing the impossible amount of bleeding for a simple wound below the knee, hinting at deeper damage. His thoughts immediately jumped to major arteries like the popliteal or tibial, fearing bone involvement given the profuse blood loss. A wave of dread washed over Shin Seonhan as he grappled with the overwhelming question of how to control such a severe hemorrhage. A bystander's simple observation about war injuries sparked a crucial realization in Shin Seonhan's mind. Shin Seonhan's analytical mind quickly distilled the bystander's suggestion: an improvised tourniquet was their only hope. The man with light stubble confirmed Shin Seonhan's unspoken plan with a resolute nod. With swift resolve, the man with light stubble tore off his jacket, its fabric tearing in a decisive sound. Shin Seonhan's hands moved with desperate speed, the makeshift tourniquet tightening forcefully around the injured leg. A wave of relief washed over Shin Seonhan as he confirmed the bleeding was finally slowing. Shin Seonhan, now addressing Gunwook, explained the risk of internal bleeding from the third-story fall and instructed him to apply a pelvic binder as a stabilizing belt. With a decisive gesture, Shin Seonhan handed over the improvised binder, urging Gunwook to secure it firmly. With one life-threatening injury temporarily managed, Shin Seonhan's mind immediately shifted to the next critical case, the elusive cardiac tamponade patient. Unlike the visible trauma, diagnosing cardiac tamponade presented a far greater and more complex challenge. The grim reality of cardiac tamponade, where blood compresses the heart within its pericardial sac, threatened to be ultimately fatal if untreated. As his patient groaned in pain, Shin Seonhan agonized over the daunting task of diagnosing tamponade without critical equipment like an ultrasound machine. Time was a luxury they didn't have, and Shin Seonhan desperately racked his brain to recall the subtle, life-saving signs of cardiac tamponade. Shin Seonhan fiercely urged his mind to recall the vital information he knew was hidden within his medical training. Then, with a sudden flash of clarity, the critical knowledge surged back into his mind. The definitive signs of cardiac tamponade, known as Beck's triad, appeared in his memory: hypotension, jugular vein distension, and diminished heart sounds. Without a stethoscope, the third sign was impossible, but Shin Seonhan determined he could still manually assess for hypotension and jugular vein distension. Despite broken ribs and bruised lungs, the patient's strong radial pulse and absence of neck vein distension definitively ruled out cardiac tamponade. Shin Seonhan reassured the patient, emphasizing the critical need for stillness until professional help arrived. When a patient questioned his pulse check, Shin Seonhan politely deflected, knowing he was searching for critically low blood pressure by the sheer force of their arterial pulse. Concluding this wasn't a patient, Shin Seonhan abruptly rose to continue his urgent search. His hand moved with lightning speed, grasping another wrist for a rapid pulse check. A young girl's desperate, sobbing plea cut through the noise, her eyes welling with tears. She pointed frantically toward her injured friend, begging Shin Seonhan to prioritize his care above all else. The injured boy weakly insisted he was fine, but the young girl vehemently dismissed his claim, her exasperated sighs echoing her worry over his chest injury. Shin Seonhan's voice was gravely serious as he pinpointed the location of the boy's injury, his chest. The boy indicated a painful spot on his chest, prompting Shin Seonhan to formally request permission for examination. The grave severity of the impact was painfully clear, marked by a large, dark bruise blooming ominously on his chest. Shin Seonhan's gloved fingers swiftly sought out the patient's pulse, a critical indicator of his condition. His gaze then shifted to the patient's neck, searching for the telltale distension of jugular veins. Despite lacking a stethoscope, Shin Seonhan's keen senses confirmed the weak pulses and engorged jugular veins, solidifying his diagnosis with chilling certainty. The agonizing truth hit Shin Seonhan: this boy was the critical cardiac tamponade patient. Having made the diagnosis, Shin Seonhan was immediately plunged into the terrifying question of treatment. The only life-saving procedure, pericardiocentesis, involved inserting a needle into the chest to drain blood compressing the heart. Shin Seonhan grimly acknowledged the procedure's immense difficulty, typically reserved for senior residents and requiring ultrasound guidance for safety. The daunting reality of his own inexperience with such a critical procedure washed over him. Shaking off his paralyzing doubt, Shin Seonhan declared the most critical action was immediate transport to the hospital, his resolve hardening. Then, a wave of profound relief washed over him as the wail of a siren announced the ambulance's arrival. The ambulance doors rattled open, and medical staff immediately questioned Shin Seonhan about his credentials. Shin Seonhan confirmed his identity as a doctor from Yeonguk University Hospital, prompting the staff to inquire about the heavily bleeding patient mentioned in the call. The medical staff member began to prioritize the bleeding patient, his gaze sweeping the chaotic scene. But Shin Seonhan vehemently contradicted him, insisting this boy was in far more critical condition, much to the staff's shock. Shin Seonhan frantically tried to explain the need for pericardiocentesis, but his words were cut short by the man with light stubble's alarmed cry as Jin-woo suddenly collapsed. The injured boy, Jin-woo, collapsed to the ground, a pained groan escaping his lips. The young girl desperately called out Jin-woo's name as Shin Seonhan, checking his pulse, confirmed a dangerously high heart rate and the rapidly dwindling time they had left. An ambulance staff member called out a critically low blood pressure, confirming Shin Seonhan's chilling vision of a future where, without immediate intervention, this boy would die. The young girl's heartbroken cry for Jin-woo was a sound of pure, tragic despair. A fierce, unyielding determination solidified in Shin Seonhan's eyes. Shin Seonhan barked out commands, demanding the boy's clothes be removed and a syringe, leaving the ambulance staff stunned. He passionately declared that transporting the patient would be too late, the life-saving treatment had to happen right then, right there. The injured boy lay exposed on the stretcher, his chest a canvas of critical bruising. Shin Seonhan's mind pinpointed the exact location for the pericardium, knowing there was no time for error, success depended on a perfect first attempt. With a soft impact, Shin Seonhan's hand made its critical move. The man with light stubble erupted in a panicked fury, questioning Shin Seonhan's sanity and actions. Shin Seonhan defiantly named the procedure, pericardiocentesis, prompting the man with light stubble to demand his diagnostic justification. Shin Seonhan rapidly recited the dire symptoms, blunt chest trauma, hypotension, jugular distension, and cold sweat, emphasizing their rapidly dwindling time. The man with light stubble challenged the reckless act of performing pericardiocentesis without proper equipment, but Shin Seonhan's desperate reply was unwavering, it was the only way to save the boy's life. The man with light stubble's angry shouts echoed through the scene, accusing Shin Seonhan of reckless abandon and reminding him of his intern status and the severe professional responsibilities involved. His voice sharp with irritation, the man with light stubble commanded Shin Seonhan to cease his actions and prioritize transporting the patient. Shin Seonhan paused, the man's words striking a chord of deep uncertainty. The man with light stubble delivered a stern lecture on the boundaries of an intern's authority, warning against actions beyond his control or responsibility. A crushing wave of self-doubt washed over Shin Seonhan as he conceded the man's point, he was indeed attempting something beyond an intern's capabilities. He stood isolated in his fear, contemplating the catastrophic legal and professional ramifications of his actions as a mere intern went wrong. The anguish was palpable, his entire medical career, meticulously built, threatened to collapse before it even began. Amidst his internal turmoil, the young girl's desperate, tearful plea to save Jin-woo pierced through his conscience. Shin Seonhan was torn, grappling with an impossible choice between professional caution and a child's life. Before his eyes, a tragic vision materialized, a covered body, a grim harbinger of the outcome if he failed to act. The vision shifted, showing shattered families weeping over the covered form, underscoring the devastating grief that would follow inaction. A sudden movement caught the man with light stubble's attention, his face registering pure surprise. Despite the man with light stubble's frantic shout, Shin Seonhan had made his decision and moved with resolute purpose toward the patient. With surgical precision, Shin Seonhan mentally marked the exact entry point and angle, just below the sternum, aiming toward the left. His gloved hand moved, and the needle pierced the skin with a soft poke. Shin Seonhan gripped the syringe, an unwavering confidence in his uniquely sensitive hands fueling his every move, knowing they were tools he was born with. In that critical moment, Shin Seonhan trusted only the supernatural sensitivity of his hands to guide him, feeling for the delicate pericardium. An off-panel voice precisely called out, "Flounder, 450 grams," as a gloved hand deftly held the fish. Young Shin Seonhan, a confident smile on his face, accurately presented an amberjack and a flatfish, their exact weights called out by a voice from beyond the frame. "Whoa, you got it exactly right," one customer exclaimed, while another joked that at Seonhan's shop, scales weren't even needed, drawing a sharp rebuke from a woman who then landed a quick blow on the man who had commented on her weight, confirming Shin Seonhan's childhood ability to measure weight down to the gram just by the sensation in his hands. A coin flipped, then spun with a delicate whir, its fate momentarily suspended in the air. With a confident landing, young Shin Seonhan grinned, challenging his friends to guess, front, or back. Both his friends eagerly declared, back. "This time it's definitely back." "No, it's front again," young Shin Seonhan casually stated, leading his exasperated friend to accuse him of cheating, though for Shin Seonhan, the sensations he felt were always profoundly different from everyone else's. "No, I can feel it all with my hands," young Shin Seonhan insisted, showcasing how the hands he was born with possessed an extraordinary sense of touch. In this critical moment, Shin Seonhan pressed the syringe forward with unwavering determination, knowing the only thing he could trust was the supernatural sensation in his hands. He focused on piercing the pericardium, the sac around the heart, millimeter by millimeter, ensuring the needle avoided the vital organ itself. Shin Seonhan acutely felt the needle's passage through each subtle layer of skin, muscle, and fat, a constantly shifting sensation guiding his delicate procedure. Sweat beaded on Shin Seonhan's brow as he concentrated, needing to feel the exact moment the needle reached the delicate pericardium, the protective shell surrounding the heart. Amidst the urgent scene, the medic shouted that the patient's blood pressure had dropped dangerously low, to 75/50. Shin Seonhan's eyes widened with intense worry as he realized the patient's blood pressure was still plummeting, the heart failing to function properly with each passing second. He silently commanded himself to stay calm, knowing that a single mistake, a single miscalculation, could mean piercing the heart itself. The grim reality hit him: if he failed, he would be directly responsible for the death of this young student, now lying unconscious and sweating. Then came the distinct thud and the unmistakable, tearing sensation of piercing that tough membrane, causing Shin Seonhan's eye to snap wide open. A wave of relief washed over him as he realized with an exclamation that he had successfully pierced the pericardium, indicated by the first rush of blood into the syringe. He steadily drew the plunger back, the syringe filling with blood, extracting 20 cubic centimeters with deliberate precision. With a sharp squirt, blood flew from the syringe tip as he continued the urgent drainage. Once more, he urged himself, continuing to draw, the syringe steadily filling again. More blood violently squirted and splattered from the syringe as the life-saving fluid was removed. Blood spattered on his clothes, but Shin Seonhan's face remained etched with determination for one last crucial draw. The medic announced a surge of hope, calling out that the patient's blood pressure had stabilized at 100/70, with a pulse of 100. The patient let out a soft groan, his eyes fluttering open slightly, a clear sign of consciousness returning amidst his discomfort. With a blood-splattered grin of pure exhilaration and relief, Shin Seonhan declared his pericardiocentesis a success. The young woman leaned over the stretcher, her voice filled with desperate hope, calling out, "Jin-woo. Are you conscious?" As they urgently pushed the stretcher, Shin Seonhan confirmed the patient's identity with the woman, who tearfully confirmed, "Yes, Park Jin-woo." Shin Seonhan offered a soft, reassuring smile, instructing her to gently contact Jinwoo's parents and assuring her that her friend would indeed be okay. Overwhelmed with emotion and profound relief, the young woman simply nodded. Shin Seonhan then instructed Gunwook to check on other patients, dismissing Gunwook's concern for his well-being with a simple, "Don't worry. Please head to the hospital quickly." Shin Seonhan urged, and the medic agreed to accompany them, continuing to rush the patient toward the hospital entrance. "You're really amazing," the medic exclaimed with a smile, his curiosity piqued as he asked which hospital Shin Seonhan was from. Upon hearing Shin Seonhan confirm he was just an intern at Yeonguk University Hospital, the medic's eyes widened in utter shock. As an ambulance wailed past and sped into the distance, the medic could only utter, "What? An intern?" The imposing facade of Yeonguk University Hospital, a beacon of medical prestige, loomed against the dusk sky. Two medical staff members in the hallway looked on with a puzzled, "Huh," as something unexpected unfolded. A sliding door whooshed open as Shin Seonhan and the medic rushed the patient into the emergency medical center, drawing a startled call of, "Shin Seonhan." Shin Seonhan quickly explained to the shocked senior doctor that he had suspected cardiac tamponade and performed pericardiocentesis on-site, draining about 60 cubic centimeters, leaving the doctor to exclaim, "What did you say?" The senior doctor's face contorted in anger, "Pericardiocentesis? No, who did it, you?" while a nurse calmly reported the patient's blood pressure was now 90/70. The senior doctor, seething, pointed a finger at Shin Seonhan and declared, "Why you, we'll talk later," before rushing into the resuscitation room behind the stretcher. Amidst the frantic shouts to prepare the infusion pump and call general and thoracic surgery, Shin Seonhan stood in the chaotic hallway, a silent figure in the storm. A bright sign indicated the male restroom. Exhausted, Shin Seonhan leaned over the sink, his heavy sighs echoing in the quiet bathroom as his reflection stared back. A dripping sound accompanied Shin Seonhan's weary thought, "What a mess. I haven't even worn these clothes that many times." He let out a sigh, his anxiety mounting as he wondered, did I do the right thing? What if I accidentally stabbed the heart? If that's the case, what do I even do from here? Another heavy sigh escaped him as he leaned over the sink, lost in troubled thought. Shin Seonhan walked alone down the bright, empty hospital hallway. A sudden sound echoed as Shin Seonhan encountered the doctor with glasses in the hallway. A surprised Shin Seonhan immediately asked the doctor with glasses about the patient's condition. The doctor with glasses gaze sharpened, suspicion clouding his eyes as he asked, "Don't tell me it was really you?" The doctor with glasses erupted, sharply accusing Shin Seonhan of being the lunatic who did pericardiocentesis on the street. Shin Seonhan quietly, almost shamefully, admitted, "Yes. You did pericardiocentesis on the street without proper equipment, the doctor with glasses raged, pointing an accusing finger. Is the patient your toy? Sweat beaded on Shin Seonhan's worried face as he apologized, quickly adding, but how is the patient? The senior doctor with brown hair scoffed with a sly smile, and you're worried about the patient right now? Maybe worry about yourself first. The senior doctor with brown hair continued his accusatory tirade, suggesting Shin Seonhan must have been drunk to attempt such a stunt and daring to expect no repercussions. Shin Seonhan's eyes widened in terror as a chilling thought gripped him, and no way. Did something happen to the patient? If I really stabbed the heart by mistake? The senior doctor with brown hair casually announced, it ended well, a statement that pierced through Shin Seonhan's panic like a sudden ray of light. The senior doctor with brown hair explained that there was no damage to the heart itself, and they had successfully drained the remaining blood in the pericardium. Shin Seonhan stammered a grateful, thank you, only for the senior doctor with brown hair to dismiss it with a curt, don't give me that crap. A hopeful urgency in his voice, Shin Seonhan sought final confirmation, so the patient is safe, right? The senior doctor with brown hair sharply turned to face Shin Seonhan, asserting he was under a serious misunderstanding and accusing him of believing he was something special. His voice laced with fury, the senior doctor with brown hair declared that organizations hated those who did things no one else did, calling such uniqueness a malignancy. With narrowed, threatening eyes, the senior doctor with brown hair promised Shin Seonhan a difficult future at the hospital, challenging him to just wait and see. After delivering his chilling warning, the senior doctor with brown hair turned and walked away, leaving Shin Seonhan standing stunned in the ominous hallway. Shin Seonhan buried his face in his hands, despairingly muttering, I'm screwed. In a surreal vision, a tiny Shin Seonhan looked up at a giant hammer, realizing the crushing truth that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, and that was exactly what an organization is. From down the bright hospital hallway, Gunwook called out with concern, Seonhan. Shin Seonhan and Gunwook stood side by side, silently looking out a large window. Gunwook took a drink, his disbelief evident as he confessed he had never imagined anyone doing pericardiocentesis in the middle of the street. Gunwook laughed loudly, playfully calling Shin Seonhan the craziest bastard and a lunatic for his unbelievable actions. Shin Seonhan took a thoughtful sip from his can, conceding, yeah. Even I don't know what the hell I was thinking. With a sudden splash, Shin Seonhan was startled, spitting out his drink and startling Gunwook beside him. Yeonseo, a lively presence, approached with a grin, having heard everything about their medical action drama in the middle of Gangnam Station, to Shin Seonhan surprised, why Yeonseo? Yeonseo explained that the paramedics had spread the news everywhere, praising them for saving not only Jin-woo but also many other injured people. Yeonseo, curious, then questioned why Shin Seonhan chose to go to Gangnam on his day off instead of getting proper sleep. Gunwook sighed with exasperation, lamenting his ruined plans to go out with Young Yun to a highly rated shabu-shabu restaurant. Gunwook held his head in frustration, angrily declaring, damn it. I shouldn't even be at the hospital right now. A sudden chill fell over the air as Shin Seonhan looked on with a serious, slightly surprised expression. Yeonseo glared angrily, her arms crossed, as Shin Seonhan looked back with a surprised, almost bewildered, expression. Unable to sleep from worry, Shin Seonhan sat at his computer, checking the patient list. Shin Seonhan's eyes widened in utter shock as he saw something unexpected on the screen. The alarming truth hit him, Park Jin-woo's name was completely missing from the ER patient list. Shin Seonhan's mind raced through the possibilities, a patient's name disappearing from the list could mean discharge or transfer. A grim possibility flashed through his mind, the chilling thought of a covered gurney implying the ultimate, dreaded outcome, no way. Expire. The production credits for the manhwa were displayed. A promotional message invited readers to explore advanced chapters. Shin Seonhan's mind reeled with the terrifying possibility of a patient's expiration. His fingers frantically clicked the mouse, pleading for any other outcome for the patient. Then, a flash of relief as Park Jin-woo's name appeared on the patient list, finally found. A wave of profound relief washed over Shin Seonhan, realizing the patient had merely been moved to the ICU. Shin Seonhan meticulously reviewed the reports, noting the lung contusion and liver laceration, pondering if any major issues remained beyond the heart. Behind him, hushed whispers confirmed Shin Seonhan's presence, the unnamed staff recounting his shocking street-side intervention. Rushing footsteps preceded Jung Won-hyung's urgent call, seeking out Shin Seonhan. Jung Won-hyung pressed for details on the recent events, but Shin Seonhan offered only a somber, vague response. Jung Won-hyung revealed his phone, warning Shin Seonhan that the internet was already in an uproar over the incident. A scandalous headline blared from the screen, accusing the 3-month licensed intern of performing an intoxicated experiment on a trauma patient. Shin Seonhan recoiled in shock, demanding to know the meaning of the outrageous news. The article falsely claimed a drunk intern stabbed a patient, fueling Shin Seonhan's fury at the fabricated details that made him sound like a raving menace. Online comments erupted with hostility, labeling Shin Seonhan a lunatic who treated a patient's life like a fly. Shin Seonhan's anger seethed internally, cursing the anonymous online accusers. Hyung, baffled, questioned why Shin Seonhan, on a date, became embroiled in such a chaotic incident. Hyung, casually, revealed that Soo-jin had contacted him with a message for Shin Seonhan, who was utterly perplexed. Soo-jin's message was a vivid warning: be careful on DXHAB Airlines, or she might just chuck him right off the plane. Shin Seonhan and Hyung offered formal greetings to an unseen superior. A murmuring wave of greetings swept through the interns as they bowed respectfully to an arriving professor. Professor Shin Seonwoo, the formidable chief of emergency medicine, stood before them. Professor Shin Seonwoo's gaze locked onto Shin Seonhan, confirming his identity with a curt question to another staff member. Professor Shin Seonwoo coldly declared the department had no need for an intern who practiced medicine so freely outside the hospital walls. Profuse sweat beaded on Shin Seonhan's face, a physical manifestation of his intense anxiety. Professor Shin Seonwoo cleared his throat, commanding the full attention of the silent interns. Hyung worried aloud about Professor Shin's deep concern for the department's public image, knowing this spelled trouble. Hushed whispers rippled through the other interns, focusing uncomfortably on Shin Seonhan. Shin Seonhan recalled the stern warning that doing things differently, even well, could make one a malignancy within the organization, hated not for incompetence but for standing out. A heavy sigh escaped Shin Seonhan, burdened by the weight of the unfolding situation. He agonized over his actions, questioning if his foreknowledge of the future had led him to an arrogant, wrong, or mistaken decision. Overwhelmed by uncertainty, Shin Seonhan desperately pleaded for his visions to show him what lay ahead for his future. Ham So-dam silently observed Shin Seonhan's distress, a quiet concern in her eyes. Blushing slightly, Shin Seonhan awkwardly stammered his request to use the computer Ham So-dam occupied. Ham So-dam apologized as her chair scraped back, vacating the computer. The rhythmic tap of Ham So-dam's typing filled the quiet space, while Shin Seonhan remained lost in thought. Ham So-dam's direct question cut through the silence, asking if he regretted his actions from the previous day. Shin Seonhan confessed he felt no regret, yet a discomforting uncertainty lingered over whether he had truly done the right thing. Shuffling papers, Ham So-dam calmly advised him not to let a few sensational media outlets undermine his resolve. Ham So-dam declared his actions were not only brave but represented the best possible medical judgment in the moment. Shin Seonhan realized she was right, he had acted by his own will and would accept any price for his choices. A genuine smile returned to Shin Seonhan's face as he thanked Ham So-dam, her words a much-needed source of strength. Ham So-dam then extended her hand, ready to offer more support. She promised to find a way to help, reminding him of his past kindness when she herself was struggling. Then, an unseen man with light stubble called out to Shin Seonhan. The man with light stubble, his expression serious, requested a private word with Shin Seonhan. He presented Shin Seonhan with a choice: good news or bad news first. Shin Seonhan, having endured enough negativity, chose to hear the good news first. Shin Seonhan's eyes widened in joyful relief as he heard Park Jin-woo's condition had significantly improved overnight. The man with light stubble confirmed the improvement, adding that extubation was planned for later that day or tomorrow. Shin Seonhan breathed a profound sigh of relief, understanding that extubation signified a significant improvement in the patient's condition. With a grim expression, the man with light stubble delivered the bad news: a disciplinary committee meeting tomorrow would decide Shin Seonhan's punishment. Shin Seonhan offered a nervous, forced laugh, acknowledging the grim news. Unfazed by the man's surprise at his laughter, Shin Seonhan pragmatically stated he expected it and preferred to get it over with quickly. The man with light stubble exhaled a long, exasperated sigh. He pressed Shin Seonhan, questioning why he jeopardized a good evaluation and his smooth rotation for such an impulsive act. Shin Seonhan quietly maintained he had no choice in the matter, leaving the man confused. He defended his actions, presenting a hypothetical of an injured person directly before him and asking what the man would have done. Shin Seonhan internally echoed the question, truly believing no other choice existed in that urgent moment. The man with light stubble remained silent, deep in thought. Scratching his head in exasperation, the man admitted Shin Seonhan had truly left him speechless, prompting Shin Seonhan to apologize for causing worry. Brushing aside his frustration, he advised Shin Seonhan to prepare smooth answers for the disciplinary committee, which only led to another question about what to say. With a tight grip on his folder, he admitted he had no idea what answers to prepare, as this was a first for him too. He warned Shin Seonhan that depending on the outcome, he might even be kicked out of the hospital, leaving Shin Seonhan in stunned shock. The terrifying realization dawned on Shin Seonhan: being kicked out meant the end of his career as a doctor. The next day, Shin Seonhan waited nervously in a formal meeting room, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Shin Seonhan sat before the disciplinary committee, facing three stern-faced professors. Among them were Professor Shin Seonhan, Chief of Emergency Medicine, and Professor Seo Min-suk, Chief of Cardiology. Also present was Professor Min Hyung-ju, Director of Educational Talent Development, an intimidating assembly of high-ranking professors Shin Seonhan would normally never approach. Shin Seonhan's gaze fell on another committee member, wondering if they were from the hospital's legal team. Professor Shin Seonhan, confirming everyone's presence, prepared to formally begin the proceedings. Professor Min Hyung-ju sighed, annoyed by the absence of the chief of thoracic surgery, yet acknowledging they couldn't proceed on a heart-related issue without him. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Professor Hyo Junheim, the chief of thoracic surgery, cheerfully apologized for his late arrival, hoping they hadn't started yet. Professor Min Hyung-ju quizzically asked if he had come straight from surgery, a question that surprised Professor Hyo. Professor Hyo gasped with realization, having forgotten to remove his itchy surgery cap, making his direct from surgery status quite obvious. Shin Seonhan observed the eccentric newcomer, wondering if he had ever encountered such a character at YK Hospital. The name, Hyo Junheim, and his face struck Shin Seonhan as strangely familiar, prompting him to search his memories. Then, a sudden, wide-eyed realization dawned on Shin Seonhan. Shin Seonhan gasped, recognizing Professor Hyo as the legendary figure who had fulfilled every doctor's romantic dream in the middle of Gangnam Station. Professor Hyo Junheim offered a confident smirk. The doctor with brown hair revealed a sly smile, hinting at his amusement or perhaps a private strategy. Shin Seonhan waited with a serious, wide-eyed intensity, aware of the pivotal moment ahead. The doctor with brown hair cheered, exclaiming that performing a pericardiocentesis on a busy street was every surgeon's fantasy, much to Shin Seonhan's horror. He added that he had always longed to attempt such a feat, yet the opportunity had never arisen. He then questioned if anyone else could claim such an impressive, impromptu procedure from a mere intern, especially without an ultrasound. A discreet throat clearing from an unseen source cut through the room's tension, signaling a shift in the corporate dynamic. Professor Min Hyung-ju took control, directing the doctor to sit and the meeting to begin, making Shin Seonhan realize the vast array of personalities even among professors. Shin Seonhan's future hung precariously in the balance, decided in this very room. He desperately clung to the belief that a simple, honest explanation could make them understand his actions. Professor Shin Seonwoo's voice cut through the air, directly asking Shin Seonhan if he had performed a pericardiocentesis while intoxicated. A terrified, yes, burst from Shin Seonhan, sealing his fate. A wave of anger and disbelief rippled through the assembled professors. Shin Seonhan instantly regretted his too confident admission, while the doctor with brown hair found the whole predicament hysterically amusing. A pen tapped deliberately against the table, a sharp punctuation mark. Professor Shin Seonwoo pressed on, highlighting the egregious failure to explain complications for a procedure performed on a busy street, punctuating his points with deliberate clicks. The professor continued his scathing critique, condemning the utter disregard for aseptic principles, a fundamental medical rule, as Shin Seonhan listened anxiously. Professor Shin Seonwoo slammed his pen down, his voice rising in anger, demanding how Shin Seonhan dared to rely solely on hand feel. Shin Seonhan sat isolated at one end of the expansive table, a lone figure facing the intimidating council of 4 professors. Shin Seonhan defended his actions by claiming a lack of equipment, but Professor Shin Seonwoo immediately countered, asking why he hadn't considered the ambulance's portable ultrasound, which completely stumped Shin Seonhan. A sudden, crushing realization hit Shin Seonhan, an ultrasound had been right there on the ambulance. The doctor with brown hair, seizing the moment, delivered a pointed glare that perfectly underscored Shin Seonhan's ignorance. Shin Seonhan could only offer a stark, vulnerable admission of his ignorance. Professor Shin Seonwoo leaned in with a weighty accusation, asking if Shin Seonhan had knowingly chosen a risky procedure over available, safer options, with a patient's life hanging in the balance. He grimly clenched his jaw, acknowledging internally that the procedure could have been far safer, and then uttered a painful yes. Professor Shin Seonwoo inquired about the patient's status, to which Professor Seo Min-suk reported a complication-free recovery without major issues. While relieved, Professor Shin Seonwoo still raised concerns about legal problems, but Kim Byum-soo assured him that emergency protocols made legal repercussions unlikely. Professor Shin Seonwoo tightened his grip on his pen, asserting that the issue transcended mere legality, questioning who would bear responsibility if untrained interns performed procedures independently. Professor Seo Min-suk offered a subtle nod of agreement. Professor Min Hyung-ju listened intently, her expression deep in contemplative thought. Shin Seonhan's heart sank with the crushing fear that severe punishment was inevitable, threatening his very career at Yeonguk University Hospital. The doctor with brown hair slyly interjected, expressing a new curiosity that startled Shin Seonhan. The doctor with brown hair, with a knowing glint, directly challenged Shin Seonhan on his immediate diagnosis of tamponade, implying it was an unusually difficult judgment call. He pressed Shin Seonhan, demanding a full explanation. Shin Seonhan began explaining his reliance on Beck's triad and the patient's deteriorating condition, only for Professor Shin Seong-woo to abruptly interject, halting his defense. Professor Shin Seong-woo critically challenged Shin Seonhan's diagnostic leap, pointing out the shared symptoms with tension pneumothorax and the extreme risk of an uncertain cardiac puncture. Indeed, cardiac tamponade involves blood filling the heart sac, while tension pneumothorax is air in the chest cavity, both distinct conditions, yet presenting deceptively similar critical signs. Shin Seonhan wrestled with how to explain his impossible diagnosis, knowing the true reason lay beyond their comprehension. Overwhelmed and desperate, Shin Seonhan blurted out the unbelievable truth: he had seen the future. The doctor with brown hair burst into dismissive laughter, his sarcastic tone flashing as he feigned belief in Shin Seonhan's fantastical claim, while the other professors looked on in bewildered skepticism. He continued his mocking apology, self-deprecatingly calling the professors useless, leaving Shin Seonhan paralyzed with terror. Shin Seonhan knew, however, that the grave situation could not be so simply waved away with sarcasm. Shin Seonhan, grasping at straws, mentioned the patient's chest bruising, immediately prompting a sharp question from Professor Shin Seong-woo. Shin Seonhan elaborated on the blunt trauma from a falling railing that struck the patient's chest, explaining his initial intent to transport him to the hospital. The patient's swift descent into cardiogenic shock left Shin Seonhan no alternative but immediate, on-site intervention. Professor Shin Seong-woo and Professor Min Hyung-ju listened with grave concentration, weighing each word. A pen gently tapped against a document, a quiet counterpoint to the deliberation. Professor Shin Seong-woo mused aloud, acknowledging the unusual precision of suspecting tamponade first, given the absence of other chest injuries. The doctor with brown hair conceded, almost reluctantly, that Shin Seonhan's clinical judgment was uncharacteristically sharp for an intern, ultimately saving the patient's life. Professor Shin Seong-woo adamantly dismissed the notion of luck, emphasizing the dire, potentially fatal consequences had the outcome been different. The doctor with brown hair retorted, highlighting the patient's survival, sparking a sharp debate among the professors about the necessity of discipline versus legal grounds and the pursuit of justice. Professor Shin Seong-woo stressed that the hospital's stature and authority superseded mere legalities, just as a distinct knock at the door sharply interrupted their contentious discussion. Professor Min Hyung-ju entered the room with a polite smile, acknowledging everyone's efforts. Professor Shin Seong-woo abruptly rose, startled by the unexpected arrival of the vice director. Professor Shin Seong-woo stuttered in disbelief, as Professor Min Hyung-ju quickly explained the urgent, time-sensitive issue requiring immediate PR strategy. The man with the camera declared the urgent need for a press release, specifically requesting Shin Seonhan's face to be featured. Shin Seonhan, utterly bewildered, questioned why his face was suddenly a requirement for a press release. Shin Seonhan worried aloud that he was being featured in a news article for criticism, expressing that publishing his face seemed excessive, prompting a bewildered criticism from Professor Min Hyung-ju. Professor Shin Seong-woo instructed Shin Seonhan to check the news immediately. Professor Min Hyung-ju further instructed Shin Seonhan to personally verify the news, sparking a jolt of surprise in him. Shin Seonhan nervously agreed, ready to comply. A dramatic jolt of shock registered in Shin Seonhan's gaze. The real-time search rankings exploded, placing Gangnam Station Intern and the incident at the very top. News headlines trumpeted a miracle rescue at Gangnam Station, painting the hospital interns as heroic saviors. The comments section brimmed with effusive praise, hailing the interns as amazing young doctors and boosting Yeonguk University Hospital's reputation. The man with the camera explained that public opinion had performed a complete reversal once citizen videos of the incident hit the media. Professor Min Hyung-ju urged for their own swift press release, a tactical move to cement the narrative before any negative sentiment could resurface. Professor Min Hyung-ju warned that punishing Shin Seonhan, now a national talking point, would make the hospital appear utterly ridiculous. Professor Shin Seong-woo, with a resigned air, conceded to the vice director's sentiment, bowing slightly in deference. Professor Min Hyung-ju reiterated the critical need for immediate media engagement, propelling the strategy forward. The doctor with brown hair slyly suggested they simply pretend the entire disciplinary meeting had never transpired, earning a dismissive cough from Professor Shin Seong-woo. Shin Seonhan offered a deep, humble bow, apologizing for any distress he had caused. Professor Min Hyung-ju directly addressed Shin Seonhan, his name carrying new weight. Professor Min Hyung-ju praised Shin Seonhan as a diligent, responsible, and excellent young doctor, leaving him utterly bewildered. Shin Seonhan internally grappled with the vice director's sudden, effusive praise, wondering how such a high-ranking official could possibly know him, or if it was merely polite formality. Shin Seonhan stammered out his thanks, bowing respectfully. A sudden, critical realization struck Shin Seonhan. The name flashed in Shin Seonhan's mind, and he exclaimed, "Professor Ham Kyung-il." A comical, yet utterly shocking, realization hit Shin Seonhan: the vice director was Ham So-dam's father. Shin Seonhan reeled internally, his previous suspicion of Ham So-dam's strong backing now confirmed by the shocking revelation that her father was the vice director. Professor Shin Seonhan, with a beaming smile, addressed Shin Seonhan, noting how much he had apparently helped our So-dam during his internship. Shin Seonhan modestly denied it, claiming he had received more help from her, which Professor Shin Seonhan affirmed, praising her as a smart and hardworking student. Professor Shin Seonhan chuckled, acknowledging Shin Seonhan's polite deflection but still sincerely thanking him for looking out for his daughter. Then, in a sharp shift of focus, Professor Shin Seonhan entrusted Shin Seonhan to the PR team, emphasizing the hospital's reputation resting on him. Shin Seonhan, startled by the memory, suddenly understood the deeper meaning behind Ham So-dam's promise to help him. The grandeur of Yeonguk University Hospital stood as a testament to its prestige. Two off-panel voices instructed a confused Shin Seonhan and Gunwook to strike a pose for their first article, urging them to avoid looking boring. The photographer, a man in a suit, gave wildly abstract instructions for poses that were chic yet rookie professional, leaving Shin Seonhan utterly bewildered. The photographer continued to shout increasingly energetic and abstract demands, seeking a bold energy fitting for young doctors. Gunwook, with a sly smile, responded by flexing his biceps, his muscles visibly bulging. The photographer excitedly praised Gunwook's pose, snapping pictures, and then ordered Shin Seonhan to mimic it, which he reluctantly agreed to. The photographer, clearly pleased, happily continued to click away, capturing the new poses. The camera clicked repeatedly as Gunwook flexed enthusiastically, while Shin Seonhan made a slightly annoyed stop gesture alongside other medical staff making finger hearts. Gunwook struck a heroic stance, hands posed as if casting a spell, while Shin Seonhan held a stethoscope with a blushing, cute shush gesture as the camera clicked. The impressive, modern structure of the Yeonguk University Hospital stood prominently against the bright sky. A flurry of notifications heralded messages from Shin Seonhan's family, including his second sister's unholy comment, his father's proud declaration of him as the pride of Garrick Market, and his big sister's compliment on his handsomeness. Shin Seonhan felt a pang of concern as old acquaintances and family members, from Hanju to Sukyoung, flooded his phone with comments and questions about his sudden publicity. An unnamed woman, wide-eyed and blushing, gushed with adoration for the hot-blooded young doctors of Gangnam Station. Shin Seonhan, visibly annoyed, rebuffed two female medical staff who, praising his heroism, asked him and Gunwook for autographs. Gunwook, cheerfully absorbed in his phone, announced their widespread fame across the internet, primetime TV news, YouTube, and social media. An unnamed woman, looking surprised, read aloud some of the hilarious online comments, questioning Shin Seonhan's face, the high looks bar for doctors, and even a plea for a cardiac arrest at home. As more comments poured in, praising their physique and making gym references, Gunwook wondered why they were all from guys, while Shin Seonhan jokingly remarked he could smell sweat from the comments, much to the medical staff's amusement. A sign on the hospital wall directed visitors to Ward 1705. Shin Seonhan checked on a patient, Jin Woo, who gratefully confirmed he was feeling much better. The patient's mother profusely thanked Shin Seonhan for saving her son, but he humbly deflected the credit, stating he only performed emergency first aid. When the mother mentioned the attending physician had credited Shin Seonhan, he looked surprised, asking who their attending was. The mother struggled to recall the attending's name, describing him only as having glasses and scary eyes, which immediately made Shin Seonhan think of Kim the Snake. Shin Seonhan internally fumed at the irony, disbelieving that the same Kim Beom-soo who had grilled him so harshly was now praising him. Jin Woo, the patient, expressed deep regret for his past behavior, confessing he used to ignore his mother and only play games. Jin Woo then declared his sudden desire to become a doctor and, despite his average grades, hoped for Shin Seonhan's advice. Jin Woo admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, that his grades were only about average in his class. Shin Seonhan reassured him, sharing his own past struggles in middle school and how he only found his path to medicine in high school, surprising Jin Woo. Suddenly, a group of excited students burst into the room to visit Jin Woo, surprising Shin Seonhan. Two of the students immediately recognized Shin Seonhan as the hot-blooded Gangnam Station doctor, exclaiming in excitement. The students eagerly took selfies with Shin Seonhan and Jin Woo, their camera clicking repeatedly as they posed. The photographer, shouting in excitement, deemed the shots perfect as he rapidly took multiple photos. The photographer then asked for permission to use the photo for hospital promotion, which the students readily granted. With another press of the shutter button, the photographer prepared for another shot. Shin Seonhan, Jin Woo, and the students posed cheerfully, making heart shapes and peace signs for the final group photo as the camera clicked. The photographer noted Shin Seonhan's popularity and, with a question about his availability, pressed him for more time tomorrow. Despite Shin Seonhan explaining his busy last day in emergency medicine, the photographer insisted he make time, promising to talk to the department. Shin Seonhan reacted with wide-eyed surprise to the news that they had arranged an interview with S*C News. Shin Seonhan expressed his discomfort with the pressure of a TV interview for a mere intern, but the photographer pressed him, citing the national story and asking for a personal favor. The photographer then dramatically pleaded with Shin Seonhan, crying and clinging to him while lamenting the hospital's lack of promotion opportunities for years. A sudden thought struck Shin Seonhan, recalling that things were at least okay before Professor Baek Ui-sin's mysterious retirement and disappearance 3 years ago. The narration introduced Professor Baek Ui-sin, reverently describing him as the mentor who had inspired Shin Seonhan to dream of becoming a doctor. Questions arose about Professor Baek Ui-sin's current whereabouts, but no one knew what he had been doing since his retirement. A serene beach house, adorned with surfboards, overlooked a tranquil ocean under a bright, blue sky, the waves gently washing ashore. Inside, a blank white canvas stood ready on an easel, awaiting an artist's touch. Hands meticulously sharpened a pencil with a utility knife, with shavings falling away with a soft whisper. Professor Baek Ui-sin sat calmly on a stool, his back to the viewer, gazing thoughtfully out of a large window. A woman with brown hair entered, her footsteps soft, calling out to the professor. She approached Professor Baek Ui-sin, gently touching his hair as she expressed concern about him sitting in the chilly air. Professor Baek Ui-sin turned his head with a serious expression, acknowledging her presence. The woman gently chided Professor Baek Ui-sin for not having drawn anything for 3 days, to which he simply replied he would, prompting her to ask, when. Professor Baek Ui-sin explained he would draw when inspiration comes to mind, gently tapping his finger as he spoke. The woman teased him about his shifting hobbies, from being obsessed with fishing last month to now suddenly painting. Professor Baek Ui-sin declared he was changing trades, prompting the woman to question his decision at his age. As he sharpened a pencil, Professor Baek Ui-sin mused on the difficulty of holding anything other than a scalpel in hands so accustomed to surgery. The woman observed that hands accustomed to holding a scalpel likely needed something else to occupy them when empty. She then asked if he missed the operating table, as neatly sharpened pencils lay on the wooden surface. Professor Baek Ui-sin, with a stern and determined expression, firmly stated he did not miss it at all. The woman, smiling, informed a confused Professor Baek Ui-sin that he was trending online in Korea again. She offered to show him what was trending on her smartphone with a simple swipe. Professor Baek Ui-sin began to dismiss news from Korea, but the overlaid narration highlighted Shin Seonhan's impressive on-scene diagnosis of cardiac tamponade, drawing huge attention. In a television interview, Shin Seonhan modestly accepted luck for his treatment of the patient, as the interviewer asked him to explain the procedure for viewers. The narration detailed the patient's critical condition after being struck by a falling railing, his fading consciousness and distended jugular veins leading to the crucial decision for pericardiocentesis. Professor Baek Ui-sin's internal monologue praised the doctor's precise judgment, skilled hands, and real courage, affirming it was a feat not just anyone could achieve. The narration revealed that the on-scene treatment was critically necessary because transporting the patient to the hospital would have been too late, surprising Professor Baek Ui-sin. Shin Seonhan looked surprised as the narration emphasized the significant call made by a young doctor to perform the procedure on scene. The interviewer, with a final question, asked Shin Seonhan about his aspirations for his future as a doctor. Shin Seonhan, with a hopeful smile, revealed that he decided to become a doctor because he admired Professor Baek Ui-sin, a former Yeonguk University physician. He recounted Professor Baek Ui-sin's teaching from a childhood documentary, detailing the 3 essential qualities for an excellent surgeon. The first quality was the Geagle's eye, symbolizing sharp discernment. The second quality was the lady's hand, representing delicate precision. And the third, most vital quality, was the lion's heart, embodying courage and resolve. Shin Seonhan expressed his determined ambition to someday become the surgeon Professor Baek Ui-sin had described. Professor Baek Ui-sin's face subtly shifted into a thoughtful expression, betraying a flicker of emotion. Professor Baek Ui-sin grunted, a sound that made the woman look up, surprised. The woman happily noted that it had been a long time since she had seen Professor Baek Ui-sin smile. Professor Baek Ui-sin gently tapped his pencil, lost in thought. Standing on the balcony, gazing out at the vast ocean, Professor Baek Ui-sin quietly contemplated the words, a lion's heart. The prestigious Yeonguk University Hospital stood majestically under the vibrant hues of the setting sun, a calm beacon of healing. A woman screamed in acute distress as her ring painfully bit into her swollen finger. The woman pleaded for help, her ring stubbornly refusing to budge, while her partner worried aloud that her finger would surely rot. A sympathetic Dr. Yeo Bang-cheol observed the painfully tight ring, remarking that it had been ordered far too small, as Shin Seonhan watched silently. The woman tearfully denied her ring size had changed, but her exasperated partner pinned the blame squarely on her late-night food orders. As the couple's argument escalated into a chaotic scene, the woman accusing her partner of calling her a pig, Dr. Yeo Bang-cheol intervened, instructing Shin Seonhan to assist. With a swift, whistling motion, a tool was employed to carefully remove the offending ring. Dr. Yeo Bongcheol instructed Shin Seonhan to hold the patient's hand tightly, a faint sizzle accompanying the delicate procedure. The couple shrieked in unison, their voices rising to a loud crescendo as the procedure continued. A gentle spray of lubricant facilitated the ring's final release, bringing visible relief to the woman. With the ring finally free, Dr. Yeo Bongcheol offered a reassuring gesture as the grateful couple bowed in thanks to the medical team, including Shin Seonhan. Shin Seonhan noted the early hour on his phone, anticipating that the emergency room would finally quiet down. Dr. Yeo Bongcheol congratulated Shin Seonhan on his last hour shift, receiving a respectful bow and thanks from the intern for all his guidance. Dr. Yeo Bongcheol reassured Shin Seonhan about his intern evaluation score, explaining that the professors had softened their stance after his recent TV interview. On a television screen, Shin Seonhan smiled, publicly crediting the excellent professors of Yeonguk University Hospital's ER for guiding him to save a patient. Shin Seonhan's grin was wide, almost painfully so, a practiced display of gratitude for the cameras. Dr. Yeo Bongcheol cautioned Shin Seonhan, lightly poking his chest, that while things ended well this time, such risky actions could not be repeated, to which Shin Seonhan eagerly assented. Dr. Yeo Bongcheol offered parting advice, encouraging Shin Seonhan to make the most of his intern year, receiving a crisp, "Yes, sir," in return. Shin Seonhan reflected on his father's analogy that life was a sailboat, propelled forward by tailwind people and hindered by headwind people, noting he had encountered many tailwinds so far. As Shin Seonhan walked with his cheerful colleagues, a question lingered: would he continue to be so fortunate to meet such supportive people? 2 glasses clinked together, signaling the start of a lively celebration. Shin Seonhan gasped in surprise, observing the bustling bar crowded with so many faces from Yeonguk Hospital. A man with dark hair explained that the bar served as an unofficial hideout for young doctors, a place they frequented since medical school, but warned of one fatal drawback. The man with dark hair emphasized the bar's cardinal rule: never badmouth anyone from the hospital because Yeonguk people were absolutely everywhere. Shin Seonhan was startled as 2 men recognized him, playfully calling him a celebrity. Shin Seonhan nervously rose from his seat, confirming his identity as the men enthusiastically welcomed him and invited him to join their drinks. A woman at the table encouraged Shin Seonhan to circulate and greet people, proclaiming him the night star. Ham So-dam blushed lightly, taking a sip from her glass. Shin Seonhan leaned in, discreetly thanking Ham So-dam for her father's swift intervention that allowed him to avoid disciplinary action. Shin Seonhan looked back, a puzzled expression on his face, wondering about the secret of Ham So-dam's father being the vice director. Ham So-dam energetically bounded over to a dart game, inviting herself to join, while Shin Seonhan watched her thoughtfully. A dart whizzed through the air with focused speed. A dart hit the board with a sharp thwack, garnering 25 points, as others tallied scores, lamenting their impending loss and the cost of drinks. Ham So-dam called out to everyone, commanding their attention, which surprised Shin Seonhan. Ham So-dam prepared for her throw, exhaling a deep breath as she focused. Shin Seonhan's eye glowed with an intense blue light, his supernatural ability activating. "Now!" Shin Seonhan urged, as Ham So-dam, in a vision, transformed into a determined hamster-like creature, unleashing her dart with a powerful thwack. The dart found its mark with a triumphant thwack, landing squarely in the bullseye. A roar of "Wah" erupted as Ham So-dam was lifted into the air, jubilantly celebrated for her impressive 30-point throw, while Shin Seonhan observed the joyous scene. Shin Seonhan flinched in surprise as a large glass was abruptly placed on the table beside him. The man with dark hair offered a sly smile as he complimented Shin Seonhan on his TV interview. Shin Seonhan politely offered his thanks while mentally trying to recall the man's identity. The man with dark hair then surprisingly stated he would have handled the situation differently, catching Shin Seonhan off guard. The man with dark hair confidently detailed his alternative approach, involving patient transfer, epinephrine, and safer pericardiocentesis, making Shin Seonhan inwardly grumble at the unsolicited advice, though he outwardly agreed. The man with dark hair, suddenly surprised, asked if they had met before, squinting at Shin Seonhan as he expressed disbelief at not being recognized. The man with dark hair grumbled about his lack of recognition, while Shin Seonhan internally questioned if he was dealing with some new kind of attention seeker. The man with dark hair introduced himself as Ryu Myong-in, extending his hand insistently. Shin Seonhan, thinking what a hell of a name it was, shook Ryu Myong-in's hand, introducing himself in turn. Ryu Myong-in burst into dismissive laughter, covering his mouth as he called Shin Seonhan's name weird, making Shin Seonhan inwardly wonder what he wanted. Ryu Myong-in then slyly suggested Shin Seonhan call him Seonhan Young, condescendingly adding that he was likely younger than a 3-time test taker, and encouraging him to speak casually. With a challenging smirk, Ryu Myong-in proposed they simply drop honorifics entirely between colleagues, ending with a presumptuous, "Yo." Shin Seonhan felt a surge of annoyance, realizing the man had crossed a line and was proving to be utterly exhausting. Shin Seonhan pushed back, seriously asserting that dropping honorifics with a 3-year age gap, especially during a first meeting and in front of colleagues, was inappropriate. Both Shin Seonhan and Ryu Myongin looked at each other with mutual confusion. Ryu Myongin asked Shin Seonhan about his next apartment, and was surprised when Shin Seonhan responded, ICU. Ryu Myongin expressed disappointment that Shin Seonhan was going to the ICU, lamenting that it was too bad, as he had wanted the fun of competing with him. Shin Seonhan inwardly scoffed at the idea of competition, openly questioning what there was to compete over when they were all there to learn. Ryu Myongin let out a short, mocking chuckle. Ryu Myongin then burst into dismissive laughter, proclaiming Shin Seonhan's innocent act the funniest thing he had heard all night. Shin Seonhan internally labeled the man a jerk and immediately decided he wanted nothing to do with him. With a smile, Ryu Myongin declared he looked forward to their inevitable overlapping shifts someday, an almost ominous statement to an annoyed Shin Seonhan. Shin Seonhan inwardly seethed, questioning Ryu Myongin's poor socialization and the insanely self-centered nature of his every word. Another man intervened, telling Shin Seonhan not to mind Ryu Myongin, prompting Shin Seonhan to ask if he knew him well. The man explained that Ryu Myongin was famous at their school for his brutal study habits. The man then detailed Ryu Myongin's impressive academic record, a gold medal at the International Biology Olympiad, early graduation from high school, and consistently top of his class at Yeonguk Med. The man revealed Ryu Myongin's college nickname was Grade Monster, as he was first in his class all 4 years, and that he was likely aiming for Intern of the Year, which utterly shocked Shin Seonhan. The man further explained that Ryu Myongin absolutely detested losing and consequently had very few friends. Ham So-dam candidly stated her strong dislike for Ryu Myongin. When Shin Seonhan asked why, Ham So-dam explained that Ryu Myongin possessed a draining vibe, and that Shin Seonhan would understand once he had to deal with him personally. Shin Seonhan pointed off panel, commenting that this person was even worse than Ryu Myongin, just as something loudly shattered. A drunk man yelled about his low score amidst a chaotic scene, prompting others to wonder who had given him alcohol. The grand edifice of Yeonguk University Hospital stood under a clear blue sky, a symbol of medical authority. Shin Seonhan arrived at his new posting, the intensive care unit. Shin Seonhan introduced himself as the new intern for the ICU, receiving a warm welcome and compliments from the female medical staff who recognized him as the hospital's top star. Shin Seonhan's narration explained that Yeonguk Hospital's many ICUs were divided by specialty, with 4 interns assigned across 10 units, and he had drawn the surgical and thoracic surgery ICUs in the cancer center. The welcoming staff informed Shin Seonhan that the professor would soon arrive for morning rounds and instructed him to wait. Shin Seonhan, curious, then inquired about the attending doctor's whereabouts. The female medical staff worriedly discussed Dr. Byun's consistent lateness, fearing he would again be reprimanded by the professor. A flustered Dr. Byun Gyunam rushed in, apologizing profusely for his tardiness, scratching his nose sheepishly. Dr. Byun Gyunam, the surgical resident, humorously, and perhaps crudely, explained his lateness as a prolonged bathroom run due to constipation. The female staff urged Dr. Byun to stop being late, worried about the professor's reaction, but he merely chuckled, joking that doctors also needed to take a good, solid dump. Dr. Byun Gyunam, surprised, recognized Shin Seonhan as the new intern, who promptly introduced himself. Dr. Byun Gyunam enthusiastically acknowledged Shin Seonhan as the famous Shin Seonhan, eagerly shaking his hand and declaring it good to finally meet him. Shin Seonhan recoiled internally, finding the feeling of the handshake unpleasantly squishy. The nurse questioned Dr. Byun if he had washed his hands, and his unsure response caused Shin Seonhan to react with strong disgust. Dr. Byun Gyunam slyly rubbed his hands together, prompting Shin Seonhan to internally question if this man was truly a doctor. Fresh water streamed, beginning a cleansing ritual after the unsettling handshake. Shin Seonhan scrubbed his hands raw, the sheer disgust of that handshake echoing his fervent thought, it was so gross. He found himself bewildered, wondering why he was being sent to wash up like a child. "I'm all done washing," Shin Seonhan reported, prompting a bland, "Oh, okay," from Dr. Byun Gyunam. Then, an expression of profound shock etched itself across Shin Seonhan's face. Shin Seonhan's hands flicked water off in quick, sharp movements. Dr. Byun Gyunam slyly chastised Shin Seonhan, declaring, "There's no point in washing your hands if you do that." Shin Seonhan could only register disbelief, wondering what on earth was wrong with this man. Professor Seo-young, the esteemed professor of surgery, made his steady entrance. Medical staff bowed respectfully as Professor Seo-young exchanged greetings, his presence commanding immediate deference. Professor Seo-young paused, sharply asking Dr. Byun Gyunam if he had a handle on the day's patients. Dr. Byun Gyunam stammered nervously, hesitantly admitting he, roughly, had it covered. "You. Roughly. Did it." Professor Seo-young pressed, forcing Dr. Byun Gyunam to concede he had, in fact, done it. Professor Seo-yong sighed in exasperation, telling Dr. Byung-gyunam to do better, joking that he was losing his hair because of him. Shin Seonhan's eyes widened as the professor suddenly addressed him. Shin Seonhan formally introduced himself with a deep bow, looking forward to working with the professor. Professor Seo-yong recognized Shin Seonhan from the news, complimenting his courage and decisiveness. Professor Seo-yong offered an encouraging pat on Shin Seonhan's shoulder. Professor Seo-yong prepared to lead the rounds, prompting an eager affirmation from the interns. The narration declared the ICU as the critical threshold where life and death hung in the balance, far beyond the ER's initial chaos. It was the place where the most critically ill patients gathered, often requiring ventilators after sudden deterioration. This intense environment, filled with post-surgical and transplant patients, necessitated endless, complex discussions. Professor Seo-yong initiated rounds, questioning Dr. Byung-gyunam about a patient 2 days post-LAR surgery. Shin Seonhan intently took notes, struggling to keep up with the technical discussions about blood loss and transfusions that baffled him. Shin Seonhan diligently wrote, resolving to quickly master the intricacies of nephrology and antibiotic adjustments. The intensity of the rounds began to show on Shin Seonhan's face, a visible sign of his growing exhaustion. Shin Seonhan internally lamented that each patient's rounds took an average of 15 minutes, and almost an hour had already passed. Shin Seonhan observed Dr. Byung-gyunam, who, despite the grueling duration, appeared unfazed. Dr. Byung-gyunam maintained his oddly placid demeanor, seeming to effortlessly endure the prolonged discussion. Shin Seonhan, impressed by Dr. Byung-gyunam's unwavering posture despite his own aching legs, wondered if he was a true doctor after all. But then, a subtle snore escaped Dr. Byung-gyunam, revealing his astonishing secret. Shin Seonhan was utterly shocked, wondering if Dr. Byung-gyunam was actually sleeping, standing like that. Professor Seo-yong sharply called Dr. Byung-gyunam, startling Shin Seonhan and another intern. Professor Seo-yong jabbed Dr. Byung-gyunam's back with a pen. Dr. Byung-gyunam yelped in pain, startling Professor Seo-yong. Professor Seo-yong calmly inquired about the unexpected yelp, which Dr. Byung-gyunam quickly dismissed. Professor Seo-yong sternly lectured Dr. Byung-gyunam about incorrect ventilator settings, demanding an explanation for his choices. Dr. Byung-gyunam nervously stammered, facing Professor Seo-yong's angry demand for an explanation. Professor Seo-yong reacted with incredulous fury to Dr. Byung-gyunam's vague and unprofessional reasoning. Professor Seo-yong exploded in anger, scolding Dr. Byung-gyunam for his poor judgment regarding auto-PEEP, deeming his explanation unfit for a third-year resident. The narration underscored the critical danger of auto-PEEP, an incorrectly set ventilator issue that could severely damage a patient's lungs. Professor Seo-yong sighed, giving up on further explanation, his frustration palpable. Professor Seo-yong then turned his attention to Shin Seonhan, asking him a question. Professor Seo-yong posed a challenging question, asking Shin Seonhan how to adjust the ventilator settings to reduce auto-PEEP. Shin Seonhan's mind raced, anxiously considering the repercussions for Dr. Byung-gyunam if an intern provided the correct answer. Shin Seonhan scratched his head, caught in a profound dilemma about whether to answer correctly or not. Shin Seonhan desperately tried to formulate an answer, listing potential ventilator adjustments while sweating under pressure. "I'm sorry." Shin Seonhan panicked, faking forgetfulness by claiming he couldn't perfectly recall what he'd learned as a student. Professor Seo-yong chuckled, revealing that Shin Seonhan had inadvertently listed every adjustable ventilator parameter. Shin Seonhan felt a wave of triumphant relief, certain he had successfully played the part of a typical intern. Professor Seo-yong then began to explain the correct adjustments, intending to teach Shin Seonhan thoroughly. Shin Seonhan walked wearily down the hallway, relieved the 2-hour rounds were finally over. Dr. Byung-gyunam startled Shin Seonhan, calling him junior and placing a hand on his shoulder. Dr. Byung-gyunam, with a sly smile, invited Shin Seonhan for coffee, citing their lack of a proper introduction. A modern cafe, simply named Cafe, stood invitingly under the bright sky. Shin Seonhan voiced his concern about being away during work hours, but Dr. Byung-gyunam casually reassured him it was fine to leave if called. Dr. Byung-gyunam asked Shin Seonhan for his order, who promptly requested an iced Americano. Dr. Byung-gyunam then stated his own order, eliciting a surprised reaction from Shin Seonhan. Dr. Byung-gyunam stomped his foot and gestured, leading Shin Seonhan to wonder if he was expected to buy the drinks. Shin Seonhan resignedly offered to buy, and Dr. Byung-gyunam feigned reluctance before happily accepting the treat. Shin Seonhan offered a wry, closed-mouthed smile, contemplating Dr. Byung-gyunam's peculiar character. Dr. Byung-gyunam loudly sipped his drink through a straw. "Ah," Dr. Byung-gyunam declared with a loud laugh, "it tastes even sweeter because my junior bought it." Shin Seonhan silently questioned why Dr. Byung-gyunam kept calling him junior, despite their different university backgrounds. Dr. Byung Gyunam's question about Shin Seonhan's non-Yeonguk University background made Shin Seonhan spit out his drink in surprise. Shin Seonhan confirmed his graduation from Yeonguk University, prompting a thoughtful repetition from Dr. Byung Gyunam. Dr. Byung Gyunam mockingly inquired if Yeonguk was the trashy school that went bankrupt and disappeared, sipping his drink with a sly smile. Dr. Byung Gyunam continued to tease Shin Seonhan, asserting it must be embarrassing to have attended a now defunct school. Shin Seonhan silently fumed, utterly annoyed by Dr. Byung Gyunam's direct mockery. Shin Seonhan's expression shifted to surprise, as if a sudden realization dawned on him. Dr. Byung Gyunam quietly revealed that he, too, was from Yeonguk University. What? You're from Yeonguk? Shin Seonhan shouted in shock, prompting Dr. Byung Gyunam to shush him. Shin Seonhan expressed his disbelief, and Dr. Byung Gyunam explained that his internship elsewhere had obscured his university background. Dr. Byung Gyunam reminisced about a never-finished student hall at Yeonguk, explaining it was abandoned due to financial woes. Dr. Byung Gyunam humorously recounted tales of campus couples at the construction site, a memory Shin Seonhan acknowledged with a slight smile. Shin Seonhan voiced his surprise at meeting another Yeonguk doctor, and Dr. Byung Gyunam quickly instructed him to use senior when they were alone. Dr. Byung Gyunam lamented the loneliness of not having a junior from his own university to look out for. Dr. Byung Gyunam enthusiastically declared his responsibility to ensure Shin Seonhan's good performance, accidentally knocking over his drink in the process. Shin Seonhan stared at the spilled drink, inwardly questioning who exactly was taking responsibility for whom. Shin Seonhan emerged from the elevator, stepping into the bright, sterile expanse of the hospital hallway. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, signaling an incoming call. An urgent voice barked over the line, informing the intern about a feverish patient in bed 8 and demanding a blood culture immediately. Just as he processed the first call, his phone shrieked again with another urgent summons. Another off-panel voice demanded a catheter removal, pushing more tasks onto his already overflowing morning schedule. Shin Seonhan cursed his choices, realizing his morning tasks had piled up impossibly high after a brief cafe detour. He quickly informed the senior doctor he was returning to work, his tasks now severely backed up, as the senior merely wished him luck. The senior doctor groaned, complaining that his back was killing him after overdoing it during rounds. Shin Seonhan couldn't help but compare the two residents, reflecting on how different this one was from Dr. Yeo Bangcheol's immediate dedication to teaching. It seemed unlikely he would receive any dedicated mentorship this month. This month, it was clear he was truly on his own. Shin Seonhan moved with quiet precision, navigating the intricate demands of his patient's care. He checked his phone, surprised to see he had finished faster than he expected. His moment of relief vanished as a nurse sharply reminded him about Kim Ha-young's bed sore dressing, a morning ritual he'd completely forgotten. The memory of the massive, 5-person dressing task hit him like a brick. The ceiling offered no complaints as off-panel medical staff confirmed their readiness for the task. Shin Seonhan walked on, a faint pattering sound accompanying his confusion as he tried to recall the location of the dressing supplies. The intern's handover log, a dense tome of schedules, guidelines, and supply management, was his only guide this month. He continued down the hallway, relying entirely on the meticulously recorded notes in the log. Suddenly, he gasped in shock as he collided with someone in the hallway. The nurse's hands gripped a medical box tightly to prevent a spill. Shin Seonhan quickly apologized for his carelessness and immediately checked on her well-being. His eyes fell upon her name tag, identifying her as Nurse Cha Yuri. Cha Yuri laughed, winking to reassure him that she was perfectly fine. Then, her eyes widened as she recognized him, gleefully exclaiming, "The passionate Gangnam Station doctor." She asked if he was assigned to their department, and Shin Seonhan, still surprised, managed to explain his quest for bed sore dressing supplies. Cha Yuri thoughtfully recalled that the supplies were likely in front of bed 5, as Shin Seonhan frantically searched through his papers. Indeed, the bulk of the essential dressing tools were kept right there. She kindly offered ongoing assistance, urging him to ask if he ever had questions or needed a restock. Shin Seonhan thanked her, noting her lively personality was a stark contrast to the grim atmosphere of the ICU he had just left. He turned his attention to the patient, Kim Ha-young, a 74-year-old woman resting in her hospital bed. Cha Yuri gently addressed the patient, telling her a handsome new doctor was there to perform her dressing, making it sound like a pleasant surprise. A faint, hopeful smile touched the patient's lips. Shin Seonhan, under his mask, felt a blush creep onto his face. As Cha Yuri prepared to begin, Shin Seonhan snapped on his blue gloves, ready for the task. The narration highlighted the severe pain caused by pressure sores, which develop when constant pressure on bedridden patients leads to necrotic tissue and exposed muscle. Preventing these devastating sores required constant repositioning, a grueling task that multiple staff now undertook, knowing once formed, they only worsened if not meticulously managed. With a collective heave-ho, the medical staff carefully lifted and repositioned the patient. The nurse instructed Shin Seonhan to begin the dressing, his forceps poised. A wave of concern washed over Shin Seonhan as he looked down at the wound. The pressure sore was far more severe than he had anticipated. He wondered how long the patient had endured this condition as he began the meticulous cleaning process. Meanwhile, Cha Yuri sharply instructed the junior intern, Young-un, to hold a tube steady, emphasizing the critical importance of her grip. Shin Seonhan found the dressing procedure unexpectedly challenging, already sweating profusely under the protective gear. He could only imagine the immense physical toll this task took on the nurses who continuously held the patient. But he knew, ultimately, the patient herself was suffering the most. He gently reassured the patient to bear with it just a little longer, as they were almost finished. Suddenly, an ear-splitting alarm shrieked, startling Shin Seonhan. Shin Seonhan reacted instantly, grabbing the medical tube that had come loose from the patient. Cha Yuri sharply reprimanded Young-un, her annoyance palpable amidst the blaring alarm. Young-un stammered an apology, clearly distressed by her mistake. Shin Seonhan, however, calmly interjected, urging everyone to hold on a second. With a decisive movement, he swiftly reattached the medical tube. A sudden hush fell over the room as Shin Seonhan and the nurses intently watched the medical monitor. Young-un, teary-eyed, apologized again for her error. Shin Seonhan gently dismissed her apology, instead calmly asking Cha Yuri for a new pair of gloves. Cha Yuri, however, was not so forgiving, glaring at Young-un and promising to deal with her later, sending shivers down the junior intern's spine. Shin Seonhan understood Young-un's feelings but knew that even the smallest mistake in medicine could jeopardize a patient's life. The ICU was the ultimate defense for life, where any error, no matter how minor, could lead to fatal consequences, reinforcing Shin Seonhan's resolve to remain acutely focused. Finally, the meticulous dressing was finished. Cha Yuri praised his good work, and Shin Seonhan graciously returned the compliment to the entire team. Her expression turned concerned as she questioned him about the patient's diagnosis. Shin Seonhan confirmed the stage 2 colon cancer diagnosis, detailing the patient's grim progression through multiple surgeries, pneumonia, and metastasis, preventing even chemotherapy. Cha Yuri lamented the patient's 70-day ICU stay, expressing a heartfelt wish for her recovery, even just enough to move to a general ward, as Shin Seonhan listened silently. Shin Seonhan reflected on the crushing weight of 70 days, imagining the patient's spirit and body utterly exhausted from staring at nothing but the ceiling. The nurse then unexpectedly asked if this was his second internship rotation, surprising him. She pointed out his unusual calm during the breathing tube incident, noting that interns usually panicked in such situations, further astonishing him. He realized she was right, pondering if his composure stemmed from being hardened by countless past stressful experiences. Perhaps he was growing in his own unique way. Suddenly, his eye flared with an intense blue light, signaling the unwelcome activation of his supernatural gift. Shin Seonhan stood, a wave of resignation washing over him as the blue light enveloped him once more. A hospital bed will silently rolled across the floor. A doctor pushed a gurney bearing a sheet-covered body, followed by two figures consumed by grief. Shin Seonhan stood beside a nurse, both somberly looking down at a covered body in a dimly lit room. He observed an empty hospital bed, the chilling word, expire, echoing the finality of the vision. Shin Seonhan gasped, realizing someone had just died in the ICU, and desperately wondered who it could be. In a chilling premonition, a stark narration confirmed a death in the ICU, with an outstretched hand from under a white sheet signaling a tragic end, leaving Shin Seonhan to wonder who it could be. Shin Seonhan jolted awake with a terrified scream, ripped from the depths of his unsettling vision. The sudden crash of breaking glass punctuated Shin Seonhan's panicked shout, startling Ham Sodam into an answering shriek. Flustered, Shin Seonhan stammered an apology to Ham Sodam for his outburst, leaving her utterly bewildered. His mind raced back to the ominous dream, a patient dying at night in the surgical ICU, their body carried out, shrouded in a white sheet. Ham Sodam's questioning gaze followed Shin Seonhan's bewildered turn, silently asking for an explanation he couldn't yet provide. With overwhelming uncertainty, Shin Seonhan reflected on the sheer number of critically ill patients, knowing he lacked the precise details of his premonition to prevent a specific tragedy. As his fingers flew across the keyboard, Shin Seonhan meticulously recalled more details from his dream. His senior and nurse Cha Yuri had been present that night. A tense calculation illuminated his mind. The night shift overlap of his senior and nurse Cha Yuri could only be on May 11th or 22nd, just a week away. Determined to intervene, Shin Seonhan resolved to take those crucial on-call shifts and promptly called to adjust his schedule. The hospital stood as a beacon of modern medicine, an empire of care where every second counted. When a senior doctor casually offered him coffee, Shin Seonhan firmly declined, his schedule leveraged by his demanding call duties. "Come on, Junior," the senior insisted playfully, attempting to exert a subtle hierarchy of influence, even hinting at a favorable evaluation. Let's go after work, Shin Seonhan declared, abruptly standing with a decisive move that startled the senior back. Ugh, you old fogey, the senior comically erupted in frustration, while Shin Seonhan, unconcerned, calmly walked away. Shin Seonhan and Ham So-dam exchanged greetings, their voices echoing off-panel. When Ham So-dam asked if he was searching for something again, Shin Seonhan explained his immediate need for dressing tools for Grandma Kim Ha-young, noting a shortage. Ham So-dam discovered they were out of essential supplies like skin care and Silvadene ointment, prompting her decision to restock immediately. Shin Seonhan, eager to learn the hospital's intricate layout, requested to accompany her, and Ham So-dam cheerfully agreed. Oh, right, Dr. Seonhan. Ham So-dam exclaimed, bringing up a broadcast she had seen, leaving Shin Seonhan utterly bewildered. Ham So-dam, blushing with admiration, recited the poetic accolades of an eagle's eye, a lady's hand, and a lion's heart. You looked so cool on screen, you're quite photogenic, Ham So-dam continued, eliciting a crimson blush and an embarrassed plea from Shin Seonhan to stop teasing him. I'm not teasing. Ham So-dam emphatically declared, asserting the sincerity of her compliments. As they passed a sign restricting access, Ham So-dam explained the necessity of retrieving supplies from the main stockroom when daily stores ran dry. Like this, Ham So-dam demonstrated, reaching for a high shelf, as Shin Seonhan observed her with a slight confusion. It's done. Ham So-dam declared, still struggling to reach a box, while Shin Seonhan hummed an anticipatory tune. With a swift grab, a hand effortlessly secured the box Ham So-dam had been struggling with, startling Shin Seonhan. Whoa, you're really tall, Dr. Seonhan. Are your arms just long? Ham So-dam exclaimed, as Shin Seonhan, holding the retrieved box, asked if she needed anything else. Shin Seonhan remembered his need for Silvadene, and Ham So-dam pointed it out on a shelf. Ham So-dam gasped in surprise as something fell onto her, throwing her off balance. Shin Seonhan and Ham So-dam inadvertently tumbled into a very close, blushing embrace. A stunned silence fell between them, Shin Seonhan's eyes wide with surprise as Ham So-dam found herself pressed against his shoulder. I'm sorry, Shin Seonhan apologized, embarrassed, which Ham So-dam quickly brushed off as, it's okay. An awkward silence settled between them, as Ham So-dam secretly mused on the surprising firmness of his chest. Shin Seonhan meticulously performed a medical procedure, surrounded by a team of focused medical staff. His intense gaze betrayed his unwavering focus, deeply immersed in the critical medical procedure. Phew, finished, Shin Seonhan sighed in relief, as Ham So-dam exclaimed in amazement at his swift completion. Shin Seonhan watched in confusion as the old woman weakly waved her hand, prompting Ham So-dam's surprised exclamation. Ham So-dam suggested that the patient might be trying to communicate something important. With Ham So-dam's help, the frail old woman attempted to write a message on a clipboard. Dr. Seonhan. Ham So-dam exclaimed, excitedly showing him the clipboard where the old woman had warmly written, thank you. Grandma must really like you, Dr. Seonhan, Ham So-dam observed, reiterating the simple, thank you, that expressed profound gratitude. A gentle smile graced Shin Seonhan's lips, a quiet acknowledgement of the patient's heartfelt gratitude. Grandma, hang in there, Shin Seonhan urged, tenderly holding her hand and promising she would soon be healthy again with his utmost care. A peaceful smile softened the old woman's face, deeply touched by Shin Seonhan's comforting words. With a quiet resolve, Shin Seonhan walked away from the old woman's bedside. How is the work? Manageable, the senior casually asked, startling Shin Seonhan. It's good that you're working hard, the senior commented while engrossed in his phone game, but don't get too close to the ICU patients. Shin Seonhan, perplexed, asked why, but the senior dismissively told him to simply follow instructions. His confusion lingered, the senior's cryptic advice leaving a puzzling mark on his thoughts. 1 week later, the hospital stood illuminated against the night sky. Shin Seonhan's exhausted mind spun, he hadn't slept, tormented by the urgent need to identify the fated patient from his premonition. He frantically reviewed every possible post-surgical complication, myocardial infarction, pulmonary embolism, thromboembolism, desperately calculating how he could once again change the future. Shin Seonhan pondered the 23-year-old male patient on a ventilator, who, despite his severe trauma, had reportedly been recovering quickly. His mind cycled through other critical cases, a 54-year-old female gastric cancer patient with hypertension and hyperlipidemia, and a stroke patient who had endured a month in the ICU after colon cancer surgery, all potential victims of the night. Shin Seonhan's eye narrowed, lost in intense concentration as he desperately sought to pinpoint the patient from his premonition. Finally, he focused on Grandma Kim Ha-young, recognizing her as the most likely candidate, her advanced colon cancer having metastasized throughout her peritoneum. As Shin Seonhan deliberately approached Grandma Kim Ha-young's bed, a heavy apprehension settled upon him, wondering what he could possibly do if her condition indeed became critical. Shin Seonhan gently greeted the old woman, asking about her well-being. The old woman surprised him with a weak gesture of her hand. On a clipboard, the old woman had penned a simple, profound message: eat well. Shin Seonhan silently contemplated her thoughtful words. Yes, Grandma, I'll make sure to eat well, Shin Seonhan replied, gently squeezing her hand, promising they would share a delicious meal together once she recovered. A serene smile graced the old woman's face, comforted by his kind words. Shin Seonhan sat quietly by her bedside, holding her hand, a profound sense of calm enveloping them both. Medical staff bustled through the busy ward, maintaining the relentless rhythm of the hospital. Shin Seonhan's gaze fell upon the old woman, a contemplative silence filling the space between them. Shin Seonhan wondered why Grandma Kim Ha-young's family never visited, to which Ham So-dam explained that after such a long stay, their visits had become scarce. Shin Seonhan expressed his deep concern and disappointment, finding it incomprehensible that a family could abandon a member, especially one so close to the end. Ham So-dam offered an empathetic perspective, acknowledging the immense difficulty of constant visits for long-term patients. While admitting he wasn't in a position to judge, Shin Seonhan privately wished for her family's visits, believing it would give Grandma Kim Ha-young much-needed mental strength. The senior doctor casually walked down the corridor, sipping his drink. "Oh ho! Seonhan, were you originally on call today?" the senior asked, surprised, and Shin Seonhan explained he had changed his shift due to a personal matter. "Did you change your on-call shift just to be with me?" the senior teased, causing Shin Seonhan to grimace in annoyance. As the senior departed for the on-call room, Shin Seonhan pondered if this man was the senior from his prophetic vision. When Ham So-dam asked if he was heading to sleep, Shin Seonhan replied he planned to stay awake. Shin Seonhan confessed his deep worry for Grandma Kim Ha-young, citing her morning CT results which looked disturbingly bad. Ham So-dam's expression clouded with concern, her hand rising to her mouth in thought. "Dr. Seonhan, there's something I wanted to tell you." Ham So-dam began, capturing Shin Seonhan's wide-eyed attention. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared through the hospital, startling both Shin Seonhan and Ham So-dam. A hand slammed onto the desk as a frantic thought echoed, "Where is it?" "Bed 5. Grandma Kim Ha-young." Shin Seonhan cried, running frantically down the corridor with Ham So-dam close behind, racing against time. "Grandma!" Shin Seonhan cried out, confronting the critical state of Kim Ha-young. "Grandma!" Shin Seonhan cried, his voice raw with terror, as he faced the motionless form of the old woman. Interns frantically called for Dr. Byun Gyunam and a CPR broadcast, reporting the patient's blood pressure had dropped to 60, while Shin Seonhan stammered in shock. Footsteps echoed as an unnamed man, with stern demeanor, approached the intern. The intern frantically called for Dr. Byun Gyunam, reporting that Ms. Kim Ha-young's blood pressure continued to drop and suggesting vasopressors were needed. The unnamed man addressed Shin Seonhan by name, sternly ordering him to stay back, which left Shin Seonhan bewildered. His voice grim, the man commanded them not to perform CPR, or indeed, to do anything at all. Shin Seonhan's eyes widened in utter shock at the revelation that the patient was DNR. Shin Seonhan abruptly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the unresponsive old woman as the unnamed man watched, grim-faced. The patient, Kim Ha-young, lay still, her medical equipment a stark reminder of the DNR order, an agreement not to perform futile CPR on a patient with no realistic chance of recovery. With footsteps receding, the man explained he had already consulted the family, asserting that CPR would only inflict the pain of a broken sternum, while the monitor continued its rhythmic beeps. "So, like this," the man said, as his hand reached out to press a button on the medical device. A group of medical staff, including Shin Seonhan and the unnamed man, stood in silent vigil around the patient's bed. Shin Seonhan's face contorted with trauma, a stark contrast to the quiet sadness of the other medical staff who gazed down. As the old woman lay still, Shin Seonhan's thoughts wrestled with the realization that he was simply meant to stand by and watch her die, acknowledging Dr. Byun's decision was correct. Shin Seonhan's mind raced, realizing DNR meant more than just cessation of treatment, it was about preserving the patient's dignity, letting them go peacefully, even as her heart rate slowed to a mere 20 beats. Now, her heart had flatlined, barely twitching faintly, signaling that for all intents and purposes, she was already gone. As medical staff stood respectfully, Shin Seonhan quietly wondered if Grandma's soul still lingered nearby. A quiet hush settled over the hospital room, the ceiling curtains marking a pause in the unfolding drama. Two men cried out, their anguished "Mom" and "Mother" echoing through the room as they grappled with the finality of death. The woman with brown hair sobbed an apology to her mother, wishing an end to her pain, while medical staff stood by with solemn expressions. The chilling, drawn-out sound of the flatlining ECG confirmed the patient's final, irreversible moment of death. At 3:20 a.m., the unnamed man solemnly pronounced patient Kim Ha-young dead, as a relative's heart-wrenching sobs of "Mom" filled the sorrowful air. Shin Seonhan stood with a serious, reflective expression amidst the somber medical staff. Shin Seonhan's hand clenched into a tight fist, his silent thoughts raging that his tears wouldn't come, only anger at knowing about the death beforehand yet being utterly powerless. With a slide, the woman with brown hair announced they would begin clearing the medical equipment. The woman with brown hair empathetically asked the grieving family to wait outside for a moment, explaining they would prepare the room before their return. The woman with brown hair instructed Shin Seonhan to remove all the lines and tidy things up, to which he simply affirmed, yes. The unnamed man, with a tone of concern, asked Shin Seonhan if he could handle the task, offering to do it himself if needed. No. I'll do it, Shin Seonhan declared, his thoughts resolute that now that the patient had died, it was his duty to perform his part. The unnamed man precisely detailed the post-mortem instructions: cut everything inside, remove the lines, and stitch any significant bleeding. The unnamed man reassured Shin Seonhan that perfection wasn't necessary as the patient had passed, but Shin Seonhan, with a determined nod, vowed he would still do his best. The unnamed man paused, observing Shin Seonhan intently. With a sigh of resignation, the unnamed man conceded, fine. Do that. The hospital bed stood empty, neatly made and quietly awaiting its next purpose. Hands calmly smoothed the sheet, tidying the bed with careful motions. Good job, Dr. Shin, the woman with brown hair praised, noting his careful execution of his very first post-mortem care, which involved cleaning and tidying the body. A clink of medical tools accompanied the woman's melancholic reflection, wishing she had known the patient would leave so suddenly, so she could have spoken to her one last time. Shin Seonhan's expression was heavy with sorrow and regret, his thoughts drifting to how lonely and scared Grandma must have been, feeling he, as a doctor, had done nothing to help. The woman with brown hair looked at Shin Seonhan with a sad and deeply sympathetic expression. A rustle, then a sudden thud, made Shin Seonhan exclaim in surprise as papers and a pen scattered across the floor. Shin Seonhan knelt, his eyes fixed on the scattered papers, realizing with a pang that this was the board Grandma Kim Hyung had used. Shin Seonhan's eye widened dramatically, a sudden realization dawning. The scattered papers revealed a poignant message from the deceased: thank you, and it's all right. The woman with brown hair watched Shin Seonhan, her hand flying to her mouth in quiet shock. Finally, Shin Seonhan's carefully held grief broke, tears streaming freely down his face. As the woman stood over a kneeling Shin Seonhan, narration reflected on how, despite 40,000 hospital deaths annually, facing the death of each individual person before you remained a completely different, profound matter. Dr. Shin, the woman began, as he held his notebook and listened intently. With a warm smile, the woman with brown hair asked Shin Seonhan if he was free that evening. The scene shifted to a bustling outdoor market, vibrant with the dim streetlights and enticing aromas of food stalls. With a cheerful clink, two glasses met in a friendly toast. Shin Seonhan expressed surprise at the existence of such a place near the hospital, while the woman enthusiastically declared the chicken feet amazing. Smiling warmly, the woman with brown hair recounted her days as a new nurse, when the senior staff made her life difficult, and how she'd find solace here alone with chicken feet and soju. She took a long, casual gulp from her glass. With a hearty exhale, the woman laughed loudly, holding her glass high as Shin Seonhan smiled, enjoying the lively moment. Shin Seonhan suddenly wondered aloud how long Nurse Cha Yuri had been a nurse and her age, prompting her to playfully ask the question right back. 30. A full 30, she declared with a jovial clink, holding up a chicken foot. Shin Seonhan exclaimed in shock, "Th 30, and the woman, feigning surprise, playfully took it as a compliment. She explained her 3 years in the Yeonguk ICU, noting she was now a preceptor, a nurse with significant clinical experience who mentors new nurses one-on-one. With a playful, dog-like illustration of herself, she cited the old saying that it takes 3 years for even a village school dog to recite poetry, implying that's how long it takes ICU nurses to adapt. Shin Seonhan, his expression concerned, asked if ICU work wasn't hard, catching her by surprise. Of course it is, she admitted sadly, explaining that despite many new recruits, the lack of senior nurses meant they were constantly short-staffed. A sniff, then another gulp, accompanied her distressed explanation that the ICU suffered the highest nurse turnover rate in the entire hospital. With a decisive tap, she placed her glass down, telling Shin Seonhan he was in no position to comment, which left him utterly confused. She revealed she had seen his TV interview, questioning why he sought such a rough path by wanting to do surgery. Shin Seonhan scratched his head, lost in thought, pondering her question with a sense of uncertainty. "Still, I think you'd make a good surgeon, Dr. Shin," she said, and he thanked her, dismissing it as merely a polite remark. The woman, blushing slightly, insisted her remark was sincere, explaining that his careful post-mortem care had truly impressed her. She explained that nurses possessed a unique ability to discern a doctor's manual skill simply by observing. Her admiration was palpable as she confessed she had never seen an intern put such meticulous care into tidying a patient who had already passed away. Shin Seonhan expressed empathy, acknowledging her own hardships, to which she confessed she usually forced herself to act cheerful to bear the unbearable weight. With a clink as the bottle poured into her glass, she admitted physical exhaustion was manageable, but witnessing patients die next to her remained profoundly difficult every single time. With a gulp, she took another drink, stating with resigned determination that it was simply their job, and what else could they do? Holding his glass, Shin Seonhan reflected on Nurse Yuri's words, accepting the somber truth that facing death was indeed their job. In an introspective vision, Shin Seonhan pondered how he would encounter countless more patients, some destined to die, wondering if he would ever truly get used to it and face their deaths calmly. An old woman serving food commented with a knowing look, "Oh dear, here she goes again," surprising Shin Seonhan. A sudden groan escaped her, and Shin Seonhan, utterly surprised, realized she was out cold after only 3 glasses. The old woman explained that Nurse Cha couldn't hold her liquor, but frequented the place whenever something upset her. The old woman playfully asked if he was her boyfriend, noting it was the first time she'd seen her with a man, causing Shin Seonhan to embarrassingly clarify they were just co-workers. Covered by a jacket, the woman now slept peacefully, slumped over on her chair. A chicken foot was lifted by chopsticks, ready to be consumed. A dramatic, spicy, escaped Shin Seonhan, his face flushing with fire from the chicken feet, while the woman beside him remained lost in peaceful slumber. "Oh. It's raining," Shin Seonhan observed, a sudden surprise. Amidst the blurring, rain-soaked streets, narration reflected on how Grandma Kim Ha-young, Shin Seonhan's first ICU patient, had passed, and just like that, the spring of May was also slipping away. The narrative began, presented by jenstuns.org. Yeonguk University Hospital stood, a towering institution against the dimming sky. Even after his first major loss, Shin Seonhan continued to bear the heavy responsibility for countless critically ill patients, from those with pulmonary embolisms to acute viral pneumonia. But before he could truly intervene, they slipped away, leaving Shin Seonhan to wonder if even his ability to see the future could truly save them. "It's tough," Shin Seonhan admitted, feeling like a boxer knocked out before he could even throw a punch. A sudden vibration from his phone broke through Shin Seonhan's weary thoughts. Immediately snapping back into duty, Shin Seonhan confirmed the surgical intensive care unit's call about a patient needing a dressing change due to leakage after surgery. The story continued under the title, Doctor plus Shin Seonhan. The sterile, brightly lit hospital ward buzzed with the quiet hum of life support and constant care. Shin Seonhan reviewed the chart for Oh Tae-young, an 85-year-old male who underwent lung cancer surgery, noting his advanced age with a touch of concern. As the curtain swished open, Shin Seonhan greeted the patient and informed him he was there to disinfect the surgical area again. The older patient lay in bed, his weary appearance betraying his recent surgery. His tired face, etched with exhaustion, revealed the profound frailty of his condition. Shin Seonhan wondered at the patient's intense gaze before tentatively asking, "Excuse me. Are you a medic?" the patient suddenly asked, catching Shin Seonhan completely by surprise. "You came at just the right time," the patient declared, directing Shin Seonhan to look at his bandaged wound. "Medic? Not a medical officer?" Shin Seonhan thought, finding the patient's choice of words delightfully peculiar. "Yes, patient," Shin Seonhan confirmed, reaching for the necessary medical supplies to begin the disinfection. Donning his mask and gloves, Shin Seonhan focused intently on the task of disinfecting the surgical area. Then, a sudden, jarring sensation ripped through Shin Seonhan. A sharp jolt of awareness coursed through Shin Seonhan as he looked at the patient. The patient's tired eyes seemed to hold a deeper, unsettling disorientation that Shin Seonhan had not initially perceived. Shin Seonhan wondered at the patient's peculiar behavior, asking with concern, "Are you okay, elder?" The patient suddenly bolted upright, shouting frantic military commands as blood splattered, startling Shin Seonhan. What is happening?" Shin Seonhan stammered, finishing the disinfection with unexpected speed and announcing his urgent departure. "Take a detour around the right trench," the patient continued to shout, completely lost in his delusion. "Oh dear," Shin Seonhan thought, sensing a looming issue for the elder, when a nurse peeked in, asking, "That person?" The nurse, observing his lack of discernment and self-talk, concluded with certainty that the patient suffered from delirium. Air raid warning, the patient screamed in terror, as the narration explained delirium as an acute consciousness disorder. This condition frequently plagued elderly patients post-major surgery, causing sudden hallucinations, delusions, and nonsensical speech to erupt around them. Though superficially similar to dementia, delirium differed significantly, manifesting violently overnight rather than with a gradual appearance of symptoms. Recognizing its surprising commonality in ICU patients, Shin Seonhan leaned in, asking, "Patient, do you know what year it is right now?" 1970, the patient struggled, a date that shocked Shin Seonhan with the realization that it was over 55 years in the past. "No wonder it's been feeling off," Shin Seonhan remarked, to which the nurse added with a sigh, "Oh dear." I guess we'll have to stay alert tonight. As the patient mumbled disjointed warnings about Nui Ba and booby traps, the narration explained that delirium symptoms inexplicably worsened at night. The nurse decided to change the 4 fluids, and the bottle clinked as she prepared it. A sudden jolt made the nurse recoil, dropping the bottle with a cry of alarm. The bottle struck the bed with a soft thud, then rolled softly toward the patient's foot. The patient's bloodshot eyes suddenly snapped wide, filled with an inexplicable terror. The patient suddenly shot upright in bed, screaming, "Grenade!" which sent the nurse falling back in terror while Shin Seonhan stood stunned. "There's a grenade. Everyone, take cover," the patient screamed, as Shin Seonhan desperately tried to tell him, "Be patient, you mustn't move." "Patient." Shin Seonhan yelled, frantically explaining, "It's not a grenade, it's a medication bottle." "A grenade. It's a grenade," the patient screamed relentlessly, forcing Shin Seonhan and 2 other staff members to physically restrain him. An unidentified medical staff member slumped into a chair with a soft thud, admitting, "Whoa, that surprised me." "Were you caught off guard?" another medical staff member asked, as Shin Seonhan admitted it was indeed his first time encountering a delirious patient. The other medical staff member chuckled, finding the old grandfather's particular delirium unique, admitting it was his first time seeing someone confuse an ICU for a battlefield. According to the record, he actually served in the Vietnam War, the nurse revealed, sparking a sudden realization in Shin Seonhan. Indeed, he had been deployed to Vietnam in 1970, and the narration pondered if the trauma from that war, still haunting him after 55 years, had simply been too great. Shin Seonhan asked why a lung cancer patient was in their unit, learning that the thoracic ICU beds were full, necessitating his placement there. "Why did such a noisy patient have to come to us?" the medical staff member grumbled, deeming it a complete hassle. The medical staff member casually dismissed his primary responsibility, instructing Shin Seonhan to simply notify thoracic surgery if anything happened, leaving Shin Seonhan in thoughtful silence. Suddenly, loud, booming shouts about "the fierce Korean tiger, the pride of 50 million people" echoed, startling both Shin Seonhan and the nurse. Consumed by his delusion, the patient stood on his bed, saluting and shouting anthems for freedom under the divided sky of Vietnam. "Gee, grandfather, please calm down." Shin Seonhan yelled, desperately trying to calm the patient who, still yelling about the courage to catch ghosts, struggled against his restraints. The tranquil beauty of the sunset offered a brief respite as evening descended upon the hospital. Shin Seonhan let out a weary yawn, utterly exhausted from a night spent trying to calm the patient during his intense attack. "Ah, how am I going to handle today?" Shin Seonhan wondered, as he pulled the curtain open with a swish and announced, "I'm here to disinfect." "Oh, hello, doctor," the patient greeted cheerfully, appearing completely normal and well-rested despite the previous night. "Huh? What the?" Shin Seonhan stammered in utter confusion, barely managing to ask if the elder had slept well last night. "Oh, of course," the patient cheerfully claimed to have slept like a log, while the narration added that his comfortable rest was probably due to the sleeping pills he received. The patient noted his voice seemed hoarse, attributing it to age, while Shin Seonhan internally thought, "That's probably because you were yelling all night long." "By the way, do you know what day it is today?" the patient inquired, then accurately stated, "Today is May 17th, isn't it?" confirming his lucidity. Appearing almost perfectly normal, it seemed his delirium was a temporary state, likely caused by his mind adjusting to the unfamiliar ICU environment on his first day. Intern Choi Yoon-sung burst into dismissive laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. What? A grenade? Don't laugh. The patient will hear you," Shin Seonhan cautioned, as Choi Yoon-sung slyly warned him to be careful since he was on duty today. Choi Yoon-sung continued, "He was fine during the day, but who knows what will happen at night." "Don't worry," Choi Yoon-sung scoffed, confidently flexing his arm, "how much trouble could an elderly person in the ICU cause? If things get rough, we can just overpower him." The tranquil beauty of the sunset offered a brief respite as evening descended upon the hospital. "Why Yoon-sung?" Shin Seonhan cried out, seeing his colleague's bloodied and shocked face. Shin Seonhan grabbed Choi Yoon-sung, shaking him in alarm, and demanded, "Yoon-sung. What's wrong? What happened?" Shin Seonhan's hand gripped Choi Yoon-sung's shoulder with a firm, urgent hold. A hand pointed decisively toward a closed hospital curtain, indicating the unseen chaos within. Shin Seonhan quickly yanked the curtain open with a loud swish, bracing himself for whatever lay beyond. "Elder." Shin Seonhan gasped in terror, confronting the horrifying sight of the patient lying bloodied and unconscious in the disheveled room. Discover more about the story at the provided web address. Shin Seonhan stared in alarm at the patient lying bloodied and motionless, a stark scene under the harsh hospital lights. Shin Seonhan demanded to know what had transpired, to which another intern responded with a frustrated sigh, urging him not to even begin. In a desaturated, chaotic memory, the patient had violently ripped out his chest tube, threatening the terrified interns with it as if it were a weapon. Shin Seonhan reeled in shock upon hearing the account of blood splattering everywhere, which the intern declared the absolute worst moment of his internship. The patient, caught in a terrifying delusion, had pointed the chest tube at the interns, demanding cover as if in a combat zone. The exhausted intern recounted how all the lines were pulled out, and he had barely managed to calm the patient with an injection while holding him tight, a sudden change from the previous day. Shin Seonhan inquired about the intern's visibly injured nose, which the intern explained was from restraining the surprisingly strong patient. Shin Seonhan advised the weary intern to be careful while on duty, who speculated the patient's powerful punches were no joke, hinting at a veteran's strength. Shin Seonhan looked back at the patient, who now lay resting quietly in his bed. Shin Seonhan mused internally about the patient's peaceful sleep after causing such a ruckus, wondering if the hospital seemed like a battlefield to him. The vast, modern university hospital building stood against a clear, bright sky. Inside, the busy hospital ward hummed with the routine activity of medical staff and patients. Shin Seonhan observed the bustling hallway, lost in a moment of quiet thought. Shin Seonhan asked a nurse why he had never seen any guardians for the patient, Oh Taekjung, surprising her. The nurse confirmed the patient had no regular visitors, though a veteran from an association had stopped by a few days prior. Shin Seonhan confirmed the patient was a Marine, and the nurse explained his lung cancer was likely a tragic aftereffect of his service. Shin Seonhan expressed surprise and curiosity upon learning that the visiting veteran had mentioned the patient once appeared on television when he was healthy. Prompted by thoughts of war's aftereffects, Shin Seonhan quickly searched his phone for Vietnam War Marines Oh Taekjung. Shin Seonhan reacted with a jolt of surprise at something he saw on his screen. He exclaimed in disbelief as he recognized the patient from a video titled, Speak Out Testimony of Victims of Agent Orange from the Vietnam War. In a flashback to an interview, the patient confirmed his service as a platoon leader in Vietnam, recounting his very first assignment, a search mission. He remembered the overwhelming darkness, trembling at the immense responsibility for his platoon members' lives as a rookie officer fresh out of Marine school. Fortunately, nothing happened in the first month, and the platoon members followed orders well as operations went smoothly. But after about 6 months, several platoon members tragically died, among them Private Kim Cheol-woo. Private Kim Cheol-woo, a young friend who carried his mother's letter, was shot in the face during a search, leaving a horrifying wound. The patient reflected on the immense shock but acknowledged the grim reality of war, where both sides suffered, rejecting any notion of it as a badge of honor. He confessed that the war left him only with horrific memories, causing him to still jolt awake from bed when he thought of those terrible days. Shin Seonhan absorbed the patient's traumatic past, his expression somber as he held his phone. A nurse instructed Shin Seonhan to insert an L-tube for another patient after visitors left, and he acknowledged the task. Shin Seonhan watched the nurse walk away, his mind still heavy with the patient's wartime memories. The patient lay in his bed, looking unwell, as medical staff passed by. Night fell over the hospital, its many windows glowing softly in the dark. Shin Seonhan stretched in his chair, feeling a sense of relief that the day was seemingly ending without any major issues. A sudden, shattering crash jolted Shin Seonhan, causing him to cry out in terror. The patient, caught in another fit of delirium, yelled that he had to go find his platoon members, struggling violently in his bed. Shin Seonhan rushed toward the patient, mentally noting that the delirium had, as expected, returned with the night. Shin Seonhan frantically tried to calm and restrain the struggling patient, who fiercely demanded to be released. The patient forcefully pushed Shin Seonhan away, convinced he had to save his platoon members trapped in enemy territory. Shin Seonhan and the female intern reacted with shock as the patient managed to get off the bed. Shin Seonhan urgently instructed the interns to call the patient's attending doctor. Shin Seonhan, underestimating the patient's strength, attempted to overpower him, but the patient resisted with surprising force. The patient's eyes glowed with furious determination, a fierce glare setting his resolve. Shin Seonhan flinched in surprise as the patient's intensity caught him off guard. The patient landed a powerful punch squarely on Shin Seonhan's face, sending him reeling. The patient stood triumphantly over Shin Seonhan, who lay unconscious on the floor, knocked out. Shin Seonhan groaned in pain, clutching his throat as he slowly recovered from the blow. The unnamed female intern, worried, grabbed the patient's arm, desperately trying to calm him and remind him he was in a hospital. Shin Seonhan noticed another man walking away, seemingly disinterested in the escalating chaos. Desperate, Shin Seonhan called out to the man, begging for help. The unnamed man, later identified as Dr. Byun Kyunam, asked if thoracic surgery had been called, which Shin Seonhan confirmed. Dr. Byun dismissively told Shin Seonhan to prepare the sedative and wait, asserting that the patient's primary team would handle it, much to Shin Seonhan's annoyance. The unnamed female intern angrily confronted Dr. Byun Kyunam, demanding he stop watching and help them. Dr. Byun reluctantly approached the chaotic struggle, muttering about how annoying the situation was. Dr. Byun cautiously attempted to calm the patient, telling him to stay still. The patient unexpectedly lashed out, sending Dr. Byun flying backward with a powerful kick. Dr. Byun's face contorted in an exaggerated expression of shock and pain after being struck. The unnamed man, Dr. Byun, lay defeated and unconscious on the floor after the patient's attack. The patient continued to struggle violently, yelling that he had to save his platoon members, pulling at his chest tube setup as the female intern screamed in distress. Shin Seonhan watched in alarm as the patient's chest tube drainage unit dangled precariously. Shin Seonhan desperately cried out, knowing that if the chest tube were pulled out again, it would severely impact the patient's postoperative prognosis. Shin Seonhan wrestled with the problem, frantically seeking a way to calm the violently struggling patient, whose chest tube remained dangerously at risk. A sudden realization dawned upon Shin Seonhan. The patient continued to yell, his face contorted in anger and frustration as he demanded to be released. Shin Seonhan desperately called out, "Platoon leader," and "Please get a grip," shocking the patient into a moment of pause. Startled by the address, the patient slowly turned his head, his focus shifting. In the patient's deluded mind, Shin Seonhan appeared as a young soldier in military uniform, urgently pleading for calm. The patient, confused but recognizing something, questioned if Shin Seonhan was Private Kim Cheolwoo. Shin Seonhan, playing into the patient's delusion, firmly affirmed he was Private Kim and acknowledged the patient as platoon leader Oh Taekjung. The patient, now calmer but disoriented, stood on his feet while Shin Seonhan knelt before him, leaving the other medical staff surprised. A sudden, upright stance from the patient shocked the medical staff, leaving them utterly stunned. Distraught and confused, the patient stammered, his eyes wide as he questioned if he truly faced Private Kim. Embracing his role, Shin Seonhan affirmed his identity as Private Kim Cheolwoo, reassuring the platoon leader that they had dodged enemy fire and made it back in one piece. With a sly smile, Dr. Byun Gyunam declared his success and introduced himself as Sergeant Byun, leaving Shin Seonhan startled. Dr. Byun Gyunam, swaying with feigned injury, awkwardly claimed a grazing wound in a most unfortunate spot. The patient, overcome with emotion, uttered a choked cry of relief that they had all made it back alive. Shin Seonhan gently informed the confused patient that a medic was coming and he needed to treat the gunshot wound, adding, "You were shot, sir." Shin Seonhan pointed to the patient's right chest, warning him, "The bullet's still lodged there. You mustn't touch it under any circumstances." After Shin Seonhan instructed him to lie down for treatment, the patient, still confused, complied. Shin Seonhan let out a long, tired sigh of relief as the patient finally lay peaceful and still in bed. The nurse and another woman offered Shin Seonhan appreciative thumbs-ups, acknowledging his swift thinking. Shin Seonhan reacted with surprise to an unseen event, turning to the nurse with wide eyes. Ma Dong-seop, a doctor from thoracic surgery, commented with concern that the patient now seemed calmer than yesterday despite the earlier chaos. Ma Dong-seop assessed the sleeping patient, musing that a dexmedetomidine drip should suffice, while the nurse recalled the previous night's struggle requiring heavy sedation. Ma Dong-seop complained about the interns taking turns getting punched all night, and the nurse asked if the patient had been violent again today. Ma Dong-seop asked how they managed to calm the patient, given his earlier yelling, and the nurse credited Shin Seonhan with quite a move. Ma Dong-seop questioned the intern's involvement, catching Shin Seonhan off guard with his surprise. Ma Dong-seop beamed, recognizing Shin Seonhan and recalling his impressive crisis management from the ER last month. Shin Seonhan, feeling nervous, humbly acknowledged Ma Dong-seop's praise for his crisis management skills. Ma Dong-seop extended a hand to Shin Seonhan, suggesting they would be seeing a lot of each other and should get along, making Shin Seonhan feel uneasy. Dr. Byun Gyunam and another doctor discussed the disruptive patient, with one questioning why he wasn't in a thoracic surgery ICU, while a distinct cough echoed. Ma Dong-seop bowed slightly, explaining the ICU had no free beds and requesting surgery's understanding. Dr. Byun Gyunam worried the delirium could worsen in the ICU, to which Ma Dong-seop responded they'd consider the general ward if it escalated further. Ma Dong-seop noted the patient still depended on oxygen, so for now, he would remain in the ICU for another day or two. Dr. Byun Gyunam agreed with a sly smirk, leaving Shin Seonhan confused. 2 days later, time had passed. A metallic alert blared, announcing an air raid alert throughout the hospital. Shin Seonhan sprinted down the hallway, observing, "It's starting again." The patient yelled incoherently about closing a fridge door because it was cold out, startling Shin Seonhan. The patient's delirium surged as he thrashed, yelling disconnected statements about salty soup, rain, and jjajangmyeon. Nurses reacted to the chaos, one exclaiming, "Oh boy, what's gotten into everyone all of a sudden," while another ordered an intern to restrain a patient. Shin Seonhan, bewildered by the widespread agitation, wondered, why is everyone like this? Is delirium contagious or something? Dr. Byun Gyunam spoke on the phone, while off-panel voices complained about the terrifying noise, revealing that even patients without delirium were now affected. Dr. Byung-gyunam slyly called the thoracic on-call doctor, urging them to come quickly. Patient Oh Taek-jong was subsequently transferred to the general ward, where he lay sleeping peacefully. At a cafe table, Dr. Byung-gyunam expressed immense satisfaction after a drink, while Shin Seonhan looked on with concern. Shin Seonhan voiced his concern that the patient's severe delirium would cause trouble on the general ward, but Dr. Byung-gyunam responded with a casual, maybe he will maybe he won't. Shin Seonhan persisted, expressing concern that the patient still seemed to need oxygen therapy. Dr. Byung-gyunam, indifferently sipping his drink, dismissed responsibility by stating it was their problem, leaving Shin Seonhan speechless. Dr. Byung-gyunam advised Shin Seonhan not to worry about patients once they had left his hands, as looking after his own was already enough work. Shin Seonhan thought, the doctors I imagine are people who throw everything they have into saving their patients' lives. Shin Seonhan internally criticized Dr. Byung-gyunam, seeing him as merely an ordinary office worker who simply wanted to dodge troublesome cases and live comfortably. Shin Seonhan pondered why Dr. Byung-gyunam chose surgery with such a personality, then Dr. Byung-gyunam abruptly asked Shin Seonhan why he became a surgeon. Dr. Byung-gyunam, with a knowing smile, reiterated, why a surgeon? Dr. Byung-gyunam confidently declared, I applied to surgery to become a big-shot surgeon. Shin Seonhan, taken aback, asked for clarification. Dr. Byung-gyunam smirked, questioning Shin Seonhan's surprise at his confession. Dr. Byung-gyunam explained his childhood dream of becoming a cool surgeon, like those on TV, shocking Shin Seonhan. He's, just like me, Shin Seonhan realized, a startling connection forming in his mind. Dr. Byung-gyunam expressed regret, advising Shin Seonhan, you should never become a surgeon, prompting a confused, why not, from Shin Seonhan. Dr. Byung-gyunam stirred his drink, asking if Shin Seonhan had realized that being a surgeon meant constantly seeing patients who might die at any moment. A somber vision of ghost-like, fading patients flashed through Shin Seonhan's mind, echoing the grim reality. Dr. Byung-gyunam explained the emotional toll of surgery, stating, the harder you work, the more your mind gets torn up. Dr. Byung-gyunam painted a vivid picture of the devastation when a patient, whom you've personally operated on, slowly wastes away and dies after surgery. Dr. Byung-gyunam revealed he couldn't sleep for a week after such an event, leaving Shin Seonhan silently absorbing the weight of his words. Ice clinked in his drink as Dr. Byung-gyunam advised maintaining distance, acknowledging that some patients would die regardless of one's efforts. Shin Seonhan realized Dr. Byung-gyunam had been through much hardship and regretted judging him too quickly. Dr. Byung-gyunam, gesturing towards his drink, began to deliver a stark warning to Shin Seonhan about pursuing surgery. Dr. Byung-gyunam's monstrous, looming face bellowed, know that I am your future, prompting a terrified shriek from Shin Seonhan. Shin Seonhan vehemently rejected this terrifying future, flailing, absolutely not. My role model is Professor Baek Ui-shin. A sudden, blinding flash of light abruptly enveloped Shin Seonhan, leaving him wide-eyed and utterly confused. Shin Seonhan, glowing with an eerie blue light, looked around the sterile environment, questioning, this is, the surgical ICU? Shin Seonhan turned, his gaze falling upon the patient in the dimly lit room. Shin Seonhan recognized the distressed, intubated patient and gasped, Grandpa Oh Taek-jong. The patient's bloodshot eyes strained, revealing his intense struggle. The patient thrashed violently against his bed restraints, causing the bed to rattle and shake. The patient forcefully bit down on the restraints, making a grinding sound, and Shin Seonhan reacted with alarmed surprise. Alarmed, Shin Seonhan realized the gravity of the situation and urgently thought the nurses needed to be informed. The patient's restrained fist clenched, showing the tremendous effort of his continued struggle. The patient's arm flailed violently, striking something with force. The patient flailed his arm, forcefully hitting and pulling at his own endotracheal tube in the blue-lit scene. A piercing alarm shrieked, slicing through the eerie scene as Shin Seonhan watched in horror, the patient having pulled out his own endotracheal tube. Within a mournful, glowing haze, Shin Seonhan softly spoke his father's name, who stood equally distressed. The patient's funeral portrait, adorned with white flowers, indicated his passing. Shin Seonhan's father cried, lamenting that his own father had passed without a final word. Shin Seonhan's father confessed his lifelong resentment and even current hatred, tears steadily dripping down his face. Shin Seonhan's father sobbed regretfully, wishing he had seen his own father one last time to avoid his lingering regrets, while Shin Seonhan watched silently. A sharp, visceral cry of terror ripped through Shin Seonhan as the vision abruptly shattered. Shin Seonhan's desperate scream reverberated through the cafe, startling Dr. Byung-gyunam so thoroughly he clattered his drink to the floor in fright. Dr. Byung-gyunam, annoyed, questioned Shin Seonhan, I know you hate the idea of turning into me, but do you have to scream like that, leaving Shin Seonhan speechless. Shin Seonhan thought, Grandpa's condition must have worsened, so they intubated him. Then, while in that state, he pulled the tube from his airway himself and ended up dying. Shin Seonhan's fist clenched with a sudden, resolute determination. With unwavering resolve, Shin Seonhan vowed to change the future this time. The prestigious Department of Thoracic Surgery stood as a beacon of advanced medicine. Dr. Ma Dong-seop strode purposefully through the sterile halls, a somber determination etched on his face. Suddenly, Shin Seonhan's voice sliced through the silence, greeting Dr. Ma Dong-seop with an unexpected formality. Gun-wook, surprised by the visit, asked what brought Shin Seonhan there, who explained he came to check on his patient, Grandpa Eo Taekyung. Shin Seonhan admitted the patient had been on his mind, compelling him to visit, which surprised Gun-wook. A sly grin stretched across Gun-wook's face, leaving Shin Seonhan utterly bewildered. Gun-wook enthusiastically grabbed Shin Seonhan, declaring he would lead the way. The hospital ward lay in a quiet hush, a momentary calm before the storm. From his bed, patient Kim Jiangsu offered a warm, familiar greeting to the young doctor. Shin Seonhan inquired about his well-being, prompting patient Kim Jiangsu to wonder what brought the busy doctor all the way to him. Shin Seonhan complimented the patient's cheerful demeanor, privately noting how different he was from his confused, agitated nightly self. Patient Kim Jiangsu then shared that he had experienced a truly wonderful dream, sparking Shin Seonhan's curiosity. The patient recounted a deeply emotional dream where a fallen comrade from the battlefield returned to life, filling him with inexpressible joy. Shin Seonhan, wondering if his past performance as Private Kim had influenced the dream, still offered comfort, acknowledging the profound joy of seeing an old comrade. A great weight lifted from his chest, patient Kim Jiangsu expressed hope that his friend was now reborn and living a full, happy life with a family. As Shin Seonhan urged him to recover and reunite with his family, patient Kim Jiangsu fell silent, a shadowy, ominous figure appearing to linger nearby. Then, with a sad revelation, patient Kim Jiangsu admitted he had not seen his own son in nearly a decade. Shin Seonhan immediately regretted his thoughtless words, apologizing profusely, but patient Kim Jiangsu humbly took the blame, feeling he had lived his life poorly. Patient Kim Jiangsu confessed his deep regrets concerning his son, particularly for an inheritance that never should have been passed down, prompting Shin Seonhan to question the cryptic statement. The sudden, harsh coughing and wheezing from patient Kim Jiangsu ripped through the quiet, alarming Shin Seonhan. Gun-wook urgently instructed Shin Seonhan to make way, as patient Kim Jiangsu gasped for air. Shin Seonhan immediately recalled patient Kim Jiangsu's lung cancer surgery, knowing his pain must be immense, and guided him to breathe slowly and deeply. Shin Seonhan and Gun-wook walked silently down the long, bright hospital corridor. Shin Seonhan inquired about the patient's post-surgical recovery, which made Gun-wook ask if he was interested in thoracic surgery. Shin Seonhan explained his proactive desire to learn about the field in advance of his upcoming rotation. Gun-wook confirmed the surgery was successful, the tumor completely removed, and the patient should be fine with proper recovery. Yet, Gun-wook warned, a patient's condition could turn quickly, explaining that poor lung function and nocturnal delirium hindered a smooth recovery. Shin Seonhan immediately questioned if moving the patient to the ICU might be a better option. Gun-wook explained that the intense environment of an ICU could, ironically, worsen the patient's delirium. Shin Seonhan articulated the painful paradox, which Gun-wook confirmed, the very place meant to help could exacerbate the problem. Shin Seonhan sighed internally at the impossible dilemma, a frustrating situation where every path seemed blocked, and wondered aloud what they could possibly do. A panicked nurse's voice sliced through the hallway, urgently calling for their attention. Patient Kim Jiangsu was violently coughing, his body racked with distress. Gun-wook questioned the nurse, who frantically explained patient Kim Jiangsu had aspirated food, a dangerous event Shin Seonhan understood as food entering the lungs. Shin Seonhan instantly recognized the critical danger. Aspiration pneumonia, a leading cause of death for the elderly, was now exceptionally perilous for patient Kim Jiangsu, fresh from lung surgery. As oxygen saturation plummeted, Gun-wook rapidly issued orders to move the patient, prepare for intubation, check ICU availability, and pulled Shin Seonhan, even on his day off, into the escalating crisis. Shin Seonhan's hands gripped the bed rails, pushing with desperate urgency. Gun-wook's urgent command spurred them forward, the bed rattling as they rushed patient Kim Jiangsu through the busy corridor. Shin Seonhan questioned the immediate necessity of intubation, which Gun-wook firmly asserted was his professional judgment. A glimmer of worry in his eyes, Shin Seonhan asked if recovery was possible without ventilator support. As they continued to move, Gun-wook referred to the ICU book as the definitive guide for intubation protocol. Gun-wook emphasized that hesitation only invited trouble, warning that delaying crucial decisions could lead to greater problems for the patient. Gun-wook declared that vague hope was forbidden for a doctor, asserting intubation was their best, most decisive option to prevent aspiration pneumonia. Impressed by Gun-wook's decisive charisma, a stark contrast to Dr. Bayan, Shin Seonhan found himself seriously pondering a future in thoracic surgery. In the treatment room, 3 medical staff, including Gun-wook and Shin Seonhan, swiftly prepared patient Kim Jiangsu for the urgent procedure. Gunwook urgently called for specific dosages of sedative and muscle relaxant, his focus absolute. Shin Seonhan watched in amazement as Gunwook squeezed the ambu bag one-handed, marveling at the unexpected physical demands of medicine. Gunwook then precisely instructed Shin Seonhan on the correct ambu bag technique, detailing the rhythm for adequate ventilation. Gunwook directly asked if he had ever performed an intubation, and Shin Seonhan nervously admitted he had not. Gunwook instructed Shin Seonhan to observe closely, as he would eventually perform the procedure, then efficiently requested the laryngoscope from the nurse. Gloved hands precisely prepared the specialized medical tool, the laryngoscope. Gunwook's brow furrowed in intense focus as he positioned the laryngoscope. Gunwook calmly called for the E-tube, and the nurse efficiently provided it. With a smooth, practiced motion, Gunwook inserted the endotracheal tube. Gunwook let out a frustrated tisk, immediately confusing Shin Seonhan. Gunwook noted the unexpected amount of phlegm buildup, immediately requesting suction. A gloved hand swiftly inserted the suction device into the airway. Shin Seonhan was astonished by the nurse's quick wit, wondering how she had known exactly what was needed simply from a glance. Shin Seonhan's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Shin Seonhan was utterly impressed by Gunwook's uncanny intuition, wondering how he anticipated the next step before it was even voiced. Shin Seonhan announced the suction was complete. Gunwook declared he was reinserting the tube, completing the action with a smooth, precise motion. Shin Seonhan noted the critical maneuver of pressing the thyroid cartilage, understanding how it improved visibility for a much easier intubation. Shin Seonhan was utterly bewildered by Gunwook's advanced skill, unable to fathom how someone only 3 months into their internship could possess such mastery. The bright, abstract panel seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. Gunwook, surprised by Shin Seonhan's intuitive skill, asked if he had previously rotated through a surgical department. Shin Seonhan casually revealed it was his first time applying that knowledge on a patient, astonishing Gunwook with the sheer audacity. Shin Seonhan humbly explained he had simply applied his anatomical knowledge to make Gunwook more comfortable, unsure if it even helped. Gunwook closed his eyes, pondering Shin Seonhan's astonishing explanation in silence. Gunwook's thoughts pulsed with admiration for Shin Seonhan's excellent instincts, finding him increasingly enticing, causing Shin Seonhan to subtly flinch. Gunwook erupted into a hearty laugh, a predatory aura emanating from him, leaving Shin Seonhan utterly baffled. Under the quiet gaze of the full moon, Shin Seonhan offered a desperate, heartfelt plea. In a solemn moment of deep desperation, Shin Seonhan pleaded for the universe to bestow upon thoracic surgery a single smart, reliable intern. His fervent prayer intensified into a desperate, frustrated yell, demanding an intern who would never, ever run away. A doctor with brown hair let out a sly, mocking chuckle, revealing he too prayed every night for a decent intern, and for more. 3 medical staff members rushed forward, their gasps of physical distress accompanying frantic apologies for being late. The doctor with brown hair angrily dismissed the tardy interns, proclaiming their task already finished. The doctor with brown hair then slyly suggested Shin Seonhan help transfer a patient, much to the surprise and confusion of another intern. He casually claimed the patient would become his anyway, touching Shin Seonhan's shoulder while other interns looked on in bewildered confusion. Within the brightly lit and busy ward, patients rested in their beds, connected to a web of medical equipment. One male intern looked down, his face a mask of worry and stress. As the frustrated intern questioned why the patient was back again, Shin Seonhan explained that the thoracic ICU had no open beds. The male intern angrily accused Shin Seonhan of being a spy planted by thoracic surgery, with an accusing tap. With intense anger, the male intern threatened Shin Seonhan with full responsibility if the patient became delirious, regardless of any war drama. The male intern clutched his lower back, groaning in pain as he moved slowly, implying the strenuous nature of their work. His face contorted in anger, the frustrated intern reacted sharply to being addressed once more. A worried Shin Seonhan, seeing a ghostly vision of the distressed patient, asked hypothetically what would happen if a patient pulled out their own E-tube. The male intern reacted with a sharp, "What?" his eyes wide with surprise at Shin Seonhan's strange question. He then angrily warned Shin Seonhan against such creepy talk, explaining the massive damage pulling an endotracheal tube would inflict on the lungs and entire body. Shin Seonhan, his face etched with worry, confirmed his fears internally, realizing the gravity of the situation. His premonition showed patient Oh Taek-jung pulling out his own E-tube, plunging into critical condition. Shin Seonhan wondered if preventing that moment could allow for recovery, but agonized over the uncertainty of the delirium's timing, which could strike at any hour. He then asked if continuous restraints were an option, surprising the male intern. The female intern explained that restraints were the best option for thrashing patients, but even then, determined individuals could twist their bodies and remove lines. Shin Seonhan was startled by the female intern's empathetic explanation of why patients pull tubes, comparing it to the suffocating feeling of a thorn in the throat. As Shin Seonhan listened, worried, the female intern stressed the unpredictability of delirious patients, reminding him anything was possible. Shin Seonhan determinedly realized that the fundamental risk of delirium would persist until the underlying illness improved, creating a vicious cycle he desperately needed to break. The male intern dismissively tapped his finger, commenting that Shin Seonhan thought too much for an intern, noting even brain scientists hadn't pinpointed delirium's exact cause. The male intern then dismissively walked away, stating that tying patients down and sedating them during flare-ups were the only practical solutions. Shin Seonhan looked down, his worried expression reflecting his reluctance to accept such limited solutions. But then, the female intern reassuringly interjected, suggesting there was still a way, surprising Shin Seonhan. With a decisive gesture, the female intern explained that delirious patients sometimes improve dramatically. Her words about family presence causing dramatic improvement struck Shin Seonhan with sudden realization. The female intern elaborated that while not a medical solution, her experience showed patients' outcomes significantly differed with family by their side. Shin Seonhan's thoughts turned melancholic as he recalled the patient's regret over his estranged son, realizing the profound impact of family. The female intern then asked Shin Seonhan to contact the patient's guardian, to which he agreed to try despite low expectations, understanding the urgency. Shin Seonhan sat at a desk, contemplatively holding a tablet as he pondered his next move. On his device, Shin Seonhan watched an interview where the patient, Mr. O, discussed how Agent Orange had drastically altered his life. The interviewed man recounted how, after returning from war, he had married and had a child, describing it as a time of true happiness. He then described the tragic onset of his illness, where his body inexplicably began to change, his limbs eventually rotting. Shin Seonhan internally processed the devastating long-term effects of Agent Orange's dioxin, a toxin far more potent than cyanide or arsenic, causing cancer and neurological damage for years. The man expressed profound regret for unknowingly carrying such poison from the battlefield, lamenting how his wife's life became one of hardship after his hands and feet stopped working. With heartbreaking grief, the man wept, admitting his greatest regret was passing his disability to his child, even with state compensation. Shin Seonhan looked deeply troubled, his face etched with worry after learning the patient's tragic history. Suddenly, the female intern called out to Shin Seonhan, interrupting his somber thoughts. Shin Seonhan quickly stood up, eagerly asking the female intern for an update on the situation. The female intern disheartenedly reported that while she reached the guardian, he coldly refused to see his father and abruptly hung up. She explained she had conveyed the patient's critical condition, but the son remained unyielding, shouting he wanted no more talk and if they had more to say, they should visit him in person. 47. Shin Seonhan's troubled expression reflected the weight of the frustrating news. Narration transition. Shin Seonhan declared his intention to visit the son himself, surprising the female intern. Another intern, turning his back, advised Shin Seonhan not to waste his time. The cynical intern explained that Shin Seonhan would hit a wall, stating that children abandoning sick parents in hospitals was a common, unnewsworthy occurrence. Despite the male intern's cynical dismissal that nothing would change, Shin Seonhan, his fingers tapping determinedly on his tablet, insisted he had to at least try. The doctor with brown hair, eyes twinkling with challenge, spun in his chair and offered a bet: the loser shaves their head. Shin Seonhan confidently accepted the challenge, surprising the doctor with brown hair, whose eyes widened in shock. Shin Seonhan smirked, confidently stating that even if he lost, a shaved head would be nice and breezy for the coming summer. The doctor with brown hair laughed dismissively, his pointing finger emphasizing his arrogant amusement. Shin Seonhan silently thought about the doctor, calling him nuts. Shin Seonhan climbed a steep flight of outdoor stairs, breathing heavily with physical exertion. Shin Seonhan, tired and exasperated, self-deprecatingly mused on his crazy decision to spend his precious day off on this task. A local eatery, Yeonguk Kimbap, stood invitingly. A man, peeking from behind a door, looked surprised as Shin Seonhan entered and a bell jingled softly. The man, now smiling, cheerfully welcomed Shin Seonhan and asked what he could get him. A wave of blue-filtered emotion washed over Shin Seonhan as he realized this was the place from his premonition, where Grandpa O's son worked. Shin Seonhan bowed respectfully, introducing himself as the doctor from Yeonguk University Hospital who had called. The man with light stubble retorted with sarcasm, questioning why doctors had so much free time that Shin Seonhan would actually visit just because he said so. The man erupted in anger, furiously declaring he had cut ties with his father long ago and didn't care if the hospital boiled or grilled him. Shin Seonhan, wiping his stressed brow, insisted he still had something very important to tell the man. The man sighed in weary resignation, signaling he was tired of the persistent conversation. The man, with an unexpected softness in his voice, offered Shin Seonhan a meal since he had come all this way. Shin Seonhan's eyes widened in surprise at the man's unexpected offer of kindness. The man walked away, a noticeable limp underscoring his quiet movement. An inviting array of delicious-looking Korean dishes covered the table. Shin Seonhan ate the food with fervent enthusiasm, his cheeks stuffed, savoring every bite. Shin Seonhan praised the food's deliciousness and, assuming prosperity, commented that business must be good. The man revealed, with the clink of glass, that business was bad, leaving Shin Seonhan puzzled as to why, given the quality of the cooking. The man offered a sad, resigned smile, attributing his poor business to people's discomfort with food cooked by someone with a disability. Shin Seonhan's thoughts echoed the father's profound guilt, connecting the man's current disability to his father's deep sorrow over passing on his condition. The man tapped the table, signaling an end to the pleasantries, and asked Shin Seonhan to finally state his purpose for visiting. Shin Seonhan gravely informed the man that his father was very ill, but the man calmly stated he already knew about the lung cancer. With a bitter, weary smile, the man asked if Shin Seonhan had come all this way just to scold him for not visiting. Shin Seonhan delivered a stark, urgent truth: his father was going to die soon. Shin Seonhan and his father sat across from each other, the quiet restaurant holding the heavy weight of their impending discussion. Shin Seonhan's father reeled in utter shock, his world suddenly crumbling at the stark words, "Die. My father?" Shin Seonhan confirmed the grim prognosis, his vision revealing a dire outcome despite the surgery's initial success. Shin Seonhan perceived his father's profound anxiety, understanding that beneath the bravado lay a deep concern for his own ailing parent. His father's grip tightened on the table, desperately grasping at the contradictory information about the patient's condition, unwilling to accept the gravity of Shin Seonhan's words. Shin Seonhan explained the unexpected complication of delirium, leaving his father wide-eyed and utterly baffled by the medical term. The unassuming eatery stood as a quiet witness to the unfolding personal crisis within its walls. Shin Seonhan outlined the critical, emotionally challenging truth: psychological stability, and thus family, was the most potent medicine for delirium. His father, a furrow in his brow, slowly processed the heavy implication, his question echoing the unspoken conflict within him. Shin Seonhan insisted on the son's pivotal role, though a flicker of doubt crossed his features as he acknowledged the frustrating limits of his own visions. The sudden, pointed question about his status as an intern caught Shin Seonhan completely off guard. His father voiced profound skepticism, dismissing the concept of family as medicine as nothing more than a fraudulent shamanistic ritual. Shin Seonhan leaned forward, his expression hardening with resolve as he prepared to counter the father's skepticism. With a pointed gesture, Shin Seonhan presented a research paper, citing international studies that unequivocally proved the efficacy of family involvement and familiar objects in delirium treatment. Shin Seonhan pleaded, offering a compromise: if a visit was impossible, then even familiar items could provide a tangible lifeline for the patient. Shin Seonhan's father pored over the documents, grappling with the weight of the information laid before him. A sigh escaped his lips as Shin Seonhan's father expressed genuine bewilderment and profound gratitude for the immense effort Shin Seonhan had made for his estranged parent. With unnerving insight, Shin Seonhan observed the father's youth, asserting that such fractured relationships always hid a deeper, unresolved reason. Before, a decade ago, his mother's death had driven him to a furious, bitter severance, cursing his own father and cutting all ties. His father's voice, thick with 10 years of unyielding bitterness, questioned how he could possibly face the man who had caused him such agony. Shin Seonhan acknowledged the father's complex pain, yet revealed his own deep understanding of the lingering, regretful feelings that survivors often carry. The father remained silent, his gaze distant, as Shin Seonhan's words struck a raw nerve. With unwavering conviction, Shin Seonhan reiterated the absolute truth: only the patient's son possessed the power to truly help. The burden of Shin Seonhan's words settled heavily upon his father, leaving him lost in silent, difficult contemplation. Shin Seonhan, with a courteous gesture, placed payment on the table, thanking his host for the meal. But the father's hardened resolve shattered the fragile hope, a defiant refusal echoing that it was already way too late. Shin Seonhan bowed deeply, a gesture of respect even as his mission seemed to end in failure. Shin Seonhan descended the steps, his determined posture belying the recent setback. The sky burned with the quiet beauty of a fading day, indifferent to the human dramas unfolding below. Shin Seonhan walked on, his face a canvas of deep contemplation, the conversation still replaying in his mind. Shin Seonhan scratched his head in thoughtful frustration, the problem lingering unsolved. A sudden, urgent shout from behind stopped Shin Seonhan in his tracks, a new possibility unfolding. His father, limping with determined effort, posed a critical question, indicating a reluctant shift in his stance. His father pressed for clarification, hoping for a simple, tangible path to follow without fully engaging his emotions. Shin Seonhan eagerly confirmed that comfort and familiarity were the only true criteria, outlining practical examples. A deep sigh escaped his father, a weary blend of relief and resignation evident in his tight grip on the railing. With palpable reluctance, his father agreed to search, though he cautioned against high expectations, highlighting the decade of estrangement. His father set a stark condition, a final, limping retreat, demanding that Shin Seonhan harbor no expectations of a hospital visit without a suitable item. As his father slowly limped away, Shin Seonhan remained bowed, a silent testament to his persistent hope. The scene shifted to the imposing, modern facade of the university hospital, a silent monument to advanced medicine. A senior doctor's skeptical query challenged Gunwook, implicitly criticizing his unconventional efforts to locate the guardian. Gunwook's confirmation was met with a dismissive, mocking laugh from the senior doctor, who chided him for his perceived foolishness. The senior doctor, awaiting validation of his cynicism, pressed for details on the guardian's response. Gunwook's grim assessment of the severely strained father-son relationship brought a flicker of surprise to the doctor's face. The senior doctor gloated, smugly declaring the effort a wild goose chase and reinforcing his cynical view of family ties. The doctor pointed to the patient's empty bedside, noting the quiet despair of visiting hours ending without a single visitor. The nurse's report confirmed the absence of any logged visitors for patient Eo Taekyung, solidifying the senior doctor's conviction. A self-satisfied click accompanied the doctor's declaration of winning a bet, mocking the personal struggle of a desperate family. The doctor playfully teased Gunwook, proposing a head-shaving ceremony as mock punishment for losing their wager. The doctor continued his jovial taunt, calling for clippers to operate on Gunwook, pushing the joke further. A polite voice shattered the doctor's playful banter, announcing an utterly unexpected arrival. Shin Seonhan's father stood resolute, his direct question confirming his presence and his urgent purpose. Both doctors stared in wide-eyed, absolute disbelief, their smug assumptions instantly obliterated. Gunwook quietly led Shin Seonhan's father to the bedside, a silent witness to a long-awaited reunion. His father's concern was met with Gunwook's medical explanation: the patient was sedated for delirium, not truly unconscious. His father chose a moment of quiet observation, opting to simply gaze upon the patient's face rather than force a difficult awakening. A quiet whisper escaped his lips, acknowledging the profound impact of time as he observed the aged, still form of his father. His father leaned closer, a wave of profound sorrow washing over him as he looked down at the patient. Gunwook watched respectfully, witnessing the silent, deeply emotional interaction unfold between father and son. Gunwook mused on the intimate, unheard conversation unfolding, wondering if the patient's unconsciousness allowed for a freedom of expression previously denied. A quiet, firm step punctuated his father's address to Gunwook, a new respect evident in his voice. With a deep bow, his father offered a heartfelt apology and profound thanks for the dedicated care given to his own father. Gunwook, beaming, humbly dismissed the apology, assuring him of their diligent care and expressing genuine gratitude for his visit. With a slight rustle, his father reached into his jacket, signaling the unveiling of a crucial item. His father explained the arduous search through his old home, revealing his discovery of a forgotten relic. The aged, weathered exterior of the house told a silent story of time and abandonment. His father stood before the door, reading a notice that silently confirmed his father's long absence. The printed notice announced his father's prolonged illness, prompting a grim thought that even a thief would find nothing of value within. With a soft clatter, his hand moved a plant pot, uncovering a hidden secret. In his palm lay a single, plain key, a relic from a forgotten past. His father gazed at the key, a profound thought echoing that some things remain stubbornly unchanged even after 10 long years. The mournful creak of the door signaled his entry into the house, a portal to his estranged past. The living room lay steeped in dimness, its dated furnishings bearing the silent testament of neglect. His father scanned the room, his gaze searching desperately for a single, familiar object to bridge the gap of years. His eye widened in sudden recognition, a dormant memory instantly reawakened. A framed photograph captured an idyllic moment, a younger Shin Seonhan's father, his mother, and his younger self, beaming with unburdened joy. A soft, lingering echo of joy filled the air as his father gazed sadly at the old photograph, conjuring a vibrant, confetti-filled memory of a happier time. The youthful face of his father, eyes closed in sheer bliss, shimmered in the vibrant haze of memory. His own childhood self, wide-eyed and radiant, seemed to burst forth from the joyful recollection. The younger face of his mother, beaming with unmarred happiness, glowed brightly in the bittersweet memory. His father stood silently, the framed photograph a conduit to a flood of complex, painful memories. A quiet certainty settled over him: this fragment of shared history, this photograph, was undoubtedly the familiar object they needed. Gunwook stood utterly surprised, a baseball now resting unexpectedly in his hands. Gunwook stared, the sheer incongruity of the object prompting a bewildered question: a baseball? Shin Seonhan found himself clutching a baseball, a sudden terror gripping his wide-eyed gaze. Shin Seonhan gently suggested the man's father must have held a deep affection for baseball. The patient's son fondly reminisced, sharing his father's heartfelt dream of playing catch with his son, a dream that materialized with the arrival of a baseball. But their games of catch often ended in painful confrontations, as the man confessed to snapping at his father. His words echoed the bitter question he'd once posed to his father: how could he possibly play baseball with hands like that? That night, his father wept alone, a silent, somber testament to the hurt. The man recalled his younger self, pretending not to notice his father's pain, back when he blamed him for everything. This, he believed, was the beginning of his father's daily drinking, which slowly wore down his mother. The more pathetic his father seemed, the deeper his hatred and avoidance grew, though now he realized his father had been a victim too. Back in the bright hospital room, the weight of the man's story settled heavily on Shin Seonhan and his colleague. Shin Seonhan and the woman stood by the patient's bedside, a quiet seriousness hanging in the air as they observed his frail condition. For a grandfather scarred by a lifetime of war, that baseball might have represented a pure, ordinary happiness. Shin Seonhan gently told the patient that his son had sent the baseball, recalling how they once played catch with it. He relayed his son's promise to visit in person next time, a prospect he hoped sounded nice to the ailing man. His breathing and color appeared stable, prompting the woman to wonder if he was lost in a good dream, while Shin Seonhan remained silent. Shin Seonhan quietly hoped so too, wishing the patient peace. The patient continued his peaceful slumber. In a sun-drenched field, a father and son joyfully played catch, an idyllic vision of a cherished dream. A few days later, the familiar facade of Yeonguk University Hospital stood under a bright sky. The patient now lay awake and calm in his bed. Shin Seonhan warmly greeted the patient, inquiring about his night's sleep. The patient's face lit up, eyes closed in contentment as he happily affirmed having had a truly good dream. The female intern reported Mr. Oh Taek-jung's remarkable improvement, noting a complete absence of hostility and a significant reduction in his nightly delirium episodes. She playfully teased her pouting male colleague, suggesting the baseball had indeed worked its magic, just as he had proposed. Dr. Byun exploded in comedic frustration, demanding to know why outside items were permitted in the ICU, especially if the patient decided to hurl the baseball like a grenade. Dismissing his worries with a playful shove, she urged Dr. Byun to hurry up and say his goodbyes. The flustered Dr. Byun, now addressed as senior, was reminded by his colleague, "I'm holding you to it." The doctor pressed him with an unervingly wide smile, asking if he was truly the kind of doctor who would brush off a promise to a junior, leaving him stammering. Shin Seonhan looked on, surprised and bewildered by the unfolding interaction. The patient lay calmly in his bed, hands clasped peacefully over his chest. His eyes widened in surprise as someone approached his bedside. With a solemn and regretful gaze, the patient's son spoke a single word to his father. The patient looked up, his expression etched with profound sadness. Tears streamed down the patient's face, a quiet release of long-held emotions. Mr. Oh Taek-jung's delirium vanished like a bad dream, his recovery accelerating so rapidly that he was soon expected to leave the hospital. As the son held his father's hand, a serene glow enveloped them, and with it, the future Shin Seonhan had foreseen had irrevocably changed. The familiar Yeonguk University Hospital stood under the clear sky. Strands of hair floated gently from Professor Seo-young's head. Professor Seo-young sighed to himself, lamenting that despite medication, his hair seemed to fall out more every single day. His thoughts raged, seething that Byun Gyunam's incompetence was entirely his fault for not teaching him better. He frantically grabbed his head, a wave of realization hitting him that his mounting stress was only making his hair loss worse. Professor Seo-young strode calmly down the hospital hallway, betraying no hint of his internal turmoil. He exchanged polite morning greetings with a nurse and an intern in the hallway. Professor Seo-young began to speak, but his words caught in his throat as he registered something unexpected. Professor Seo-young's eyes widened in utter shock, sputtering, "Byun Gyunam," at the bald man before him. Professor Seo-young erupted in an enraged scream, demanding to know what happened to his hair and whether this was some kind of sick joke. The now bald man calmly suggested they begin rounds, leaving a flustered Professor Seo-young utterly baffled. He professionally rattled off patient updates during rounds, detailing temperature spikes, antibiotic changes, and blood pressure stabilization. Professor Seo-young screamed in chaotic disbelief, while the other man simply regarded him calmly. The man expressed playful concern that Professor Seo-young's sudden change was unsettling, quipping that he shouldn't die on him, as the professor sputtered for an explanation. A voice reminded the professor that intern evaluations were due today, marking 1 month for this batch. Professor Seo-young settled into his desk chair, preparing to tackle the month's intern evaluations. His eyes widened in surprised intrigue as he stared at the glowing computer screen. The screen proudly displayed an intern evaluation, marked with a rare A+ and a highly recommended stamp. Professor Seo-young, an A+ being a first, realized he usually just scribbled generic comments on bothersome evaluations and wondered what he had possibly written this time. The evaluation praised intern Shin Seonhan's profound dedication, noting how his attitude, pouring his best into every patient, left a deep impression and reminded the evaluator of his own early surgical career. This profound reflection inspired a resolution to return to one's own beginnings. Wow, Professor Seo-yeon murmured, amused and surprised by the emotional evaluation, wondering if it was more of a confession letter. Musing about Byung-gyunam, he decisively clicked, approved, on the evaluation. Shin Seonhan walked through the bright, sterile hospital hallway. A subtle surprise flickered across Shin Seonhan's face as something off-panel caught his attention. Shin Seonhan greeted Yeonseo, asking if she was off to enjoy some Friday night fun. Yeonseo cheerfully explained she was meeting friends, embracing the joy of Friday night. Yeonseo advised Shin Seonhan to loosen up a bit before he burnt out, to which he politely agreed. Yeonseo realized it was his last week on rotation, and Shin Seonhan sincerely thanked her for everything that month. Yeonseo, touched, confessed she would miss him, acknowledging he had made things much more fun around the hospital. She confirmed his plans to become a surgeon at their hospital, optimistically stating she'd see him and Wang Sung-woo around a lot. Shin Seonhan playfully joked about merely surviving the work, but Yeonseo quickly encouraged him not to sell himself short. Yeonseo confidently declared he would make a great surgeon, winking as she boasted about her excellent eye for doctors. Shin Seonhan, blushing softly, thanked her sincerely. "You hang in there too, Dr. Shin." Yeonseo called out, waving cheerfully as she left to enjoy her Friday night. Shin Seonhan stood for a moment, a thoughtful smile playing on his lips, reflecting on his intern experience. As his intern month of May drew to a close, feeling lighter for many, Shin Seonhan pondered how much he, himself, had truly grown, preparing to call his dad. Walking away, Shin Seonhan spoke into his phone, telling his dad he was heading home that night. Then, he casually offered to grab some soju together. The hospital cafeteria buzzed with the stressed murmur of interns lamenting the scarcity of coveted residency slots. One intern questioned his tablemates about their success in securing residencies, to which Shin Seonhan admitted he still needed to begin his own search. A fellow intern urgently warned him that desired slots would disappear quickly, as another expressed frustration at the high-stakes, barter-like system. The interns sighed, resigning themselves to the frustrating reality of the randomized schedule assignments, a sentiment even Shin Seonhan shared. The narration revealed the surprising practice of buying and selling residency slots, explaining that interns had very real reasons for such bizarre transactions. Indeed, the year-long internship was a critically important period for any aspiring medical professional. To qualify for a specific residency, one had to complete an internship within that very department, a rule that transformed the assignment process into a high-stakes game. However, the hospital's random assignment of intern schedules meant that many would inevitably miss out on their dream departments, a cruel twist of fate for some. An intern, wide-eyed with surprise, heard the shocking rumor that popular departments were being openly bought and sold for cash. Another intern, winking cynically, then dismissed the notion that paying for what you want was anything but the natural order of the world. Amidst the conversation, Shin Seonhan calmly asked his young if he could have a piece of his cheese pork cutlet. The intern vehemently refused, fiercely guarding his hard-won meal and expressing his exasperation at Shin Seonhan's request. He then reiterated that if Shin Seonhan wanted something, he would have to pay the price, even if it meant a side dish of similar value. In response, a small handful of anchovies was comically dropped as payment. Shin Seonhan then declared his intention to secure his schedule soon, prompting another intern to inquire about his desired department. Another intern then revealed his seemingly straightforward goal, thoracic surgery. An intern mockingly dismissed the choice of thoracic surgery, implying it was a bottom-of-the-barrel department and easily acquired, much to Shin Seonhan's visible discomfort. An intrigued intern then asked which medical specialty was the most coveted that year. The answer came with a surge of energy, listing the perennial powerhouses: dermatology, ophthalmology, plastic surgery, orthopedics, rehabilitation, and radiology. Dermatology, the SSS grade specialty, was presented as the rarest card of all, with only one intern slot available each month. Plastic surgery, an S grade with the nation's highest competition rate, and rehabilitation medicine, another S grade booming with demand, were also highlighted as highly desirable. Radiology, an S grade prized for its work-life balance, and psychiatry, an S grade with surging societal demand, rounded out the list of top-tier specialties. An intern mentioned the immense popularity of plastic surgery and psychiatry this year, only for Shin Seonhan to casually state he already had both on his schedule. The other interns reacted with cartoonish shock and utter disbelief. Shin Seonhan calmly confirmed he possessed both plastic surgery and psychiatry slots, displaying his phone as proof, leaving the others gasping in incredulity. One intern frantically offered anything in trade, demanding to know what other valuable slots Shin Seonhan had managed to acquire. Shin Seonhan then calmly revealed he also had radiology and rehabilitation medicine, causing the stunned interns to scream in disbelief once more. Accusing Shin Seonhan of a system error, the interns whispered amongst themselves, one hesitantly asking if he also had dermatology. Shin Seonhan confirmed he did, having acquired dermatology in June, sparking absolute chaos and disbelief among the cafeteria occupants. Suddenly, multiple phones chimed, signaling an urgent notification that caught one intern completely by surprise. Panic swept through the group as one intern exclaimed they were in serious trouble. An urgent intern notice flashed across a phone screen, demanding all schedules be confirmed by noon on May 30th, just 3 days away, prompting frustrated complaints from the interns. An intern, a broad smile spreading across his face, excitedly called out Shin Seonhan's name. But the chair where Shin Seonhan had been sitting now stood conspicuously empty. Shin Seonhan, a confident smile playing on his lips, made his escape as frantic calls of his name echoed from off-panel. He confidently reviewed his annual schedule on his phone, feeling pleased with his prospects. Shin Seonhan internally noted his incredible fortune, holding a handful of S-grade or higher popular specialty cards. Despite their high value, he strategically decided to trade the departments he wasn't particularly interested in, making calculated moves for his future. With a polite word of thanks, Shin Seonhan walked through the automatic sliding doors, his mood calm and professional. He turned his head, surprised by an intern's sudden exclamation. Shin Seonhan was startled as a chorus of voices, including a woman's urgent, "Appa," erupted behind him, signaling a group of interns chasing him down the corridor. He found himself swarmed by interns, bombarded with desperate offers of lavish meals, VIP cards, and even blind dates. Shin Seonhan mused that the rumors must have spread quickly, bewildered by the sudden attention from those who had previously ignored him due to his medical school background. The sky outside shifted into a peaceful blend of orange and purple, marking the passage of time. Inside, a yellow drink can rattled into the vending machine's retrieval slot. Shin Seonhan sighed in temporary relief, having barely managed to shake off the crazy interns. Ham So-dam looked up, startled, as Shin Seonhan casually noticed her while drinking. Shin Seonhan approached, asking Ham So-dam what she was doing, to which she acknowledged his presence. Ham So-dam explained she was trading schedules, prompting Shin Seonhan to recall her having a desirable, golden ticket, schedule. She then revealed her dilemma: despite a good schedule, she didn't have the department she truly wanted, confirming to Shin Seonhan her desire to go into surgery. Ham So-dam hesitantly asked Shin Seonhan if he possessed a thoracic surgery slot, but he confirmed he did not. Shin Seonhan inquired about Ham So-dam's specific search, causing her to look up in surprise. Ham So-dam explained her preference for radiology, citing its indirect patient contact and perfect fit for her personality, despite the long hours of scan interpretation. Shin Seonhan praised her keen eye, recalling her critical role in saving an ER patient, a memory that both surprised and pleased Ham So-dam. Ham So-dam's eyes widened in shock and excitement as Shin Seonhan spontaneously offered her his radiology slot for July. With a sly smile, Shin Seonhan explained his generous offer was simply for her to gauge her aptitude for radiology. Ham So-dam, waving her hand in refusal, prompted Shin Seonhan to question her decision. She sadly explained that her July rotation was neurosurgery, a trade that would be an immense loss for Shin Seonhan. The narration clarified that neurosurgery was a highly avoided specialty, infamous for being as grueling and demanding as thoracic surgery. Shin Seonhan enthusiastically declared his desire to rotate through as many surgical departments as possible, leaving Ham So-dam anxious about his decision. Ham So-dam gasped in utter disbelief upon realizing the sheer number of high-value cards Shin Seonhan actually possessed. Embarrassed that she had nothing to offer in return, Ham So-dam was quickly reassured by Shin Seonhan, who only requested a cup of coffee later. An excited Ham So-dam profusely thanked Shin Seonhan, promising countless cups of coffee, as he calmly reminded her to secure the radiology slot. Shin Seonhan then shared a valuable tip from a senior to choose an easy department for November and December to allow study time for the residency exam, which Ham So-dam gratefully acknowledged. Shin Seonhan felt a quiet satisfaction, knowing he had helped Ham So-dam while also securing a surgical slot for himself in a perfect win-win. Yet, he pondered what to do with his remaining valuable cards, particularly the SSS-grade dermatology, feeling it would be a waste to simply give them away. Shin Seonhan looked surprised as he encountered another intern. The intern's arm was supported by a green and light blue sling. Jo Jinji greeted Shin Seonhan with a sly smile and the jingle of a can, his arm still in a sling. Shin Seonhan internally sighed, finding Jo Jinji's demeanor utterly obnoxious. Jo Jinji, with a friendly smile, inquired about Shin Seonhan's ICU rotation, patting his chest with the can. Shin Seonhan's thoughts drifted to the rumors about his popularity and Jo Jinji's persistent injuries from brawling, even as the latter still sported his cast. Jo Jinji looked surprised, asking what was going on as Shin Seonhan's hand reached out towards him. With a calm demeanor, Jo Jinji asked Shin Seonhan if he possessed the dermatology schedule and proposed a trade. Shin Seonhan's eyes burned with internal defiance, refusing to give the SSS-grade dermatology slot to that jerk. Zhou Jinjiai then slyly mentioned he coincidentally had thoracic surgery for June. With a cunning smirk, Zhou Jinjiai proposed a win-win trade for thoracic surgery, having heard it was what Shin Seonhan sought. Shin Seonhan angrily rejected Zhou Jinjiai's proposal, accusing him of making a ridiculous joke. Zhou Jinjiai flinched, startled by Shin Seonhan's sudden outburst. A tense standoff ensued between Shin Seonhan and Zhou Jinjiai in the brightly lit hospital corridor. Shin Seonhan, arms crossed, angrily demanded to know if Zhou Jinjiai dared to call such an unbalanced deal a win-win. Zhou Jinjiai physically recoiled from the sudden outburst. The silent standoff continued, each in turn weighing the next move in their contentious negotiation. Shin Seonhan asserted the stark disparity in value, questioning how Zhou Jinjiai dared propose a one-to-one exchange for something as rare as dermatology. The pressure of the negotiation caused Zhou Jinjiai to visibly sweat, his gaze darting away. Flustered and sweating, Zhou Jinjiai desperately raised a hand, reluctantly adding an extra 500,000 won to his offer. Shin Seonhan leaned in, a silent, intense pressure that made Zhou Jinjiai flinch back nervously. His desperation mounting, Zhou Jinjiai stammered out an increased offer of 1 million won. Shin Seonhan maintained his stern, intimidating gaze, asserting his absolute control over the situation. In utter exasperation, Zhou Jinjiai threw up 2 fingers, shouting his final, non-negotiable offer of 2 million. Zhou Jinjiai's jaw dropped in shock as Shin Seonhan casually questioned if that was truly his maximum offer. With a cunning glint in his eye, Shin Seonhan rhetorically questioned Zhou Jinjiai's willingness to invest so little in his own future. Finally breaking, Zhou Jinjiai collapsed to his knees, tearfully begging Shin Seonhan for mercy and offering 3 million won. With a sigh, Shin Seonhan casually extended his demand to see Zhou Jinjiai's schedule. Shin Seonhan meticulously scrolled through Zhou Jinjiai's phone, his curiosity piqued. A flash of surprise widened Shin Seonhan's eye, having stumbled upon something unexpected. Shin Seonhan realized Zhou Jinjiai had been concealing other valuable assets within his schedule. Shin Seonhan calmly declared he would also be taking the thoracic surgery slot for June, leaving Zhou Jinjiai utterly dumbfounded. His finger tapped decisively on the screen as Shin Seonhan mentally secured family medicine for November and pathology for December. Zhou Jinjiai could only gape in utter, overwhelmed disbelief. Shin Seonhan recalled Sodam's invaluable advice about securing personal time for residency exam preparation, noting that both family medicine and pathology were strategically relaxed departments. Zhou Jinjiai mumbled his reluctance, recognizing the excessive yet undeniably sweet value of the schedule he was about to lose. With a shadowed intensity, Shin Seonhan asserted this level of exchange was precisely what was required to balance the scales, reminding Zhou Jinjiai the dermatology slot was an acquisition he could make nowhere else. Shin Seonhan pivoted away, feigning disinterest and threatening to simply offload the invaluable dermatology schedule to another, causing Zhou Jinjiai to flinch in shock. In a desperate, tearful breakdown, Zhou Jinjiai hysterically surrendered, offering Shin Seonhan everything. With a sly, victorious smile, Shin Seonhan sealed the deal, dermatology SSS card now firmly in his grasp. Zhou Jinjiai stared, bewildered, as Shin Seonhan declared he would be sending payment details, revealing that the 3 million won was also part of the total cost. With a smug, dismissive air, Shin Seonhan questioned why not, implying that becoming a dermatology doctor was worth far more than a mere 3 million won. Shin Seonhan turned to leave, and Zhou Jinjiai, mentally cursing the devilish man, resignedly agreed to send the money. Shin Seonhan reveled in the thrill of wielding his newfound leverage, already planning to buy delicious meat for the kids with his spoils. The narration introduced Professor Beck, a renowned specialist in thoracic surgery who began his formidable career in general surgery. In an interview, Professor Beck explained the rigorous path in the U.S. where 5 years of general surgery residency preceded any thoracic surgery specialization. 8 years of arduous training were required, making the journey to becoming a thoracic surgeon a truly challenging path. The interviewer, holding his notebook, then posed the profound question, what was it about thoracic surgery that compelled one to endure such an extensive training? Professor Beck, his eyes intense and focused, began to unveil the profound charm of thoracic surgery. Professor Beck dramatically countered, asking the startled interviewer, what do you think death is? The interviewer hesitantly offered his definition, suggesting death was simply the stopping of the heart. Professor Beck, serious, challenged if death could truly be defined with such deceptive simplicity. Professor Beck acknowledged the interviewer was correct, agreeing that, in simple terms, a zero heartbeat marked death. However, the narration revealed, only a select few possessed the almost otherworldly skill to resuscitate a patient with no heartbeat, a feat beyond the reach of normal doctors. Professor Beck concluded, affirming that this profound ability to defy death defined the very world of thoracic surgery. Lying in bed, Shin Seonhan watched the impactful interview on his phone, absorbing every word. Overwhelmed with admiration, Shin Seonhan clutched his phone to his chest, inspired by Professor Beck's undeniable coolness. Shin Seonhan mentally celebrated his successful acquisition of both neurosurgery and thoracic surgery, noting the ample time before year-end and his perfectly completed schedule. His determined eye affirmed his belief that June's thoracic surgery rotation was another crucial step closer to emulating Dr. Beck Uisin. His friend, hanging upside down from the bunk above, startled Shin Seonhan with a playful call. His friend urged Shin Seonhan to look at the posts, claiming things were going wild, leaving Shin Seonhan puzzled. Shin Seonhan read through a flurry of posts gossiping about multiple couples forming during dispatch, making some even consider securing a dispatch schedule for themselves. Shin Seonhan, uninterested in other people's romance, declared he was busy enough with his own life, earning a boring sigh from his friend. With 5 couples already forming through dispatch, the value of such assignments was now unexpectedly skyrocketing. The narration formally defined dispatch work as a temporary, month-long assignment to another hospital in an understaffed area, away from Yeonguk University Hospital. His friend, with a smug smile, confirmed Shin Seonhan's August dispatch, to which Shin Seonhan calmly revealed he had passed the psychiatry position to Yeongwon. His friend gushed about his August dispatch to a beach hospital, already picturing a dramatic romance unfolding, while Shin Seonhan remained pointedly silent. The imposing structure of Yeonguk University Hospital stood prominently under the clear sky. The administrative assignment list confirmed Shin Seonhan's June internship was in the lung-esophagus section of thoracic surgery. Shin Seonhan, holding his phone, internally expressed his disappointment at being assigned to lung-esophagus, having hoped for the heart section. The narration clarified that thoracic surgery encompassed not only the heart, but also the lungs and esophagus, a scope often underestimated. The narration revealed Shin Seonhan's foresight. He had applied for the thoracic surgery schedule twice, anticipating such a division. As a hand tapped his shoulder, Shin Seonhan smiled confidently, certain he would get to experience the heart section next time. Ryu Myeonjin, a doctor with brown hair, greeted Shin Seonhan with a sly smile, receiving a surprised exclamation of recognition. Ryu Myeonjin's unsettling smile revealed he was already privy to rumors about Shin Seonhan's switch to thoracic surgery, even hinting at his dermatology abandonment. Shin Seonhan, leaning away uncomfortably, firmly stated his long-standing desire to try thoracic surgery. Shin Seonhan's eyes widened in profound shock when Ryu Myeonjin casually revealed he had also switched. With an unsettling grin, Ryu Myeonjin revealed he had intentionally added thoracic surgery to his June schedule, specifically to rotate alongside Shin Seonhan. Ryu Myeonjin's revelation clearly filled Shin Seonhan with visible worry and stress. Ryu Myeonjin cheerfully waved goodbye, his departure leaving Shin Seonhan deeply uneasy. Shin Seonhan, frustrated, wondered why Ryu Myeonjin seemed intent on making him a rival. It was all so bothersome. Shin Seonhan, standing thoughtfully, questioned Yeonseo's absence, as she was meant to hand over her thoracic surgery duties on her final day. A sudden thud echoed as Shin Seonhan discovered Yeonseo collapsed on the floor. Shin Seonhan immediately knelt beside her, his voice laced with concern as he anxiously asked if she was all right. As a jolt of alarm struck him, Shin Seonhan reacted with horrified shock to something unsettling emanating from Yeonseo. Yeonseo, looking severely unwell, weakly managed a greeting, prompting Shin Seonhan to call out her name in alarm. Shin Seonhan, observing Yeonseo's dramatic decline after only 1 month, questioned the true, grueling nature of thoracic surgery. Shin Seonhan and Ham So-dam walked down the quiet, functional hospital hallway, their journey into thoracic surgery beginning calmly. Shin Seonhan reacted with wide-eyed shock at Ham So-dam's utterly spent appearance, who wryly confessed she looked like a puppy that had run away and then, defeated, dragged itself home. Ham So-dam's voice was edged with stress as she warned Shin Seonhan he would soon understand the brutal demands of thoracic surgery, leaving him to wonder what kind of place could inflict such exhaustion. The sign for thoracic surgery beckoned, and Shin Seonhan confirmed, almost to himself, that he had indeed read the handoff sheet multiple times, preparing for what lay beyond. With a hopeful, almost naive smile, Shin Seonhan mused about the unique opportunity for interns to act as primary attending physicians in thoracic surgery, imagining it would make him feel like a true doctor. Ham So-dam then revealed the grim reality that this opportunity stemmed from a severe staffing shortage, leaving Shin Seonhan deeply concerned by the sheer number of patients compared to the few residents. She continued, emphasizing the utter illogic of interns, who rotated out after barely a month, serving as primary physicians, a dysfunctional practice unique to thoracic surgery among all departments at Yeonguk University Hospital. A loud crash suddenly ripped through the hallway, followed by an angry, off-panel voice furiously demanding on Jaeyoung-sik never lay a hand on their patients again. Through a partially open door, an unseen intern's mumbled apology was met with a contemptuous dismissal, the superior's angry question, does this order even make sense? Hanging heavy in the tense air. Shin Seonhan, wide-eyed with shock, could only echo the angry words, while Ham So-dam, with a weary but amused smile, found the volatile outburst entirely unremarkable. Shin Seonhan, bewildered, asked about the strange noise, to which So-dam calmly identified its source as the thresher, adding an ominous layer to the hospital's peculiar atmosphere. An off-panel voice then elaborated on the true nature of the noise. Professor Han Sang-ji, dubbed the mental thresher, whose tearing verbal assaults completely shredded one's sanity. Shin Seonhan, sweating with unease, voiced his growing concern, questioning if the relentlessly chaotic atmosphere in thoracic surgery was truly its normal state. A confused Shin Seonhan watched as So-dam, with an abruptness that spoke of firm resolve, began to walk away into the distance. So-dam, with tears welling in her eyes, dramatically declared her intention to cast off the chains of thoracic surgery and leave to find her happiness, leaving Shin Seonhan utterly bewildered. As a shimmering, almost magical sound accompanied her departure, So-dam cheerfully wished Shin Seonhan well before floating away, leaving him to desperately try and stop her. A sudden, dawning realization washed over Shin Seonhan, quickly replaced by a sense of dread as he comprehended So-dam's dramatic exit had left him utterly alone. Shin Seonhan was instantly startled as Gunwook, with a broad smile, suddenly appeared and grabbed his shoulder, declaring he had been waiting for him. Gunwook, gripping Shin Seonhan's shoulder tightly, praised his decision to request thoracic surgery, enthusiastically claiming he had been waiting for him with bated breath. Despite his mounting anxiety, Shin Seonhan managed a nervous smile, introducing himself as Shin Seonhan and pledging his absolute best. Gunwook's praise, though seemingly encouraging, was undercut by a sly, unsettling smile that hinted at motives Shin Seonhan couldn't quite decipher. Gunwook then reminded Shin Seonhan about the General Thoracic Interns conference room meeting, urging him along to meet the others. Shin Seonhan flinched violently as another loud crash echoed, followed by a furious off-panel voice demanding someone quit medicine immediately. Gunwook offered a chilling reassurance that the professor was actually one of the gentler ones, casually mentioning that at least he didn't grab them by the collar and punch them, leaving a shocked Shin Seonhan speechless. Gunwook burst into roaring laughter, thumping Shin Seonhan on the back so hard he coughed up blood, then insisted it was merely a joke, leaving Shin Seonhan profoundly doubtful. Shin Seonhan, hopeful, inquired about entering the operating room, but Gunwook, with an air of annoyance, quickly dismissed the idea as far too premature. Gunwook then slyly shifted the conversation, subtly probing Shin Seonhan about his desire to perform an intubation on the ward. Gunwook then grabbed Shin Seonhan's hands, asserting with a wide grin that Shin Seonhan was clearly the type who enjoyed working with his hands, especially after witnessing an intubation. Gunwook gleefully described gruesome surgical actions, envisioning Shin Seonhan's hands itching to grab a scalpel and sear things, making Shin Seonhan profoundly uncomfortable despite agreeing with the underlying ambition. Gunwook declared Shin Seonhan's drive for clinical skills highly commendable, patting his shoulder as he subtly guided him forward. As a door unlocked and swung open, Gunwook spoke of the profound depth of thoracic surgery, suggesting Shin Seonhan should not rush his entry. Shin Seonhan stepped into the room, instantly startled by the sight of a serious, unfamiliar woman already seated inside. Shin Seonhan immediately recognized the stern woman as Dr. Song Yoo-ju of thoracic surgery. He recalled her as the person who had skillfully managed a critical ECMO incident during his very first month as an intern, a moment that had left a lasting impression. Shin Seonhan made a deep, formal bow, introducing himself as the new intern, but Dr. Song Yoo-ju immediately dismissed him, inquiring who this little greenhorn was to Gunwook. Gunwook, with a booming laugh, proudly introduced Shin Seonhan as the month's most promising prospect, a claim Dr. Song Yoo-ju met with a skeptical, questioning tone. Gunwook continued to boast, reminding everyone of the viral news about the passionate doctor of Gangnam Station and his pericardial centesis, causing Shin Seonhan to blush with a mixture of pride and acute embarrassment. As Gunwook continued to praise Shin Seonhan, calling him the most decent intern he'd seen and sharp during an intubation, Dr. Song Yoo-ju remained unmoved, dismissively stating that all interns were fundamentally the same. With an impatient gesture, Dr. Song Yoo-ju instructed Shin Seonhan to sit down so they could begin the meeting without further delay. Shin Seonhan's surprise quickly morphed into a jolt of recognition as he saw Ryu Myongin already seated, asking if he was also there. With a smug, unsettling smile, Ryu Myongin remarked on Shin Seonhan's rising star status, his words dripping with an unvarnished competitive edge. A sweat drop formed on Shin Seonhan's temple as he inwardly cursed Ryu Myongin's presence in General Thoracic, finding his very existence profoundly annoying. A new intern burst into the conference room, greeting everyone breathlessly with a hurried movement, clearly having rushed to make it. Dr. Song Yoo-ju sternly noted the intern's tardiness, to which he could only offer a quick, apologetic bow. Dr. Song Yoo-ju's eyes, narrowed and furious, intensified their glare, her cold question, "You're smiling?" An intimidating demand for immediate subservience. The late intern gasped in terror, while Shin Seonhan, feeling the uncomfortable tension, looked as though his mouth had been metaphorically sewn shut. The intern jumped to attention, profusely apologizing and explaining his lateness was due to orthopedic surgery tasks, but Dr. Song Yoo-ju simply ordered him to quiet down and quickly take a seat. Dr. Song Yoo-ju then commanded attention, formally announcing that with the fourth-year residents assigned elsewhere, she would be acting as the chief of general thoracic for the month. Ma Dong-seop, the late intern, popped up behind her, gleefully making peace signs and playfully suggesting they have a great month together, eliciting a visible look of annoyance from Dr. Song Yoo-ju. Dr. Song Yoo-ju declared that the general thoracic interns would be split into Group A and Group B for the month, as a hand swiftly wrote the divisions on a whiteboard. Gun-wook then announced that he would take charge of Group A, while Dr. Song Yoo-ju would lead Group B. Ryu Myung-in slyly whispered his hope to be in the same group as Shin Seonhan, a sentiment Shin Seonhan vehemently rejected internally, vowing he wouldn't spend even a single hour with him. Gun-wook then instructed the interns to choose one of the animal characters from the whiteboard, a hand rapidly reaching for a blue bear magnet. Gun-wook, with a friendly tone, suggested that Shin Seonhan, as the eldest, should choose first, a proposal the other intern readily agreed to. Shin Seonhan stood before the whiteboard, the impending choice of his group hanging heavily in the bright, expectant room. Shin Seonhan paused, hand outstretched, contemplating his choice with an intense and reflective gaze. A sudden, intense vision erupted within Shin Seonhan, a glowing blue aura surrounding him as his eyes widened in surprise. Shin Seonhan, disoriented, questioned if his visions were indeed starting again, realizing he was now inexplicably in the hospital backyard. He then perceived Dr. Song Yoo-ju and Ma Dong-seop in the dark, somber hospital backyard, a surprising and mysterious sight. Ma Dong-seop, appearing serious, asked Dr. Song Yoo-ju about a major incident that had occurred in her group, as she sat dejected, a cigarette in hand. Dr. Song Yoo-ju revealed the grim outcome, a hypoxic brain injury, a revelation that surprised Shin Seonhan. Dr. Song Yoo-ju lamented the incident, despairing over the danger of leaving interns unsupervised in thoracic surgery, a field where critical situations could arise at any moment, as Shin Seonhan questioned if an intern's mistake was to blame. Dr. Song Yoo-ju explained that the intern's judgment wasn't inherently wrong given the immediate danger to the patient's life, but her heavy sigh and subsequent hesitation implied a deeper, unspoken issue. She then delivered a somber, definitive conclusion: the intern's ability simply fell short of their ambition. Shin Seonhan was struck by a sudden, jarring realization. Ma Dong-seop sighed in agreement, lamenting the grim truth that any intern, regardless of individual skill, would likely have met the same unfortunate fate. A growing dread crept over Shin Seonhan as he fully comprehended that a patient suffered a brain injury due to an inexperienced intern, prompting him to wonder which of the four interns was responsible. Ma Dong-seop speculated that the intern might have become overconfident from being hyped as a rising star, while Dr. Song Yoo-ju quietly considered his words. The words, rising star, struck Shin Seonhan with instant terror, as he realized the description perfectly matched him and wondered if he was the unwitting subject of the grim vision. Shin Seonhan's vision warped into a nightmarish scene as he panicked, certain he was the culprit, with Ma Dong-seop and Gun-wook's distorted faces appearing to laugh and accuse him. The vision shifted abruptly, replacing the hospital backyard with a blurred, buzzing scene of a dimly lit bar. Shin Seonhan, still shocked, questioned himself as he watched an unfamiliar man sitting reflectively at the bar. His gaze then fell upon Ryu Myung-in, who, with a smug smile and a drink in hand, declared his victory for the month, shocking Shin Seonhan. Ryu Myung-in's malicious smile widened as he condescendingly told Shin Seonhan not to be bitter, callously attributing the outcome to mere luck. Ryu Myung-in then smugly criticized Shin Seonhan for choosing the lion group, claiming that selecting the snake and joining Ma Dong-seop's group, like he had, would have avoided all troubles, leaving Shin Seonhan utterly stunned by the vision's clarity. Ryu Myung-in mockingly expressed regret for the patient's fate, implying he could have prevented it had he been there, further distressing Shin Seonhan with his cruel, gloating words. Shin Seonhan, with a sudden snap back to reality, found himself standing before the whiteboard, the other interns and supervisors watching him expectantly. Gun-wook's voice cut through the lingering haze of his vision, calling out to a startled Shin Seonhan. Shin Seonhan's mind raced, grappling with the chilling clarity of his vision. Choosing the lion meant joining Dr. Song Yoo-ju's group, leading to a mistake resulting in a patient's hypoxic brain injury. He then worried that his evaluation score would fall behind Ryu Myung-in's, who, with a smug smile, rubbed his hands together, oblivious to the other intern's confusion. Shin Seonhan considered the alternative, choosing that a snake meant joining Ma Dong-seop's group, a path that promised a safe internship and a good score. With a steely glint of resolve in his eye, Shin Seonhan made a firm decision. Despite the grim premonition, Shin Seonhan defiantly chose the lion magnet, signaling his unwavering resolve.